Yeah, I'm reading this right here. Yeah. So now the southern flank now, Caitlin, I'm reading this from the National Weather Service. Ground speeds now east at 55, but 80-mile-per-hour gusts. And I just showed you with the storm winds when I was showing up those numbers. You know, they were upwards of 90, 95, and that is significant damage. But it looks like that's until 5 p.m. Yeah, so that's the southern flank of the storm really intensifying. Looks like the northern flank is almost out over Lake Michigan right now as it starts to push out. Yeah, I mean, most of the metro right now, we got the live picture. I don't even see much lightning. I do have a lightning graphic here, Caitlin, so if you want to chime in here, look at the amount of lightning. If you go from really the Wisconsin state line, I'm going to do a little what we call a pixel query, and you're going to get an idea of how much electricity is in the air. Earlier, we were close to 1,000. This is over a 10-minute span, but anybody within that red box, lightning showing up, that's just 10 minutes worth. It's still impressive, but appears to be about 200 or 300 strikes lower than what we showed you earlier.
Yeah, and the big picture as you're showing it, I'm with you, Bill. I think that warning in Lake County should, I mean, it's over the lake at this point. And then for the rest of us, no tornado warnings for Northwest Indiana. Moving on up towards Kenosha County, just north of our viewing area. I think there is a tornado warning there, but as far as our viewing area goes. Yeah,
I think it's because of this right here. Maybe that's why they've left it. Looks like there's a little, if I loop it, see how it's kind of rotating a little bit there, so maybe that might be the thinking, but I don't know. That seems to, as you said, to be up into Kenosha County at this hour, but still a lot of electricity out there. I mean, think about it. These storms just crossed over the I-39 corridor, Caitlin, about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and they've already made it to the lakefront.
Yes. Okay, so looks like we're still dealing with 40 to 60 mile per hour winds in Aurora to Sugar Grove, 54 miles per hour at DuPage. So we're not done with the winds. We're still going to see gusts, maybe even around 60 miles per hour, even as that main line has passed. Yeah,
I'm doing some storm reports here. Sugar Grove out in Kane County, 62 miles an hour. Plano out in Kendall County, 65. There might be of the report of the funnel cloud. Yep, that's it, Caitlin. That's the one you were talking about earlier, just about over Crest Hill and Joliet. That was observed about a half an hour ago around near Canton Farm Road. When you're on this long, you start to lose the ability to communicate and speak, so we're trying here.
That's a hard word.
I think so. So anyway, that's nothing yet here in Northwest Indiana, but I think that's going to change, unfortunately. I mean, let me pop that warning box back up. Caitlin, how far away from you, how far away are you from these severe storms?
Let me check in on my radar and see where I can hear it out my window near the Crown Point area. So, yes, I can hear it whistling. I wish I could do like a FaceTime and show you guys out the window, but we encourage you guys to not do that, so I shouldn't do it either. But yes, so strong winds, of course, a ton of lightning. As far as hail reports go for Northwest Indiana, I haven't seen much more than penny size reported, and then just branches down. So this is really going to be damage to trees and just the cleanup afterwards. Let's see. Gusting still in Naperville at 60 miles per hour.
And when was that?
So again, even if this main line moves through, we still could have those very strong wind gusts, thunderstorm wind gusts, even in the western suburbs right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. Even behind this, we're still seeing not much additional thunderstorm activity, but we're still dealing with the potential for damaging wind. And look at the velocities here, Caitlin. That is some serious wind. I don't like seeing that here between Lowell and St. John. I bet we're going to see something over 90 miles an hour, and there you have it. And that is enough to bring down trees and power lines and cause power outages. I still haven't seen much on social media that we're getting a lot of power outages, and we're looking at that live camera. You know, traffic appears to be moving, you know, definitely still getting some rain, but I think the big concern is over in your neck of the woods where you live. And for our viewers checking in, Caitlin, you know, we've had the ability since, you know, COVID broke out back in March that we've been working from home. I'm in the studio. Caitlin is home. But Caitlin, hopefully you guys are safe. I know you're down, you're in your basement, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm down in my basement studio. It looks dark out the window, just from this egress window here. So we just got a new warning in effect. Let's see. It's extending for St. Joseph, Berrien County. So this is really out ahead of the storm. Just another heads up because of the 80-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible. And again, if you are just joining us, mobile homes are not a safe place to be. Find somewhere else to ride out the storm. With these winds blowing through, that's a dangerous location to
Caitlin,
sit,
real quick, want to just real quick show you the severe thunderstorm warnings. We had about 5 tornado warnings earlier, folks. They were all radar indicated. My news director just told me we've got some video down in New Lenox, if we can throw that up, of a trampoline. We've had a lot of that, even back into Iowa. Look, that's why I know it's tough to go run outside, and if you had to work today, you couldn't secure your home. But that's scary. I mean, thankfully, it's just sitting there and it's not, going through your neighbor's window. But this was the big concern: flying debris when you have winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour. And I'm hoping everybody in that house looks okay. It looks like there's somebody in the door, sliding door right there. So probably want to get away from the windows in case that thing just starts flying around. But great video down out of New Lenox. Hopefully everybody is okay down there. There are the latest warnings: severe thunderstorm warnings, Newton, Jasper, Lake, Porter County until 5. And then we've got the other batch here, Caitlin, from LaPorte and over to Berrien County. So for our viewers, we haven't forgotten about you in Northwest Indiana, Lower Michigan. Still, same thing. Winds could easily gust. Their weather service said 80-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-size hail. Haven't seen a whole lot of hail here, Caitlin, and we're still, as we go back up into this lake and McHenry County, tornado warning still in effect. I'm still kind of baffled. I mean, turn on the velocities here. That has to have expired already. There's nothing even here.
Yeah.
So for those of you in Lake and McHenry County, what's that, Caitlin?
I was going to say I agree. It looks like it's over the lake at this point.
Yeah. But I still think the main concern is going to be those areas south of I-80 and east of I-57. Just real quick, some of the shear tracks, and I know this is just another way to show you at home that these storms have been rotating. And, earlier we had that rotation with the Lake and McHenry County tornado warning, and here's the one that was issued for Kane, DuPage, and northern Cook County. I still think we're getting some bad data down in the bottom of your screen here, but still a little rotation around St. John. So even though the tornado threat appears to be a little bit lower on the southern flank, something quick could spin up, Caitlin. Don't you agree? We've seen that for much of today.
Absolutely, and it is quick. But again, the big story here is going to be those straight line damaging winds, because 70 or 80 miles per hour could absolutely do just as much damage as a weak tornado.
Right.
Let me see if I have any other reports. I guess out of Cedar Lake, Indiana, penny-size hail. So yeah, in Northwest Indiana, that's the biggest hail that I've seen as far as reports go. Newton County, power lines down. That's something that I would be interested to hear, is how many power outages have been reported, because I did actually just retweet a video as well out of Chicago. You can see the big flashes from the wind moving through. So I do expect that we are going to have power outages all across the viewing area.
Yeah, we're going to go up north here as we get into the city. Most of this has already moved on out in terms of the hail. But let's go back and continue to track what has been as expected. Very busy day. The majority of northern Illinois north of I-80 really has, for the most part, been in the clear. We're still getting some strong winds, and you can see how that little bow echo here, Caitlin, right there, pretty impressive. We kind of draw that little arrow racing to the east at ground speed here. At times have been over 70 miles an hour, but it still looks like the bulk of the severe weather has shifted now south, and we're still getting some rain. So don't think just because the damaging wind threat has been diminishing. We still got some pretty decent rain looking at the radar returns here, which is something we do need. But this seems to be the big story right now. The severe storms moving into Lake McHenry. Not Lake and McHenry, Lake, Jasper, Newton, and Porter County. That thunderstorm warning still in effect until 5 p.m. for possible 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail but like I said, Caitlin, we haven't really seen much more than penny size here. But that tornado warning again appears to still be in effect here across Lake and McHenry County. They just expired the McHenry County tornado warning, and I still think, Caitlin, remember earlier I said that little notch right around Antioch right there. I think maybe that's why that tornado warning remains up around the Antioch area for at least a few more minutes.
Yeah, I'm seeing that they're continuing that tornado warning. So I think it's because they're writing that both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage is possible location for Grandwood Park over Gurnee, and that particular system is moving east at 35 miles per hour. I also wanted to mention that a high wind warning is now in effect as well. I don't know if you can pull that warning up, but that's until 7 p.m., and that's what we were talking about earlier. Even though this main line has moved through, we still could have 55 to 65 mile per hour winds until 7 p.m., and that includes locations like Boone, McHenry, Lake County, Kankakee, all the way down to Cook County, Will County. So strong winds possible through the remainder of the evening for a couple more hours.
Yeah, and there's that line that it appears that most of northeastern and northern Illinois seems to be out of at least the damaging wind associated with the thunderstorms, Caitlin. As you said, on the back end here, behind the front, which is going to cool things off, we still could have some 50 and 60 mile an hour winds even behind that. So let's pull up our storm wind. So there's the damaging wind threat, and as you said, even behind this, see that blue colored area? I bet you we're gonna see some numbers popping up here. There you have it. Still 50 to 60 miles an hour, and that's why you said the high wind warning went into effect until 7 p.m. So crazy day. We went from a very low risk, low end severe weather threat, even as early as 1 a.m. and then it just ramped up, and ingredients came together. And a day like today is a day that it's always important to just always have a plan and be prepared to make changes on the fly, given something like this happens.
Right, and as you said, you just measured those winds. I actually have a report out of Chicago from West Ridge, a 57 mile per hour wind gust. So we're still going to have perhaps down trees and power lines happening through the evening. Also, it's dangerous for those high profile vehicles. That's something I've seen all over social media, is pictures of tractor trailer after tractor trailer flipped on its side on the highways. Such a dangerous spot to be when we have those strong winds moving in.
Oh, wow. Yep. So Anthony's showing me some. Where is that, Anthony?
Lincoln Square.
Lincoln Square. Some large tree limbs down. So it is going to be a mess out there. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. Hey, Caitlin, you still there?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I don't know if you can see the velocities here with that severe storm down around Gary, Griffith, and Hammond. Something we were afraid we would see, something upwards of 90 miles an hour. And Anthony Ponce just showed me a picture of what's going on in Lincoln Square with some, not trees down, but large tree limbs.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And actually, I'm checking out my velocity data right now out of Northwest Indiana. And I'm not seeing a very tight couplet, but there's definitely rotation still happening between Crown Point down to Lowell, headed just north of near Winfield. I don't know if you can spot that as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit. Newton and Jasper County, right?
Nope, just a little further north. So I'm not seeing it on our velocity data
I see
there
it.
either.
I see it.
Maybe there a little bit. Yeah, near Winfield.
Yep.
Hardly showing up.
Looks like.
So we are getting gate-to-gate shear, not too impressive, but like you said, we've been seeing this all afternoon, that these, we're getting these little quick,
Can you make sure we're not getting feedback from you?
possible spin-ups here as this line continues to move on through. Okay, so kind of an overview here. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch until 7. I think that may expire a little bit earlier. They did extend it off to the east. Notice the red shaded area. It's a moderate risk for severe storms, which should continue to kind of shrink from west to east as the main line moves on in. And as Caitlin was saying, not a ton of hail here. Most of the hail, worst case scenario, the size of quarters. Some of the larger hailstones have been down here, mainly mainly across southern Cook, and it's been very spotty. Have not seen anything significant. Different story earlier up around the Rockford area. We had some significant hail. Still a lot of lightning. And look, once you get west of the main line, there's just no electricity in there. Almost all of the lightning here is still, as we continue to give you some numbers here, very impressive right along the leading edge. A lot of this has gone on over the lake, but the amount of lightning down here in northwest Indiana is fairly impressive. Over 471 strikes. That is just in a 10-minute time span. I want to go back up to Lake County here and kind of check in on that tornado warning. Remains in effect here. Let's give you a little bird's eye view. That remains in effect until 4:45, so for another 15 minutes. Didn't really see a whole lot up here when we look at some of the velocities, but nonetheless, the warning is still in effect. I wouldn't be a bit surprised that this is canceled a little bit earlier, and that is for Lake County, Gurnee, Lakeville, North Chicago, and up around the Waukegan area. Severe thunderstorm warning up towards the Kenosha area. So here are our tornado winds. Really, again, not seeing a whole lot if you're watching in northern Lake County. But still, as Caitlin was talking about earlier, she's down in northwest Indiana. May see something popping up here between Hobart and Winfield. So let's do a little track here across Lake and Porters County. If you're watching in northwest Indiana, need to take shelter immediately. We're getting velocities here over 80 miles an hour. As these storms continue to track east. They've slowed down a little bit. They had ground speed earlier of roughly 75 miles an hour, now down to 55 miles an hour, which is still pretty impressive. Watching in Valpo, need to be inside. Westville, 446, Knox at 459. And Kankakee at 504. We'll continue moving down south into Newton and Jasper County. May start to see a little bit of a spin right along this area. That is for Newton County. Once again, storms moving to the east at 55. If you're watching in Roselawn, Rensselaer, White Post, and Rich Grove, need to be inside. Damaging winds over 80 miles an hour. Are certainly a possibility, and we're still, even on the back end, that's why the high wind warning was issued. We're still getting a lot of wind gusts even behind this system that could easily top out over 50 miles an hour. So there's the overall view. Severe thunderstorm warnings for all of northwest Indiana. We'll kind of put this in motion, give you an idea of just how fast. And I mean, these storms went really from the I-39 corridor to the lakefront in about an hour and 10 minutes. That's how fast these storms have been moving. Just wondering if we've got Caitlin back. I know she's been doing a little...
Yep, I'm here.
Any news on that northeastern Lake County tornado warning? Because I'm just really not seeing much on that.
It's, it just got canceled.
Okay, good.
Just
All
got
right, good,
canceled
good,
for
good.
Lake County, yes. I did want to mention a couple storm reports that I have.
Oh, it just disappeared.
Strip Mall on Central Avenue in Portage, Indiana, just lost its roof. That's from the fire department. And we also have had large trees down, actually, in downtown from Maple Park's downtown, 10 inches, a diameter tree of 20 inches. This is on Elm Street and Broadway and Main Street and Broadway. That's the largest tree that I've actually had a report of coming down. Many reports of downed trees, of course, from the storm that's moved through, but yeah, we expected this damage too, to buildings, siding coming off of homes, and I'm not surprised that the roof is off of this strip mall on Central Avenue in Portage.
Yeah, there's the report in Lincolnwood on the north side at 408, 57-mile-an-hour gusts, 62 at DePage Airport. So I'm anxious to see what's going to start coming out of northwest Indiana. You go back just west of Aurora, 62. So we got a lot of these 50 to almost 70-mile-an-hour confirmed gusts. So when we're telling you, Caitlin, when we're showing those storm winds and you're seeing numbers, again, those are estimated values.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you were just asking if I've heard anything out of northwest Indiana. But again, we're seeing from the National Weather Service that a tornado is possible with this line of storms, winds at 80 miles per hour, hail perhaps up to 1 inch, and that includes Benton, Jasper, Lake, Newton, and Porter counties until 5 o'clock with this severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, we got the radar on the right. We've got a live picture from, I believe, Mount Prospect, and
Yeah, it's definitely just almost looks like there might be a little hail on the ground, but still raining. Not seeing a whole lot of movement in the trees, so maybe the wind has died down a little bit, even on the back end. But, you know, recapping everything here, we had multiple tornado warnings. Fortunately, you know, one report of a funnel cloud, that was confirmed. That was down around the Joliet area. I think, Caitlin, you reported that earlier as well. But this is a nasty line of storms, and one positive, these things are flying, so they're going to be in and out quickly. Yeah. But if you are in the path of these storms here in northwest Indiana, seek shelter immediately. Ground speed. Caitlin, could you recap the ground speeds here? I believe these guys were at 55 miles an hour, or are they back up to 75 in northwest Indiana?
I haven't had a report in a while, so I'm assuming that it is the same speed. I think it was 55 miles per hour. Okay.
Well, there are the ETA. So to recap, the tornado warnings all have been allowed to expire or cancel. We're now tracking the severe thunderstorms rumbling through there across northwest Indiana. So there is the track. Nasty stuff here, folks. We had a video from New Lenox of a trampoline that was blown onto somebody's roof, and, you know, I guess fortunately it was stuck on the corner of the roof and didn't continue going down the street. But so if you're watching in Hobart, Valpo, Westville, there are your ETAs in the top right-hand corner as we track this line of severe storms. Incredible amount of electricity in the air. I think somebody was just in my ear. Somebody can repeat that? Oh, yeah, there's the trampoline, Caitlin. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but that is just crazy to see that. But that's, you know, if you're working and you don't have time to secure your home, you know, stuff like that is going to happen. But at least we're not seeing, you know, parts of roofs that are missing. But 463 lightning strikes, Caitlin. I don't know if you can see that in the top left-hand corner. And that's just in 10 minutes. That's a lot of electricity in the air.
Wow. I'm seeing some pictures on social media, which I'll ask them if we can share on air. But this is from New Lenox when they had 70 to 90 mile per hour winds, and the power lines are tilted to the side, huge trees uprooted. I know we were talking about how with these trees, the biggest problem is going to be branches just breaking because we haven't had much rain, the ground isn't saturated, but these are large trees that are knocked down. And I actually did see a report too of an 18-inch diameter oak tree that is down, and that was in Sugar Grove from a trained spotter. Yeah, so large trees down across the roads.
Yeah, and even though the bulk of us here in Illinois are in the clear with that, you know, damaging, you know, wind threat, you know, you still got a lot of this blue coloring behind it here. So, you know, I just got a velocity there detected of almost 70 miles an hour. So we're under the high wind warning here for another 2.5 hours, even behind this. So just because, you know, the severe weather may have ended here across, you know, the Chicago area, don't let your guard down, because again, you know, a lot of debris that's been reported. Anthony Ponce showed some of the damage on the north side in his neighborhood, but this is still a big concern across Newton and especially Lake, and now entering Jasper County. And again, these are you know, what the radar is detecting. So these are not, you know, a lot like you're going to see a wind gust of 92 miles an hour, but it's something that is certainly possible, Caitlin. And we saw a lot of that over in Iowa.
Yeah, absolutely. We were watching this from Iowa this morning, and it's been chugging so fast through our viewing area. And as Bill just mentioned, still 40 to 60 mile per hour winds in the western suburbs. That is dangerous to be outside and trying to collect your things if you didn't have an opportunity to put your stuff away before the storms rolled through. So we encourage you to wait it out a couple more hours because these winds are still going to be strong. Even though that main line has passed, we still have very strong winds with damage still possible after these storms are already gone.
Yeah, I want to get a quick 3D check here on these storms just to give you an idea. Yeah, that's still pretty impressive. We got cloud tops, a few spots around right there, around 40,000 feet, Caitlin. That would be kind of close to your neck of the woods, right? Over there in northwest Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I heard some lightning out here a short time ago. Right now it's pretty quiet, but again, I am in the basement, so I don't know exactly what's going on out there, but I can guess that the wind is strong and maybe even a little bit of hail. Again, we had that penny-sized, or pea-sized, excuse me, hail reported in northwest Indiana.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to shut the radar off, and those are the current warnings. Nice not to see the red boxes, Caitlin, that we had earlier.
Yes.
A number of tornado warnings. The only report we had, obviously rotating wall clouds, but we had a funnel cloud. It was confirmed. Funnel cloud didn't touch down down around the Joliet area earlier this afternoon. So severe thunderstorm warning remains for the Kenosha area, and then we're still tracking that nasty line of severe storms that are really racing across northwest Indiana. Won't be much longer. I'm probably going to say maybe another half an hour before most of us might be in the clear in northwest Indiana, and nothing redeveloping behind it in terms of thunderstorms, but we still have some of those strong winds behind this as the cold front comes on in. There's a quick check if you're just the ETA Valpo. That storm is pretty much right on top of you. Michigan City 449 and LaPorte at 458. And I assume the severe thunderstorm watch, Caitlin, will be expiring as well since the main line has moved on through.
Yeah, I think you're right. And just another reminder for you, and this comes from Lake County Sheriff, that multiple roadways will be impassable. Do not approach any downed wires. We do expect that throughout the viewing area. And again, damaging winds continue through 7 p.m. So we told you earlier to call or text family or friends who are out maybe at work or whatever they're doing, out running errands, and just let them know that we're still going to have these strong gusty winds, and still you have to be careful, especially on the highway. We mentioned earlier how a lot of the damage on the highway blowing over these high profile vehicles, even if you aren't in a high profile vehicle, if you have a wind gust at 60 or 70 miles per hour, it's going to be dangerous to travel through. Yeah,
see these numbers, Caitlin. So these are our velocity, radar velocities. So the main line of severe weather here around the Chicago area is out over the lake. It's still moving through northwest Indiana, but Caitlin's just talking about even behind this system is whipping in. You're seeing some of the velocities here. Again, that green coloring means it's blowing towards our radar, which is down in the Lockport area. So it's, again, wind direction more than likely going to be coming straight out of the northwest. Now, it is going to cool down. But like I said, some of these 50 to 60, 65 mile an hour gusts looks like they're going to be with us until that high wind warning expires, which is at 7 p.m. Not looking good here, Caitlin, with the velocities across northwest Indiana. Valpo really right in the line of fire right now. Probably going to see something, 92. These aren't exact numbers, but these are what the velocity or estimating some of the winds can be. But we certainly have seen this along the leading edge here, Caitlin, as these storms, I mean, they went from the I-39 corridor all the way to the lakefront in about an hour and 10 minutes. I mean, that's some serious speed.
Right, and I know you said that this is just estimated, but I can give you an observed wind speed coming out of Hammond in Lake County, Indiana, at 4:15, a 61 mile per hour wind gust there. So we are still seeing those 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts happening in northwest Indiana with this line of storms chugging through. So there you're putting the track on it. You can see how quickly it is going to move east. So Valparaiso, you're up next, then LaPorte County, even all the way up to Berrien County once it crosses Lake Michigan. Yeah, and it looks like this may hold together and may go down as what we call a derecho. You know, these things can stay on the ground for hundreds of miles, and the crazy thing about these systems here, Caitlin, is we zoom out, they cover a small area. You know, this is not something that's covering 5 different states. I mean, well, I guess we kind of look downstate. Yeah, it has gotten itself organized, but at least the main line here, appears to has kind of moved on through, and you can kind of see the rotation across southeastern Wisconsin. I think that's why they kept that tornado warning up for Lake and McHenry County. See, it's kind of rotating its way through, but it looks like most of us here in the Chicago area are in the clear, with the exception for those of you watching in northwest Indiana.
All right, guys, just want to say thank you again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We are listening in live with Fox 32 Chicago as they give us coverage of these tornado warnings as they've been surrounding the Chicago area. As you can see in that left-hand box, we do still have our shot of the White House as we are waiting for President Donald Trump. And his news conference was supposed to get started here about 13 minutes ago. It was supposed to be at 5:30 p.m. on the eastern side of things, 2:30 on the Pacific side. But once again, as soon as that does happen, we'll of course take him live. So until then, we're going to continue to listen in with our Fox 32 Chicago station on the severe weather that's been moving through the area with severe winds and damaging winds at that.
Affected everybody. I mean, we've all taken one on the chin today with some of the gusty winds and, you know, funnel clouds and some rotating wall clouds. But so we're kind of hanging on here a little bit longer, still tracking the severe thunderstorm warnings. All tornado warnings have expired. A few were canceled early. One report of a funnel cloud down near the Joliet area probably about 45 minutes ago, but you got that track on those severe storms from Westville, LaPorte, and then you start going over into Portage and eventually Berrien County here. Going to check the lightning one more time. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, this is 10 minutes worth of lightning data, and we're still...
Wow.
It's just... Yeah, and my wife was just texting, is it okay? Is a tornado threat done? She's reading her on the north side. We are fine. So
right.
I know you do the same thing. You're getting texts from family members, so am I. But 485 strikes with that line of storms as it continues to, and I mean just move. I mean, the thing is still holding together. This may hold together all the way through Indiana, Michigan, and possibly heading over into Ohio the way it looks right now. But I want to show that big picture one more time, Caitlin. That for the most part, in terms of storms, we're not seeing any redevelopment, and we shouldn't, but we still have some of these strong winds that are wrapping around. Ooh, that's not the best drawing, but wrapping around, so we're getting those strong northwest winds enough that a high wind warning will remain in effect until 7 p.m. So kind of interesting.
Yeah, I did want to mention, sorry, Bill, I just wanted to mention, too, how we are going to have those continued strong winds. We actually just had a report 3 miles northeast off of Navy Pier, so over Lake Michigan, but just to the northeast of downtown Chicago, still with winds at 72 miles per hour.
Wow. Here, you know what? I think I just got your storm report right here, the one on Navy Pier. Here you go. Just popped up. That's incredible. That's over the Harrison crib there, measured at 63 knots. Convert that to miles an hour, you got 72. So very, very impressive. Anxious to see what it's going to look like in some of the neighborhoods. 57-mile-an-hour wind gust. That was up in Lincolnwood at 408. 402, Caitlin, was the Navy Pier 72-mile-an-hour gust. That came in earlier. Still really haven't gotten, we'll check what's going on right down here in northwest Indiana, see what some of the wind gusts there. That's 61. That's definitely a little bit more manageable, but still enough to cause some damage. But there you have it. But I wouldn't be a bit surprised based on what I'm seeing on some of the...
All right, guys, just a reminder, we are still waiting for President Donald Trump. You can see we do have some more people filling this room here as we wait in the White House. That could be a good sign that President Donald Trump's going to soon step out here to start this news conference. And once again, as soon as he does, we'll take that in full, but of course, head back out to this severe weather coverage after the press conference is done, as we do need to update everyone on this weather that's moving through the Midwest area, through the Chicago area in Illinois.
Power poles across the city of Rockford, and that's just in Rockford. So imagine across our viewing area the damage that it's done to power poles.
Yeah, and that came from the storm earlier, Caitlin, that prompted the tornado warning. So it'll be anxious to see what the Weather Service is going to find with some damage. But usually these squall lines right now, typically, if anything, their tornadoes are rather brief and rather weak. But nonetheless, I mean, we're still not completely out of it. I think we're fine here around the Chicago area. We'll move the map around. We got some rain, and we still have some strong, potentially damaging winds behind it. But most of the thunderstorm activity, that's 15 minutes worth of lightning data, Caitlin. And we're still getting reports of 15 minutes worth, 685. And then what we'll do here is get rid of the lightning, and we'll do a little 3D slice and kind of check on the cloud tops here and just kind of see what we are seeing. And right up about 40,000 feet. There, that's a big one right there. Put that into perspective. That's basically your cruising altitude when you're flying in an airplane.
All right, and like I said, here comes President Donald Trump as he is starting his press conference here today.
I thought I'd start by talking about some mail-in voting that just was revealed, just the news. 500,000 incorrect absentee ballot applications were sent all across the state of Virginia, including to many dead people. This was an unprecedented mailing flub that's heightened concerns about the integrity of expanding mail-in voting. and mail-in voting efforts. It's a disaster. All over Virginia, 500,000 votes. So that's something you have to think about. We don't want to have a rigged election. I know that. And you have to be very careful when you mention, as you constantly do, Russia, or you mention China, or you mention Iran, or others that attack our election system. And when you have this mail-in voting, it's very susceptible. It's something that can be easily attacked by foreign countries and by, frankly, Democrats and by Republicans. And I think that it's something you have to start thinking about very seriously. Our system's not equipped for it. The post office is not equipped for it. And people should vote like they did in World War I and World War II. And your numbers will be, in 90 days or less, your numbers will be very good, I think, much better on the coronavirus or the China virus. But it's something you have to look at and say, this is just crazy. This just came out, 500,000 incorrect ballot applications sent all over the state of Virginia to many people that weren't living. They had some sent to pets, dogs. This is what we're going to get into, and it's going to be a disaster, and it's going to be thought of very poorly. It's going to hurt our country. After our news conference Saturday night and the pro-growth announcement, we're pro-jobs, pro-health safety, executive orders, the stock market went up 358 points today. So we issued those executive orders, and the stock market went up 358 points today. It's quite a reaction. The Dow Jones and the S&P 500 are now up 50% since March. 50%. Think if you had money in there, if you put your money in March, you're 50%. The NASDAQ index continues to set new records. It's been up over 14 times, new record in NASDAQ. And the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones are going to be, I mean, the way they're going, it looks like they're just about going to be topping records hopefully soon. Excuse me?
All right, guys, that is something that we have not seen here on News Now from Fox. You saw it live, though, happen. It looked like someone with the Secret Service came up and took President Trump away. Media, you can see, is shooting some video outside of a window, so there could have been possibly a security threat. They came, they grabbed President Donald Trump and did get him out of this room here. So once again, you are watching this live unfold. We are in the dark as far as what exactly did happen, but once again, you did see a Secret Service person come and make his way towards Donald Trump. He stopped his news briefing and ended up leaving that stage and leaving this room. Once more, you can see all of the media personnel who had been checked before they got into the room. Of course, each of them having their security clearance always checked, checked for COVID as well. They've all made their way towards these windows that look out into the yard of the White House yard there, and you can see that they are definitely taking some photos. Hopefully we do learn here soon what may have happened. As you can see too, because this is live and folding right here before us, we do look like we have a pass standing in front of our camera. But as I mentioned, we've been covering President Donald Trump multiple times, always bringing you his news conferences. I do see another shot that I want to bring to you here. You can see this is outside of the window, and it looks like we do have some security personnel kind of walking through the grounds here. Each and every single time that we bring you these news conferences, you never know what to expect, but this is something that I have not seen here since being on this News Now desk for over a year. I'm sure Mike Page, who did leave for the day, but it does seem like I'm going to have to ask him if he's ever seen anything like this. There is security personnel walking on the grounds outside. Again, this is some shots from inside the White House pointed out that window. where we saw all the media gathering. So unfortunately, it looks like his news conference did get interrupted here. So we'll just have to hang tight to see if there was time for this situation to be handled by the security personnel on the White House lawn here, and hopefully we can continue to hear what President Donald Trump was going to bring us as far as updates happen here today. And we're hearing word that right now media is locked down inside of the press room. You can see, again, this is a shot going outside of that window. Going to show you the other shot from our other camera as well. You can see we do still have this media inside of the room looking outwards, trying to figure out exactly what happened once again when he was taken by a Secret Service person out of this room very quickly. All right, guys, so what I want to do is, since we have many of us, oops, excuse me, I did accidentally press the wrong button there. Since many of us may be just joining here, I did want to just give you a look at exactly what had unfolded as far as what we could see. I'm going to replay part of his press conference here when he is made aware of a situation unknown still here to us, and then he is taken away from this room. Again, we're hearing that the press is locked down inside of the room. So once again, here's that video for you. This is just a little bit earlier here where he was giving his White House press conference update. We're going to listen in too.
Excuse me?
All right, so once again, that was some video of what had happened earlier. Right now, here is a live look at what's going on inside of the White House press room. You can see that kind of wide angle view, all the media squished up against the window. And I know there's many people who want to continue to see that in action one more time. So I'm going to get it set up for us. But again, this situation obviously unfolding here before us. All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for watching this with us here on News Now from Fox. I do have one of our anchors here from Fox 10 Phoenix, John Hook, joining us to talk about this news conference that abruptly ended. You saw it happen right as soon as the news conference had almost started. He got taken right off of that stage.
Yeah, that's highly unusual. I mean, they will do that when they're really, really concerned about something. And John Roberts is reporting that there may have been the sound of gunshots outside of the White House. That would certainly get their attention. The uniform security that you're seeing around the White House, that is typical. You see these folks, and sometimes you don't see them. They've got these guys stationed up on the roof of the White House. When you go there, and I've been there several times now, it is well fortified. They have got a lot of folks, and some of them are plainclothes, some of them are uniformed, like you see, which is a deterrent, obviously. You know, if you see anything like that where they whisk the president out, obviously my first thought was kind of a 9/11 kind of situation when that happened. He's looks like he's going to start the briefing again.
But there was an actual shooting, and somebody's been taken to the hospital. I don't know the condition of the person. It seems that the person was shot by Secret Service. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, did you have something? Go ahead.
Details about the shooting? Were they targeted?
No, there are no details. We just found out just now. It was outside of the White House, this area right over here, and they'll have details for you in a little while. Somebody is taken to the hospital. It seems that the shooting was done by law enforcement at that person, at the suspect. It was the suspect who was shot, and this just took place. A couple of people outside. I noticed a man named John Roberts, who you know very well.
Yes.
He reported that he heard shots. He was outside, and he heard 2 shots.
Mr. President, was this
We don't know yet. We don't know. They're going to find
Do you know
that
if the
out.
individual said anything, sir? Mentioned
don't
your
know that
name,
yet,
anything
no.
like that? And
We
you
don't
can
know that
confirm
yet.
It was the Secret Service that did shoot this
It
suspect?
seems to be, yeah.
It seems to be.
Where were you taken, Mr. President? Were you taken to the bunker?
No, we're taking just out over to the Oval Office.
What did the Secret Service
What did
tell
they
you
tell
when
you
you
so
were outside
far?
of the room?
Just told me when he came up, you pretty much saw it like I did. He said, "Sir, could you please come with me?" So you were surprised. I was surprised also. I think it's probably pretty unusual. But very, very professional people. They do a fantastic job, as you know. So it seems to me, it seems to be from what I was said, there was a shooting. It was law enforcement shot someone, seems to be the suspect, and the suspect is now on the way to the hospital. I can't tell you the condition of the suspect. There was nobody else injured. There was no other law enforcement injured. And I just want to, we'll get on to the press conference, but I do want to thank Secret Service. They are fantastic. The job they do, from what I understand, the answer is yes.
He was armed, Mr. President?
That's what I understand. I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Do you know what type of weapon?
I don't know that,
Was
no.
it a male or a female
I
suspect?
don't know. You'll have to get, they'll have a detailed, maybe a briefing for you outside later.
Did they say anything against you personally?
I don't know. I didn't ask that question.
Was he
It might not have had anything to do with me. It might have been something else, but it was on the outside of the premises. The wall, as you know, the fencing, especially the new fencing that they put up, is very powerful. But it was on the outside of the White House. Okay, and they'll have a full report. Secret Service, in a little while, will have a full report.
Are you rattled by this at all, Mr. President?
I don't know. Do I seem rattled? It's unfortunate that this is a world, but the world's always been a dangerous place. It's not something that's unique. The world has been, you look back over the centuries, the world has been a dangerous place, very dangerous place, and it will continue, I guess, for a period of time.
Does this make you think differently about your personal safety inside the White House?
No, I feel very safe with the Secret Service. They're fantastic people. They're the best of the best, and they're highly trained. I don't know if anybody got to walk outside, but there were a lot of terrific-looking people ready to go if something was necessary. People at the highest level of law enforcement. There's nobody like these people. So they just wanted me to step aside for a little while just to make sure that everything was cleared outside, because it was right in this area. So
Why did you come back, Mr. President? Why did you decide after that? Because obviously it created a lot of commotion. What made you decide to come back and continue the briefing?
well, I didn't even think about not coming back. I said, am I able to go back? And they said you'd have to wait a little while. I waited a little while, as you know, in the Oval Office area. And I said, can I get back now? And they said, yes. And they have a lot of fortification outside just in case, but it was one person.
You said the shooting was outside. How far away from the
So
White
they're
House?
going to be giving you a full briefing in a little while.
Far from the White House, or was it right in front
I
of
can
that
only
fence?
tell you they're going to give you a briefing. It was outside of the premises, near the fence, but outside of the
But it was near the
premises.
fence, so pretty
Near the
close to
fence,
here.
yeah, pretty close. So I was telling you that the Dow Jones and the S&P 500 are now 50% above the March level. NASDAQ is setting new records. It's already broken the record despite the situation of having the China virus. We have new jobs are rising and unemployment is falling faster than nearly anyone thought. And over the past 3 months, we've created over 9 million jobs. And that's a record, a 3-month record. If you add it up, it's a 3-month record by far. And we've beaten expectations by 12 million. We're 12 million above expectations, which is pretty remarkable. Today we had great reports on new job openings, and there's clearly a housing boom, which has been incredible numbers in both housing and an automobile boom. We've rarely seen anything like it, and it's going on right now in America. Inventories are at rock bottom. Used car sales are at record levels. And we will have rebuilt. We're doing a rebuilding like nobody's ever seen. It's a big plus for manufacturing and construction. So construction's getting close to record territory. Manufacturing's doing very well. The car companies are doing great. Very happy for Michigan, the state of Michigan. We have a lot of car companies moving in. A lot of plants are being built and expanded in Michigan and Ohio. There is no reason why the economy can't grow at a 20% pace in the third quarter. That would be a record. And interestingly, it'll be a number that's going to be announced before November 3rd. It gets announced probably around November 1st, which is very interesting. But it's going to grow at a very substantial pace based on all of the numbers we're looking at, and probably a lot more substantial than we originally thought. We're creating new incentives for working jobs, and we're also providing much-needed assistance to those who are still suffering from the effects of the pandemic contraction. And the contraction is now, well, we have the pandemic. We have a lot of great things happening in terms of the vaccines and therapeutics, as you know. And I think we'll be making tremendous progress over the next period of a few months, and certainly before the end of the year. I think we'll have a vaccine before the end of the year, very substantially, and we may have a therapeutic resolvement very quickly, very, very quickly. And frankly, that's the one I'd rather have faster, because you'd go in, you'd give a transfusion or a shot to people that are very ill, and they'd be able to come out of the hospital the next day or a few days later. If the states participate in our core-sharing unemployment plan, we are going to be doing something very, very interesting with all of the things that we announced on Saturday. I don't have to repeat what they are. You know very well. And we've had some tremendous success already. If you look at what's happening with the stock market, and people are very thrilled at what we're doing. We'd like to get the Democrats to focus on other than what they're focusing on, which is a bailout of poorly running states. We have many great running states, states that are setting records, and let's see what happens with respect to that. But we're looking at also considering a capital gains tax cut, which would create a lot more jobs. So we're looking very seriously at a capital gains tax cut, and also at an income tax cut for middle-income families. We're looking at expanding the tax cuts that we've already done, but specifically for middle-income families, and you'll be hearing about that in the upcoming few weeks, and I think it'll be very exciting. So a capital gains tax is going to be a lot of people put to work, and it would be a cut in the capital gains tax and also a cut in the middle income tax. So I now want to just discuss a little quick brief, and then we'll take a few more questions. But we took some, who would have known we were going to take questions before we started, right? Is that right, Jennifer? But that's the way it happens sometimes. We want to discuss, if we might, the China virus, and the world continues its fight against this horrible plague. Countries in every continent are seeing increases in cases. We have a rapid increase only in cases where it's very interesting because we're so far ahead of testing, we have more cases. If we had much smaller testing, would have fewer, but we feel that having testing is a very important thing. It's a great record to have in many ways. We've tested, I guess, close to 65 million people right now, and nobody's even close to that number. No other country is close. India would be second at 11 million, and they have 1.5 billion people. So we have the #1 testing anywhere in the world by far, and we also have, I think, the highest quality tests. We have a lot of different ones, but we have the highest quality, including the short-term and the lab tests. The lab tests take a little bit longer. And Dr. Birx was telling me a little while ago that we're down to 2 days and 2.5 days on getting your result on the lab test. The other ones, you get them in 5 minutes to 15 minutes, so that's exciting. But countries in every continent are seeing increases in cases in recent days. Cases have rapidly increased in Japan and Australia, unfortunately, and they're now experiencing higher peaks than they did in March. To the south of our border, cases have continued to surge in Mexico, Central America, Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, and throughout Latin America. It's really the hot spot. It's posing a major challenge for this continent. Latin America is now the region with the most number of confirmed cases by far, despite a relative scarcity of testing. So when you think of that, that means it's pretty much on fire. They're having a hard time, and we're helping them. We're sending them tremendous numbers of ventilators, which we're making by the thousands every month, and we're helping Latin America very much. It's hard for them to come into the country because we have big sections of wall up now. The new wall is being built, which people don't talk about. They used to talk about nothing but the wall. Now that it's being built, they're not talking about it so much, but it's helped us because we're up to we're getting close to 280 miles, 280 miles in the most important areas. So that's helping us a lot in terms of not having people come in to the country who are infected with the coronavirus. This global trend underscores the persistence of the virus, including in nations that apply the strictest and most punishing lockdowns. You have nations that are really tough on the lockdowns, and they're getting hit very hard. That's why my administration is pursuing a science-based approach that protects the most vulnerable, preserves hospital capacity, and focuses on the delivery and development of treatments and ultimately the vaccine. I feel strongly that we will have a vaccine by the end of the year, and it'll be put in service maybe even as we get it, because we're all set militarily. We're using our military to distribute the vaccine. And logistically, there's nobody like this group of people. I meet with them a lot, and they're ready to go. As soon as they have it, they'll be going. But more importantly, the therapeutics, as I said, I think the therapeutics could be great. Initially speaking, I think that would be, if I had my choice. But you're going to have them both. You're going to have them both. You're going to have them both very soon, too. At the same time, we urge all Americans to apply common sense mitigation. You all know what that mitigation is. Everybody knows it by heart now. Nearly half of all of the deaths from the China virus in the United States have occurred in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. That's why we have delivered funding, equipment, and rapid testing to our nation's nursing homes to protect those at high risk. We're very focused on nursing homes and senior citizens areas. Anywhere that we have senior citizens, we're very, very focused. We've delivered over 1,800 rapid point-of-care testing devices. Those are very quick. And shipped over 700,000 tests to nursing homes. Nursing homes are being protected like never before. The United States faces a unique range of challenges that requires our constant vigilance. America has the largest at-risk population of any developed country. By far, 1.5 million residents of nursing homes, about 5 times that of the United Kingdom and other European countries. Our country also has a higher prevalence of underlying conditions that this virus targets, yet we have fewer deaths per capita than the United Kingdom and most other peer nations in Western Europe. So that's an important, we have fewer deaths per capita than the United Kingdom and most other nations in Western Europe, and heading for even stronger numbers. But one person is too much as far as I'm concerned. Should have never been allowed to happen. Should have never been allowed to escape China. Nationwide, we continue to see encouraging signs. In the last 7 days, nationwide cases declined by 14%. Hospitalizations decreased by 7%. Fatalities decreased by 9%. Arizona and Florida are improving rapidly, with fewer patients coming to emergency rooms by far, as well as decreasing cases, decreasing fatalities, unexpected and expanded hospital capacities. So we have an expanded hospital capacity. It's pretty dramatic when you look at it, meaning we have more room should we need it. So a lot of tremendous work has been done. In Texas, likewise, the number of patients going to emergency rooms has dropped from July by more than 2/3. That's a lot. Nevertheless, we continue to monitor Texas very closely. Terrific governor, terrific people working on that whole situation in Texas, especially at its test positivity rate, which rose over 20% this weekend. Overall, cases in Texas are coming down and have stabilized in the border counties. That's, again, where you have the wall and you're next to, in some cases, the wall. In some cases, you'll have it very shortly. You'll have it all built within a number of months. But those areas were hit very hard, and there are likely cases from Mexico that come in, back and forth from the border. They come in illegally. As doctors have found more effective ways to treat patients, the fatality rate continues to improve. Texas has 1/6 the fatality rate of New York and New Jersey that they had in April. And if you look at New York and New Jersey, they work very, very hard, but very heavy density, and there are a lot of different kinds of difficulty. The fatality rates in Florida and Arizona are between 25 and 33% of the peak rates of New York and New Jersey. Again, different climate, a different grouping, different density, tremendously different density. In California, the situation is starting to stabilize and improve throughout the major metropolitan areas. Statewide, hospitalizations continue to decline very substantially, with about 20% fewer inpatients now than on July 21st. California is starting to really show signs of correcting. We're monitoring regions with increasing cases, including Boston, Chicago, and the Midwest, and we're monitoring them very, very strongly and very, very hard. I do want to say that I think at the end of a fairly short period of time, you're going to be in very, very good shape all over our country. Every loss of life is tragic, and all nations must work together to defeat this horrible virus. My administration is going to continue to save as many lives as possible. We are working round the clock, everybody. I mean, it's incredible how hard they're working. And people from other countries, we're working with them also, and they're working very hard. This is something that's now attacked 188 different countries. There are a wide range of factors that determine how the virus impacts a nation, such as age, underlying conditions. Underlying conditions is a very big one. If you're sick in any way, especially they say heart and diabetes, that's not a good thing to have. If you're going to have this, if you're going to catch it, so we're trying to protect especially those people that have problems with their heart or diabetes, and levels of pre-existing immunity resulting from past exposure to other viruses, which happens. We must stop politicizing the virus and instead be united in our condemnation of how this virus came to America, how this virus came to the world, and we're going to figure it out, and we're going to find out, and we're very angry about it. On the therapeutics and vaccine updates, 3 vaccine candidates are currently in phase 3 clinical trials, something that would have been impossible under the previous administration or any other administration. And several others are showing considerable promise. We have great companies, very well-known companies. I think everyone in this room would know these companies, but they're the biggest and the best in the world. And we're working with other foreign companies and countries that have been really working very closely with us. We're trading. We're not looking to do anything but come up with the answer, and we really don't. We don't care. We want to come up with the answer. If it's one of ours or one of theirs, it's okay. We have to come up with the answer, and we're very close to getting it. Some people think we have it. We may have it. We have the best scientists in the world racing to develop a safe vaccine that will end this pandemic, save millions of lives, and that's millions of lives all over the world, and end the harm inflicted by this virus to our society and to all other nations. Last week, the NIH began a clinical trial of remdesivir paired with another approved antiviral drug and anti-inflammatory drug. You know that remdesivir has been very successful, and now they're experimenting with others, including antivirals and anti-inflammatories, and they're having some very interesting success. We've secured enough remdesivir to treat over 650,000 patients. On Saturday, I took executive action in its signing to save American jobs and support American workers. I signed directives to give a payroll tax holiday with the understanding that after the election, on the assumption that it would be victorious for an administration that's done a great job, we will be ending that tax. We'll be terminating that tax. On the other hand, the other group wants to raise taxes, and they may want to leave it where you pay it. But the payroll tax is a big deal for people. It's a tremendous saving for people, and we're going to be doing it, and we intend to terminate it at the end of the appropriate period of time. It's for those making less than $100,000 through the end of 2020 to provide an extra $400 per week, also in unemployment benefits, and to extend the freeze on home evictions. We want to extend the freeze so people aren't evicted. It's not their fault that the virus came from China. It's China's fault. And to suspend payments on student loans through the end of the year and then beyond. And again, you know, they're paying interest on loans, and they're not allowed to go to their college. So we're going to suspend payments on student loans through the end of the year, and then another extension most likely, because it's not fair to the students to have to pay when the colleges aren't doing the job of getting open, and I think probably many of them could be open. So I want to thank you all. I'm sorry for the disturbance before. Things happen, and if you'd like, we'll take a few questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Haley said earlier today that you've been working around the clock, so there's no delay to get these enhancement unemployment payments to Americans.
Yeah.
Can you give me your timetable? Are we talking next week, 2 weeks, a month?
Steve, what do you think?
Within the next week or two, you think the states will be able to execute?
So, Mr. Secretary, you're saying when?
I think within the next week or two, most of the states will be able to execute.
Got it. And
By the
most
way,
of the
the
states.
gentleman, you know everybody. You know Russell, you know. But this is Scott Atlas. You know that, right? Scott is a very famous man who's also very highly respected, Stanford. And he's working with us and will be working with us on the coronavirus. And he has many great ideas, and he thinks what we've done is really good, and now we'll take it to a new level. And so it's great to have Scott working along with us, and we appreciate it very much, Scott. Thank you very much. Really terrific. We've had some great discussions.
To follow up on that, Mr. President, if you don't mind, you mentioned the states. Have all the governors sign on to this?
We just had a meeting with the governors, and they were very anxious to get money for the people in their states. And if they, depending on the state, we have the right to do what we want to do. We can terminate the 25%, or we don't have to do that. So we'll see what it is. Depends on the individual state. But a lot of money will be going to a lot of people very quickly. And I've instructed the Secretary of the Treasury to move as quickly as he can, right? So we'll get it done. Yeah, please.
I have a question about coronavirus, but I wanted to just ask you to be clear on the incident outside. There's a fairly significant perimeter around the White House. Does it concern you at all that someone who is armed was able to get so close that you needed to be removed from the briefing room?
Well, I don't know if he was close or not, he or she. I don't know if it was a he or she, but I have such confidence in these people. They're so good. And I don't think the person breached anything. It was on the outside ground, so I don't believe anything was breached. I asked that question, so they were relatively far away.
On coronavirus, 97,000 children tested positive for coronavirus in the last 2 weeks in July, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. Does that give you any pause about schools reopening for in-person learning?
Because they may have, as you would call it, a case. It may be a case, but it's also a case where there's a tiny fraction of death, tiny fraction, and they get better very quickly. Yeah, they may have it for a short period of time, but as you know, the seriousness of it in terms of what it leads to is extraordinarily small, very, very much less than 1%.
So do you still believe that children are essentially immune?
Yeah, I think that for the most part they do very well. I mean, they don't get very sick. They don't catch it easily. They don't get very sick. And according to the people that I've spoken to, they don't transport it or transfer it to other people, or certainly not very easily. So, yeah, I think schools have to open. We want to get our economy going. We have incredible numbers despite this. If we could get this going, I think it's a very important thing for the economy to get the schools going. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. In Ohio a few days ago, you said, quote, Joe Biden has hurt God. He's against God. The Vice President has said that he's a man of deep Catholic faith, and he's credited for helping him endure some immense personal tragedy. So, sir, what did you mean by that when you say that Joe Biden has hurt God or is against God?
Well, if you look at the manifesto that they've come up with, and if you look at their stance on religion and things having to do very importantly with aspects of religion and faith, I don't think a man of deep religion would be agreeing to the Bernie Sanders plan. You take a look at what they have in, and you can't put that into the realm of a religious group of people, I will say that. And I think it's one of the reasons why, if you look at polls, which I'm not a big believer in polls. I wouldn't, if I was, I guess I wouldn't be standing here right now. And by the way, our poll numbers are going up very rapidly, as you know, and Joe's are going down very rapidly. He'll have to come out of the basement, it looks like, pretty soon, because that, it's one of those things. But no, if you look at the manifesto, I call it the manifesto. A lot of people are calling it the manifesto. My opinion, it's further left than where Bernie was before. So normally he'd be left and you'd bring it somewhere a little bit toward the center. But some of the things that they have down there, and I'm not only talking in terms of religion, I'm not talking even in terms of religion, but some of the things they have in the agreement made, and this was an agreement made by Bernie Sanders and Joe, it's a terrible thing. It would be a terrible thing for our country. It will destroy our country. We will go into a depression. We will put on regulation. We will double and triple taxes. It will be terrible for health care, just terrible. You'll have 180 million people lose their health care. It will be a terrible, terrible thing for our country. Okay, yeah, please, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask you a question about something you said in Bedminster as well. You said that you're planning to issue an executive order to ensure that health insurance companies prevent or cover people with pre-existing conditions, and you said that had never been done before, but that's not the case because that is the law under the Affordable Care Act. So my question is, why do you need to issue an executive order for law that is already existing?
But I didn't say. I said as an executive order. As you said as an executive order. It hasn't been done before. We want to be able to assure people that pre-existing condition is always taken care of. As you know, we've done tremendous things having to do with the individual mandate. We got rid of the individual mandate from Obamacare, which really ended Obamacare as it would be officially known, because the individual mandate was the biggest part. It was also the most unpopular part, where you pay for a terrible privilege of overpaying for insurance. You pay not to have to pay for your health care. And that was a disaster for people and a very unpopular. That was called the individual mandate, and we terminated that and officially terminated that. And that was something that we have been given thanks for by many, many people. But the individual mandate will always be with us. The individual mandate termination will always be. They can't start it up. In fact, I don't even believe, you'll have to tell me, I don't believe it's been challenged when we ended it. And pre-existing conditions, the Republicans are 100% there. And I'll be issuing at some point in the not-too-distant future a very strong statement on that, probably in the form of an executive order.
Why do you need her to do an executive order if it's already a part of existing
Just a double
law?
safety net, and just to let people know that the Republicans are totally, strongly in favor of pre-existing condition, taking care of people with pre-existing conditions. It's a signal to people. It's a second platform. We have pre-existing conditions will be taken care of 100% by Republicans and the Republican Party. I actually think it's a very important statement. Yes, please.
Mr. President, do you still intend to try to hold an in-person G7 meeting in the United States at some point in August and September? And have you already sent out invitations to do so?
No, we haven't sent out invitations. We're talking to them. As you know, I was on the phone with many of them yesterday with respect to Lebanon, which is truly one of the saddest, most catastrophic things I've ever seen. And they have no idea how many people have died. They're having revolution right now in that country. It's just a terrible thing. But I was yesterday, 8 o'clock in the morning. We had our time. We had a big teleconference call. Some of those people were there. I'm much more inclined to do it sometime after the election. We were going to do it in September. They'd like to do it. We could do it through teleconference, or we could do it through a meeting. But I sort of am now suggesting, I told my people yesterday, actually, why don't we do it sometime after the election, when things are a little bit, you have a little more time to think about it, because it's very important. The G7 is very important.
To that meeting?
I don't know, but we have invited a number of people to the meeting. I certainly would invite him to the meeting. I think he's an important factor. But we will invite certain people that aren't in the G7. Some people have already accepted, but we're going to be doing it after the election. I think it's a better atmosphere to have a G7. I think it's a lot. I think it's just a better, calmer atmosphere to have a G7. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask Secretary Mnuchin, actually, have you spoken to any Democrats since Friday, or have they reached out to you at all about restarting negotiations?
I've spoken to several Democrats. I have not spoken to Schumer and Pelosi since then.
Do you expect would you reach out at all to them to try and negotiate?
Anytime they want to meet and they're willing to negotiate and have a new proposal, we're more than happy to meet.
They're hurting people very badly. This would have been so easy for them to do. And I saw that Senator Schumer said today on a show, I don't know what show, but he said today on a show that we should meet, we should do something. But, you know, where has he been for, how many weeks have you been negotiating? Like 4? And they should do something. It would have been so much easier than doing it the way we did it. But we did something that's very important, and frankly, it's been well received, very well received. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You tweeted earlier today that you're considering Gettysburg as a venue for your speech for the RNC nomination acceptance. What's your thinking behind that as a possible location?
Well, I think I've been to Gettysburg numerous times. It's a national park. It's a national historic site. It's incredible. You know, it's the history. It's incredible, actually, to me. It was a very important place and is a very important place in our country. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at the White House. The White House would be very much easier for Secret Service. You see what just went on here. They're all here. Just like you have your seats, they have their seats at the White House. So there wouldn't be any expense or any extraordinary expense. And the White House would be a lovely place to do it also. Least expensive place that you could do it would be at the White House. This is a government expense. And look, I watch also with governments. I watch to make sure that we do what's right. But we're looking at Gettysburg and we're looking at the White House. And we have other sites too, but I think these would be two really beautiful sites. Jennifer?
Would you envision having an audience for that speech?
You could. You have plenty of room at both locations. I see John Roberts. John, you were outside. You said you heard shots fired before?
I heard 2 shots in rapid succession just after you picked the podium.
And they were shots, pretty much.
Certainly
You definitely know the difference. I know that. You know the difference. You thought they were shots, John?
It definitely sounded like gunfire.
I saw your report inside when I went inside. It was a good report, too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jennifer, please.
Can you give us an update on China? Do you think that your administration will respond to the sanctions that China announced this morning on American officials?
Well, we've already responded in many different ways. We're talking a lot about China. We shouldn't have been talking about China. We did a phase 1 deal, and it was a wonderful deal, and all of a sudden it means very little in the overall import of things. They should have never allowed what happened to the world, including us. But this was released into Europe, and it was released into the U.S., and it was released all throughout the world, but it wasn't released into China. And we were doing numbers that just were incredible, and we hope to be able to do them perhaps even next year. I think we're going to have an incredible year next year, but that will never pay for the loss of life in our country and all over the world. So we view China differently than we did 8 months ago. Very much differently. Yes, please.
Is there still any consideration of delisting Chinese companies? Is that an ongoing discussion?
Delisting?
Delisting Chinese companies?
We never comment on specific things, but no, there's nothing.
Could it still be on the table?
There's again, nothing specifically at the moment done. Are you talking about delisting? Companies on the exchange?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so just to be clear, we did make the recommendation, and the SEC will be putting out that, yes, as of the end of next year, if they do not fully comply, and that's Chinese companies, any other companies, they all have to comply with the same exact accounting, or they will be delisted on the exchanges. I thought you meant sanctions. I was confused when you said delisting.
And Jennifer, we're also talking on the WTO, the World Trade Organization. China's treated much differently than we are. This should have been handled many years ago when it first happened, but they're treated as a nation that's developing. They're treated as what they call a developing nation, which gives them tremendous incentives and advantages over and above what the United States gets and over and above what other countries get also. This is a developing nation? I don't think so. I don't think for purposes of what we're talking about it should be. And we are putting in, and we've already put in a request that China should no longer be declared a developing nation and have advantages over the U.S. And I told them that a year ago, and I told them that 2 years ago, and we put it in very powerfully that they should not have advantages over other countries, frankly, and sure, they're not going to have any more advantages over. This should have been done by numerous presidents a long time ago because it gives them a tremendous boost over everybody else, and it's a very unfair situation. No, we are upset with China because of what they did. China was not good, and China will be, if you look at what's going to happen, whether it's Iran, Iran will make a deal with us in a month after the election's over if we win the election. But their greatest dream in the world is that Joe Biden wins because they will own this country. China will own this country. North Korea will own this country. They will own our country. And they're all waiting to see the election. And if we have a win on November 3rd, we will have a deal with, in my opinion, Iran within 1 month And I don't know that we want to have a deal with China, to be honest with you. So I'm saying to myself, gee, but China wants us to lose very badly. And you know who else is not happy with us winning? Russia. The phony people that tell the story, the fake news stories about Russia. It was just reported, the numbers. I raised $400 billion extra in NATO. You know that. It went from 130 to $400 billion, and that's a year. In order to strengthen up NATO. Nobody says that. We became the biggest energy exporter. We are now, if you look at what we have, we're energy independent. So many different things. Our military is stronger than it ever was. We spent $2.5 trillion on our military. I exposed the terrible deal between Germany and Russia on the pipeline. Nobody even knew about the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Nobody knew about it. Nobody talked about it. I said, what's this all about? So we protect Germany from Russia, and Germany pays Russia billions of dollars a year for energy, and it's a big portion of Germany's energy. If I was a person that was a German citizen, I would not be happy with that deal because they're at a very big disadvantage. So, no, Russia would not be happy, and I can tell you that China would not be happy at all. And we've taken in tens of billions of dollars. There's your head of the Treasury, Steve, right? We've taken in tens of billions of dollars from China. We never took 10 cents from China, not even 10 cents. And $28 billion we gave to our farmers because they were targeted by China. They were actually targeted. And we gave $28 billion compliments of China to our great farmers and ranchers because they were unfairly targeted by China. In order to make a better deal with us, I said, we're not going to do that. We're going to, instead of making a better deal, we're going to tariff you at very high numbers, 25%, 10%, and actually numbers that could go up a lot. And we had a lot of money left over after giving the $28 billion to the farmers and ranchers and some others. Frankly, we had many billions of dollars left over, and we're still receiving that money. Even though we made the deal, we're still receiving that money. So if we win the election, we'll have deals with a lot of countries very fast. They're just waiting to see who wins because they are hoping that Joe Biden wins, Sleepy Joe. And if he wins, you know what's going to happen? China will own us. Our markets will crash. The 401ks will go down to practically nothing. Stocks will go down to practically nothing. Remember, stocks, these big companies, they're owned by millions of people that are carpenters and policemen and farmers and lots of other people. And they are the ones that benefit by having a good stock market, probably more than anybody else. But the 401ks, the stocks, the economy will be in a shambles. They want to raise taxes. They want to triple taxes. They want to raise the corporate tax, but they want to raise all taxes. Ultimately, they can't pay for what they want to do anyway, and what they're going to do is destroy your health care and destroy so many other things. We're going to have 180 million people that are so happy with their private health care, they're going to lose it under this crazy plan that these people are proposing. So you will have a crash like you've never seen before. And I've been very good at predicting these things. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just mentioned President Putin and the possibility of inviting him here because he's important. Your own Director of National Intelligence has said that Russia is currently planning or actually meddling in the election. Have you raised that directly with Putin ever?
They said China, Russia, Iran, and probably others. But because of the fake news, they seem to think Russia plays the best. So what they do, it's all right. Well, I'm just saying the way the politicians look. The other day, they said the three countries, they said China and Russia and Iran, and some reporter got up and said, Russia is meddling. I said, well, didn't it mention China and Iran? Why didn't you mention them too? So I don't know. You know what I'm telling you? I'll tell you who's meddling in our elections. The Democrats are meddling by wanting and insisting on sending mail-in ballots where there's corruption all over the place. If you check what happened in New York, a small, relatively small race with Carolyn Maloney, and they called her the winner the other day because I was mentioning it at conferences and getting a lot of action on that statement. So they called her, they declared her the winner, and they have no idea who won. And the person, her opponent, is very angry. But they had mail-in voting, and they had hundreds and I think even thousands of ballots that are missing, that were fraudulent. Take a look at the Carolyn Maloney race. Take a look at Paterson, New Jersey. Take a look now at this one in Virginia, where they mailed out 500,000 applications, and they go into people that aren't supposed to be getting an application. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Pompeo is heading to Europe again this week. Do you have any updates on when the travel restrictions with the EU are going to be lifted? It seems strange we're offering exemptions for professional athletes, but not K-1 visa holders, the so-called.
Well, we try and do the best we can. You have big sporting events, and that's good for our economy. That's good for us, and they do talk about certain exemptions, and they make sure everyone's perfectly tested and everyone comes in at 100%. But, you know, we do make certain accommodations because you do have star athletes, and that means a good thing for the country. That's economic development, et cetera. But we are working very closely with Europe and with other countries to see what's the best timing. Don't forget, I was the one that turned Europe off because they really they led the way. They led it much more so than we did. We were months following them. And in terms of they got hit earlier than we did, quite a bit earlier than we did. So I put the restrictions on Europe. I put the restrictions on China, which was a great thing to do. In retrospect, we're getting, I mean, that was a very important day. Dr. Fauci said that was one of the most important days. And a lot of people didn't want me to do it, but we first put a ban on anybody from China coming in, and then we put a ban on Europe coming in. But we're working very closely with Europe to see when that will all come off. Yeah, please.
Mr. Caplan, if 160,000 people had died on President Obama's watch, do you think you would have called for his resignation?
No, I wouldn't have done that. I think it's been amazing what we've been able to do. If we didn't close up our country, we would have had 1.5 or 2 million people already dead. We've called it right. Now we don't have to close it. We understand the disease. Nobody understood it because nobody's ever seen anything like this. The closest thing is in 1917, they say, right? The great pandemic certainly was a terrible thing where they lost anywhere from 50 to 100 million people. Probably ended the Second World War. All the soldiers were sick. That was a terrible situation, and this is highly contagious. This one is highly, highly contagious. No, if I would have listened to a lot of people, we would have kept it open. And by the way, we keep it open now all the way. We keep it open, but we would have kept it open, and you could be up to 1.5 million or 2 million people right now. 1.5 to 2 million people. Our people have done a fantastic job. Our consultants and our doctors, you know, and with disagreements and with a lot of things happening. What we've done with ventilators has been amazing. What we've done with medical equipment has been incredible. We've supplied the governors. Nobody, not one person in this country that needed a ventilator didn't get it. And you know, at the beginning, there was a big shortage of ventilators. Nobody had stockpiles or anything comparable to what you had to have. So we would have lost, if you think about it, you had mentioned 160,000 people. Multiply that times 10 right now. I think it would have been unsustainable and unacceptable. But that's what would have happened had we kept it open. So, no, I think we're a very large country. We are one person. I say it all the time. A lot of people like to leave that out. One person is too many. It should have never happened. But they've done really an extraordinary job. They'll never be given the credit, and I'm not talking about me. The people that have worked on this so hard will never be given the credit, but they've done an extraordinary job with a very large, diverse country. Really an extraordinary job. And a lot of the governors who, as you know, they sort of do the micro in their states, and they go up, and I think I can tell you that a lot of the governors have done an extraordinary job, too. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Did you ask the U.S. ambassador in Brazil to focus his efforts in eliminating ethanol tariffs in Brazil?
You have to, you can't, yeah.
You asked the ambassador in Brazil to focus his efforts to eliminate ethanol tariffs in Brazil.
We haven't really discussed that too much, but at some point we probably will be. And we don't want people tariffing us, and if they tariff us, although I must tell you I have a very good relationship with President Bolsonaro. He's great. And I hear he's doing well. He's recovered from having COVID-19, as they say. and that's great, and send them my regards. I think that as far as Brazil is concerned, if they do tariffs, we have to have an equalization of tariffs, and we are going to be presenting something having to do with tariffs and fairness and tariffs, because we have many countries for many years that have been charging us tariffs to do business, and we don't charge them. And it's called reciprocity. It's called reciprocal tariffs. And you may be seeing something on that very soon. Did you have one, OAN?
Coronavirus, Mr. President.
OAN, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for coming back to finish the briefing.
Thank you very much.
After the scuffle. So I have an opinion question for you.
Okay.
Joe Biden is set to announce his running mate at any time now. We expect him to announce her. Many of your supporters feel that the reason that Obama's former NSA, Susan Rice, is at the top of Biden's list is that she can best cover up a lot of the Obamagate surveillance crimes that had taken place during your campaign. What are your thoughts? What is your opinion? Do you subscribe to that line of thought? How do you feel about it?
Well, look, the Obama campaign spied on our campaign, and they've been caught, all right? And now let's see what happens to them. But they have been caught. They've been caught red-handed. It's probably treason. It's a horrible thing they did. It probably never happened before. At least nobody got caught doing it. But they used the intelligence agencies of our country to spy on my campaign, and they have been caught. And there are a lot of people involved. I don't want to say how much she's involved. Frankly, if he chooses her, that's fine, but that's a potential liability. We'll see. But President Obama knew about it. Joe Biden knew about it. Comey knew about it. Brennan, Clapper, the whole group, they all knew about it. Lisa Page and her lover Strzok, they all knew about it. And we have it documented. We have it in texts. We have it in all sorts of forms. They knew about it. It was a terrible thing. Should have never happened and should never be allowed to happen again to a president. This should never happen again. This was a setup like we've never seen. I think it's a political crime of the century. And they've been caught. So let's see what happens to them all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so once again, this was the most unusual White House press conference I have seen here. Thank you for being with us on News Now from Fox. We do have actually a live picture of the situation outside of the White House grounds that I'm showing to you right here on your screen. So I do want to just reiterate exactly what had happened a little bit earlier here today. And just so everyone knows, the latest that has been confirmed by the Secret Service, they tweeted out saying, quote, "The Secret Service can confirm there has been an officer-involved shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Law enforcement officials are on scene. More to follow." Now, this is the intersection right outside of the White House grounds. You can see there are plenty of media personnel, police, and crime scene tape up in this area. And once again, we are going to be following this here live on News Now. So if we do hear of more developments, we'll of course be bringing it to you here. I do want to go back though to the moment that it happened, because we do still have that video. If you want to go and watch it, you can do so on our YouTube channel. So here's again the moment that had happened. You can see President Donald Trump was he was talking to the media, giving that update on the economy, and had many topics that were going to be following it, when all of a sudden it seems to be a Secret Service member had stepped in to say something to President Donald Trump, interrupting him. He even said, "Excuse me," re-listened to what this person had said before exiting here. So we are hearing from Fox News that the president was not taken to the bunker, but was rather ushered quickly to the Oval Office. You can see those moments unfolding here before us. Again, this was that video that we have up on our YouTube page, youtube.com/newsnow. When President Donald Trump came back moments later, it was a few minutes in between, a reporter did ask the president, "Are you rattled by this at all, Mr. President?" And he replied, "Do I seem rattled?" So once again, this is that video of when the situation was unfolding. Media inside of this room who were here for the press conference had gotten put on lockdown. They were shooting pictures and videos outside through the windows. And once more, here is then the live picture of what we are seeing. So if we do get more updates, we'll be bringing it to you right here on our News Now stream. We're going to continue to bring you more news that's been happening here, though, across our country, continuing to move forward with even more updates. Don't forget you can subscribe to that YouTube page if you haven't already to stay up to date on the latest breaking news that happens all across our country. And if you're with us and you may be wondering, how can I watch you 24/7? You can download the app. All you have to do is go to your Samsung TV Plus and find us on actually channel 1006. So until then, what we're going to do is continue to give you more coverage. We're going to head out to Fox 29. That's our Philadelphia station. They do a daily coronavirus update with Dr. Mike.
As always, as we begin the week here, I want to get your assessment on where we stand with this virus.
Well, Thomas, we see numbers that I'm not happy with. We continue to see rises in the cases of COVID-19, and we really need to get a handle on this. We know that the fall is coming soon. We know that schools are going to be opening in some locations. And the only way that that is going to effectively happen, Thomas, is if we get the infection rate and the numbers of cases way down. We can't even think about doing anything with schools unless the numbers go way down. So that is where we're at right now. We've got to take this seriously. We need to get everyone on board to wear masks, socially distance, and realize that if you get together with large groups of people, it's going to be a problem. I've already had, Thomas, a number of people who had either children or young adults or family members go down to the shore, very common thing to do on the East Coast here. They come back after having gone to parties, and then they infect family members who happen to be my patients. And then we have a problem. In fact, I love this story, Thomas. I got a call from one of my very elderly patients, and I was told, she said, Dr. Mike, my kids, my adult children just said that their daughter turned positive for COVID-19, and they were living together down the shore, and they're coming back. Now, my patient is living in an in-law suite. So I basically said, look, you need to go with one of your other kids and hang out with them for 2 weeks while everyone gets back to that house from the shore and self-quarantines for 14 days. Those are the ramifications and the concerns I have right now, because people don't get it. They don't understand how easily this virus is transmitted.
And you just don't know who's carrying this virus. On this Monday, Dr. Mike, I want to go over, because we're learning so much more about this virus, some of the most commonly asked questions. I know you get them as well. The first one, when are people with coronavirus most contagious?
Thomas, people are most contagious when they are about 24 to 48 hours before the onset of symptoms. Now, that's not to say that the asymptomatic folks out there cannot spread the virus, because they can. So that is the period of time when you really have a risk of spreading the virus. And you can have this spread by coughing, touching things, speaking loudly like I do on a regular basis, singing. We've heard of these super spreader events where early on people were getting together for choir practice and the entire choir got infected. And so this is why we have to realize that this virus is very, very contagious.
Do we know yet how long before we realize that we may have immunity after the first infection? I mean, can you catch the virus more than once?
$1 million question, Thomas. We don't know. Now, when you are infected or you get a vaccine for any illness, it takes a week or so to develop antibodies. And so those antibodies are then useful to protect you from another infection. Now, the question is, because there's mixed data out there and no one, frankly, really knows how long those antibodies are protective. And I preach to all my patients, Thomas, that even if you get an antibody test and it shows that you're positive, you have antibodies, we don't know how long that protects you and where we go from there. So when it comes to this virus, it is thought that you are protected. For how long? No one knows. But it's unlikely that you can get it again, but not 100% certain. So if it was me and I had the virus and I got over it, I would still pretend that I never had it, and I would wear a mask and socially distance.
Another question we see quite often, are some blood types able to fight coronavirus better than other blood types?
This topic comes up a lot, Thomas, about blood types, and there is some intriguing data about it. Type A blood tends to be the blood that increases your risk. Type O blood is thought to decrease your risk of complications and COVID-19 related issues. The bottom line is that I don't hang my hat on that at all. I can't tell you how many patients want me to test their blood type. But the bottom line is, whether you have type O, A, or any kind of blood flowing through your veins, my advice is to wear a mask and socially distance yourself. And by the way, make sure you get the vaccine when it's available.
But does it make a difference when it comes to plasma therapy? Do plasma donors and the recipients have to be the same blood type?
Well, the only blood type that is a universal donor is type AB. All the other types, if you want to donate plasma, you have to go through the same process that you do with giving whole blood or any other blood products. You need to be checked for compatibility. And so it's not something where I could just hook up to you if I had type AB blood. If I did, that makes it a little easier, but it still has to go through the process.
And as people resume their outdoor activities, question we see, can you get coronavirus from swimming in open water, like in a lake or seawater, or possibly in a public pool or hot tub?
Thomas, the only thing I would be concerned about, maybe a hot tub or a pool, is perhaps getting out of the pool and sitting in close contacts with other people. That's the concern I have, not so much that you're going to get it from the water. Now, there were some intriguing studies. Scientists love to look at things like this in wastewater, and it has been found that the virus can be in fecal material. And if that were to get into wastewater and you happen to be swimming or near a vent of wastewater, which I would highly not recommend, by the way, you theoretically could come in contact with the virus. Look, the bottom line is you want to stay away from close contact with people, especially large crowds. I wouldn't worry so much about the water.
All right. What about when it comes to taking supplements? Do vitamin D levels affect your risk for the virus? Is there a correlation between vitamin D and those who test positive?
Well, there is some data, and I'm a believer in vitamin D. I have been for the last 20 years or so, that low vitamin D levels increase your risk of a number of illnesses, not just getting COVID-19. But there is intriguing data showing that if you are deficient in vitamin D, it does increase your risk of getting and having complications from COVID-19. It's a simple thing. Unless you have kidney problems or kidney stones, which will need to be looked into, I recommend most people, if they are deficient, to take vitamin D. And by the way, I check that on all my patients in the Philadelphia area that I see, and about 80 or 90% are low, and that's due to the fact that we are quite a distance from the equator, and we've been very good at getting people to stay out of the sun and use sunscreen.
Let's talk about the upcoming flu season. There are some who say, hey, I'm going to get the flu vaccine, perhaps pneumonia vaccine. It's going to help protect against this virus.
So there's a couple of vaccines that we already have that we should talk about, Thomas. Number one, the flu shot. If you can get it, get the flu shot. Do you need it? Absolutely. You must do it. Of all the years that we harp on people about flu shots, this is the year to get it. If you are an older person or you're immunosuppressed, your doctor may want to recommend you get a pneumonia shot. There are two pneumonia shots out there. There is the 23-valent or Pneumovax shot, and there is the 13-valent or Prevnar shot. And so in my practice, I give those shots to my patients who are 65 and older and anyone who meets a special criteria, and there's a list of that. But that's another shot. And then finally, Thomas, tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. Now, many people know about tetanus, but they may or may not have heard of whooping cough or Bordetella pertussis. And that can cause a significant cough. We don't want to cough in this time of COVID, right? We don't want that. So get the Tdap if you are in need of it. That usually is given every 10 years, and that will protect you from whooping cough or Bordetella pertussis. And then finally, hopefully, please, the vaccine for coronavirus when it's available.
But the 3 prior vaccinations you just mentioned, to be clear, does not protect against COVID-19.
There is no protection from the flu shot, tetanus shot, or pneumonia shot to protect against COVID-19. That is correct.
Let's talk about those hand sanitizers. The question I see here is hand sanitizer as effective as soap and water in killing this virus?
Well, look, if you don't have access to soap and water, then you use a hand sanitizer. And we've already seen there have been a number of issues with contaminated, improperly made hand sanitizers from other countries. And so, yes, they are available, but I'm a big old school believer in soap and water. Soap and water everywhere. If you have access to it, use it. It will help you, and that's the way to go. The other issue is if you don't have access to soap and water, then get a well-made, non-FDA listed hand sanitizer that isn't on their list of recalled products because you don't want methanol in there. And you carry them around. I have them in my car because obviously I can't use soap and water in my car. I have hand sanitizer there. But in the office here, I use soap and water.
And you can find that ban list on the FDA website. What about smokers, vapors? Are they at higher risk?
Thomas, if you're a smoker or you vape, you need to stop doing it for obvious reasons. And back in the day, we would talk about the fact that young people were getting very, very sick from vaping, and we thought it might be a contaminant and some of these compounded oils. And just remember that oil and lungs don't mix. So that being said, you throw in COVID-19 and you really have a perfect storm of nightmare. You don't want to injure your lungs because COVID-19 can certainly do that. You don't want that. So if you can do it, now is the time. Get the smoking out of your life, get the vaping out of your life, and you will be much, much healthier for it.
And give us a reason to exercise here. What about obesity? How does that play a factor?
Well, obesity not only increases your risk of developing lung problems, because remember, the bigger you are, the more restriction you have of your lung capacity and ability to breathe well. And that is a known risk factor for COVID-19. And it does not portend well. If you get a very, very severe case of COVID-19, you end up on a ventilator and it's a big problem. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that studies have shown that it actually decreases the efficacy of a vaccination. Studies show that if you're obese, you have a less dramatic response to a vaccine. So there's a lot of reasons to start working out, taking care of yourself, and losing weight.
All right, as we start the week here, Dr. Mike, a reminder, how effective are the different types of face masks? Which mask works best?
Well, if you look at the types of masks, bottom line is N95 is the way to go, but that should be reserved for healthcare workers in harm's way. That's followed by surgical masks, medical grade masks, followed by cloth. And I'm a big fan of cloth masks. Studies have shown they can be very effective if they are double layered with high thread count, usually cotton. And I love this study, Thomas. They did a study looking at using different materials, either cotton and flannel, cotton and silk. And what they found was that it creates an electrostatic charge which may repel virus. I love that. That's science at work. Bottom line is you want a mask that fits. It goes from up here, down here. I don't want to see your nose. I don't want your chin protected. I want your mouth and your nose covered by the mask. And so if you do that, studies have shown a dramatic reduction in risks and numbers. If we all just did that, we would be so much better off.
A gentle reminder. Dr. Mike Strigliano with Penn Medicine out of Philadelphia. Great to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas. You.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. My name is Stephanie Weaver. I'm a new addition to the News Now from Fox team and filling in for Pilar over the next 2 weeks. So thank you for joining us today. I want to take you guys out to Chicago because there has been a ton going on the last few days. The looting over the weekend, plus we have those severe storms that moved through the area earlier. So I'm going to have you take a listen in. This is News Now from Fox. Nice to meet you all.
I had design and I had information. Actually, one of them, I had like 1,000 of my design, and they're gone. So how can I price this?
Where do you go from here? Will you reopen again? That's a question I'm asking a lot of business owners today. You know, this is a second heartbreak for many of you.
That's a very good question because today when I report my insurance company, I said I don't feel safe to stay here and I want to move my business, maybe going to high rises. And you know, for me, I'm a designer. People find me online because do custom work. So they make appointment, then they come in. So I don't need to even be in that corner. There is no, and I am thinking about it to probably move.
Did you do anything different the first time after the looting happened? Did you move the merchandise, your jewelry, to a different area to try to prevent, in case this happened again?
So all the jewelry store, if they have fine jewelry store, they require to keep their jewelry inside the safe. But always there are pieces. Sometimes, you know, I have a manufacturer in the back, so sometimes they forget something outside, and because the value is high, even one particular repair or job could be 30, 40, 50,000. But everything was in the safe, and always is going to be in the safe. They never can get to the safes. What was different for me was to right away react and clean up and put the board up. It was like I had a practice. But obviously my wish is we became united and we get together to get past through this COVID-19 and find out a solution for all of us to be together in this beautiful city, which it was, and we have to bring it back.
Message of unity and hope. Thanks so much, Karush. Guys, back to you in the studio.
And we wish him the best. Okay, let's bring in Lakeisha Gray Sewell, mom, mentor, community member, and founder of Girls Like Me, a program aiming to empower Chicago's young women. Lakeisha, thank you for joining us today. So what is your reaction to everything you're seeing now in the city?
My reaction is that I would hope that the mayor and all of those who are listening to the jewelers and the company owners, the pain that you feel for them, my hope is that we as a city can put people over property. For too long, the divestment has been happening in Inglewood and other communities where they have also been looted of resources. 54 schools closing in one school year, all in the same vicinity. Tax incentives and tax breaks for big corporations to move in with no reciprocity for the actual residents that live there. Health centers closed down. There's been divestment and looting of resources from communities forever. And these have a human impact and a human price. But there doesn't seem to be any empathy or any inclination that this is painful for generations, that the cost can't be covered by insurance claims. The cost of human life, the cost of a quality of life can't be replaced with a simple call to an insurance company. And we seem to lose sight of that. As we move in to have more police into our communities, the very same communities that a Department of Justice a report found, a consent decree found that 90% of the CPD is corrupt. And that's not my words, that's from the Department of Justice, that 50% of their interactions with the community would result in fatalities or harm to themselves or other fellow officers. And yet we will pour resources into this looting that's happening of businesses and property, but we will allow for generations the looting to happen on the south and west sides of Chicago. I want to know, does Lori Lightfoot put people over property?
Lori Lightfoot, Kim Foxx, other politicians. Lakeisha, there's already a lot of kind of finger pointing going on throughout the day following what happened overnight. Give us an assessment for some of the other city leaders and how you think they're doing. It sounds like you're not giving Lori Lightfoot very high marks right now.
I'm not giving anybody high marks. This isn't about Lori Lightfoot or any other elected official. This is about those who come out and speak and disparage without addressing the systemic issues. This isn't about what someone is or is not doing, but when you take it upon yourself to disparage and to shame and to judge and point fingers at the community as if this is all just happening, just out of the blue happening, then yes, you absolutely get a finger pointed at you. I think the same way that COVID has hit before they found out that Black people only were dying, the city rallied all departments from state government, Cook County government, city departments, private agencies. Everybody came together to figure out how they could combat COVID, pouring in resources and dollars and programming and testing. And yet, this pandemic of violence, this pandemic of systemic injustice that has plagued the south and west sides of Chicago, nobody seems to have a solution or to know how this came about. There's been study after study, University of Chicago, crime labs. It's all coming out of how this has happened, the generational divide, how much of this is impacted by mental health services, how much of this is impacted of lack of resources and jobs, and the cutting of funding that absolutely sustain programs, mentor programs, fathers in homes. This isn't something that happened overnight, and it's not something that you can fix by pulling up the bridge downtown and stopping in curfews. That's not what's going to fix this.
So where do we begin? Obviously, there's more investment that needs to happen in the community, but where do you think we start, especially in the work that you do?
We start where we are starting right now. What we're seeing on cameras, and I'm grateful for you all for capturing that, but what I was watching yesterday on Facebook Live is the many community people who had to come out to stand between Chicago police who had their guns drawn and AK-47s as little children played in the streets. Those members, Joseph Williams of Mr. Dead, the Fathers Club, Amina Matthews, or the other organizations who are on the ground doing the work, whether or not we have access, whether or not we have politicians in our back pocket, no matter what, we are doing the work. And that's all we can continue to do. We can continue to try to rebuild, but it's very hard to rebuild when the fabric of your community has been systematically and by design pulled apart.
Lakeisha, you work with a lot of young people. Can you offer any advice to either parents or others like you who do work with youth here in Chicago when they're seeing these kinds of images across their TV screens, their social media, in terms of messaging toward them to hopefully minimize the chance of things like this continuing to go on here in Chicago?
What do I say to parents? I say, listen to your children. They're speaking to you. They're speaking to power. They're telling you, they're crying out that something is wrong. And so all adults, not just parents, all adults had better put hands on deck, link arms and aims to ensure that's the only way you can ensure that this will stop. Many of those people don't have parents because of parents who have been locked in jail, because of parents who have been victims of crack addiction that's been flooded into our communities. And this is not me rambling off conspiracy theories. This is things that the government itself has claimed. So this isn't just blame everybody but the people. The people absolutely have to take responsibility for how we love and care for one another, but also to not allow media or anybody else to turn this narrative into they're bad and they have to be fixed in order to get along with the rest of the city. No, the city has to reciprocate what they take from Inglewood and other communities, the sweat equity, the essential workers that come out of our communities and go into and risk their lives for COVID to serve and give for other people to be able to shop and have leisure and luxury. And we're supposed to sit by as all of these things are happening, but we are faced with trauma day after day. And the people are saying no more. And it's not pretty. It's not something that you or I would engage in. It's not something that you or I would condone, but we certainly should be able to understand it.
All right, Lakeisha Gray Sewell, thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you continue to do. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you both.
All right, let's switch gears and check on our forecast.
All right, guys, it was rough a few hours ago, but things have quickly cleared on out. We begin with live power Doppler radar. Still some lingering showers, most of which are in northwest Indiana, but these storms just came cranking in from Iowa. What we call a derecho squall line kind of moved on through. These things were moving at 70 miles an hour, and we had some isolated wind gusts around here, 70 to 80 miles an hour. So as I said, things clear out. The actual cold front itself, top part of your screen, will not get in here until after midnight. Then we get this northerly wind, and that's going to really bring in a much more comfortable air mass. Not going to be as cool as what we had early last week, you know, Monday through Thursday of last week, 4 days in the 70s, but definitely going to feel better. Right now, 79, rain cooled in Michigan City, 68 in Woodstock compared to this time yesterday. Yeah, definitely cooler, a good 10, 15 degrees cooler. We start in the mid-60s tomorrow with winds shifting out of the north and northeast. That'll lock us in mid-70s along the lakefront, 80 to 85 inland. So 3-day forecast, it looks wonderful. Temperatures right around where we should be for this time of the year. Highs 84 Tuesday, 83 Wednesday, Thursday. Does look like a definitely much warmer, more summer-like forecast will return in time for the weekend.
Thank you, Bill. A bit of deja vu in the Loop as businesses boarded up after a night of looting. Earlier today, we spoke with a man who has been boarding up businesses all day. Here's his perspective.
Right at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it was still happening. So we got a busy day, got a lot more to do, but...
So where are you headed next? You obviously own a glass company, you've been in business for 2 years. What has this been like for you guys as, you know, this is the second time now that many businesses have been hit with looting this year?
Yeah, so it's been real crazy with business. I don't like what's behind it, you know, like why I'm getting the business for the reason, but yeah, it's just been. I got a crew of 5 we're trying to do our best, and we're trying to hang in there. But
where else have you been today, and where are you headed next? Because you said it's going to be a long day for you guys.
Yeah, so we're headed down, keep going down Michigan Avenue, I think of Burberry, Uniqlo, maybe Sephora. Yeah.
How long do you expect to be out?
Till at least 10 o'clock tonight, at least.
How long have you lived in this area?
So I live in Elgin, South Elgin, so I just come in here and work down here, but I've been in this area for my whole life, like Streamwood, Elgin area.
How do you feel? When you woke up this morning, whatever time that was, for you guys to start coming out here, what's your reaction to all of this?
Yeah, so when I got the call at 5 o'clock, I didn't even know what was going on. I'm like, why do you need a storefront boarded up? We just went through this. And then when you start getting down, you listen to the radio, you start hearing what's happening. And it's terrible because stores are closing down. And these little mom and pop shops are closing down for good. And certain locations, I've been closing them down, since the first one hit in May. So it's a terrible thing that's going on.
Bill, thank you so much for your time and for all that you're doing. We appreciate it. Certainly a lot of perspectives. We've been talking to many different people this morning. We just heard Bill, who owns, Ferguson Glass, and then plenty of business owners. We just talked to one who owns a wedding band company, and he was talking about his plans for the future, where he goes next. We talked to another business owner who, says that she's tenacious and she's, worked hard to keep her business open, and she continues to do that. So a lot of people, with different messages today. Hope, some just hoping for unity. That's a big one.
All right, that was Brittany Garzillo earlier. So let's get more perspective right now from political editor Mike Flannery.
Thanks, Dawn. I just wanted to push back a bit on something that an interview subject told you a few minutes ago. I believe I heard her say that a Department of Justice report claims 90% of the Chicago Police Department is corrupt. If she was referring to the Obama administration's 2016 report on the Chicago Police Department and indeed a legacy and a history of race-related problems was cited in there, that's absolutely true. But absolutely nothing. I've read that report. Absolutely nothing like 90% of the police department being corrupt is contained in that report. So I'd be interested if she wants to follow up and tell us where that is. Maybe we could explore that. Mayor Lightfoot has been very busy on Twitter. She has been laying out what will be happening this evening, the expressway off-ramps that are going to be closed after last night's unrest downtown. There had been also some issues in certain other parts of the area. She says that the city will be deploying more than 100 infrastructure assets. I know in some cases, I'm not quite sure necessarily what that phrase means, but the city during early June and the unrest, the city had deployed streets and sand trucks. They had blocked certain vulnerable stores and facilities by putting blockages there. Also, it's going to be hard to get downtown. CTA rail service, the mayor says, will be impacted with trains not entering the area surrounding downtown between Fullerton Avenue and 47th Street, and the trains will not be coming east of Halsted Street. Bus service will remain open at this time, the mayor says, although some buses will be seeing reroutes due to bridges and street closures. Now, the mayor did add a tweet within the last hour or so, excuse me, saying that this is an extremely heartbreaking time. COVID, gun violence epidemic, systemic racism, and now this. We have been knocked down, but we will not be counted out. We always get back up because that's who we are as Chicagoans. Dawn and Anthony?
Mike Flannery for us tonight. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. We want to bring in Michael Edwards now. He is president and CEO of the Chicago Loop Alliance. Michael, thank you for joining us. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, so how are you reacting? We spoke with a representative from the Mag Mile Association a short time ago with an assessment for the damage along the Mag Mile. How bad was it in the Loop?
We had a few stores that were broken into early in the morning. Foot Locker, Macy's, Block 37 all reported or had a lot of damage. There was also some damage on Wabash, which surprised us a little bit. Staples, Nanos, and a few others. Not as much damage as last May or earlier this year in May, but still, disappointing to say the least.
So how do you provide hope to those business owners? This has happened yet again. What are you hearing and what are you saying to them?
Well, you can almost forget about with regards to these issues, COVID. But of course, the pandemic, is totally on everyone's mind. But then the looting in May and now in June is or in July, it's a 1-2 punch that is really difficult for stores to overcome. That said, we were trending back up. We do have data on downtown, and at the lowest point of the lockdown, about 20% year-on-year pedestrian traffic, parking volumes, occupancy in office buildings. Those have started to creep up, and so there's about 70, or we're about 30% year-on-year in terms of pedestrians, about 40% parking volumes. Offices are still very low because people are still somewhat apprehensive of public transit, and they're a little apprehensive of elevators and lobbies. So offices aren't coming back as fast as we'd like, but we think eventually that they will.
So how do you speed up that process then, Michael? How do you encourage people, shoppers, to get back down to the loop?
Absolutely. And so it's all about clean and safe. I mean, that's really what we have been about for a long time. We always said downtown needs to be clean, safe, and fun, and now it needs to be clean, safe, just, and it also needs to be healthy, like over-the-top healthy. And so those are things that we're working on. We have teams out on the street that once or twice a month spray the street down for COVID, wipe down everything in case there's COVID on any surfaces. And we are working closely with the police. We have our own security forces that we have during the day and overnight. We're going to increase the volume of those folks overnight to simply monitor and be an assistance to the police department.
All right, Michael, are you still able to hear us? Sorry about that.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So what else do you think needs to be done by our leaders in the city? You obviously can talk to businesses and try to support them on your end, but what do you think on a leadership level needs to be done?
Well, I think that the protests and what happened last night they're not the same thing, and I don't want to put those two issues together. But there's obviously some anxiety in this community that needs to be addressed, and it's pointed at some reforms at the police department. And the business community that I'm aware of has not been asked by the city of Chicago or others to take a position or to be supportive or not supportive of some of these reforms that are before the police. The consent decree that was adopted last year, we just started reviewing that now. So in some ways, the business community hasn't been involved in this conversation for a while, and maybe it's time the business community gets a little bit more involved in that part of it, and continues to advocate for more security downtown.
Michael, with regard to the fact that this is now the second incident like this summer, the ongoing pandemic, I just want to kind of be real here and ask, is shopping downtown in the Loop along the Mag Mile, is it ever going to be the same as it was, let's say, as late as last year?
Well, I don't think it'll ever be the same. I do think it will come back. I think there's only so much you can order online. Eventually, people, and we were seeing this just last week. I mean, we were seeing lines in front of Zoomies. We were seeing lines in front of Uniqlo. I mean, there are people that want to come down. They want the whole big city experience. The parking volumes around the parks were up 100% from June to July. So people are coming downtown to experience downtown, largely the parks, largely the Riverwalk. But they're okay to come down. But it's on the businesses and on the city to make them feel safe and comfortable. And that's what we're working on.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for your perspective and for joining us tonight. We really do appreciate your time. All right, let's switch gears and check in on that severe weather. First, we want to show you some pictures here. This is a live look at 2200 block of South Springfield, where you can see a large tree has been blown over by today's severe storms. We know many of us experienced the rain and the wind today. All right, let's check in first with Dane Placco. Dane. Do we have that? Okay,
hey, so we are at the corner of Lakewood and Waveland, just about 3 blocks west of Wrigley Field. Let's take a look at it. We're having a battery issue with our camera, so if we blink out, that's what happened. But let's try to make it last year as long as we can and show you the neighbors here. There was several large tree branches that came down in the middle of Waveland Avenue. And as you see, neighbors have...
Good afternoon. We're going to switch coverage in just a little bit, and we'll have more coverage as it becomes available. Of course, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. You are watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, guys, thanks for being patient with us as we get things kind of moved around here with you on News Now from Fox. What we're going to do is be bringing you an update that came from our Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, a little bit earlier today. Here's his roundtable.
Really want their kids to have an opportunity to get back to in-person instruction. So we want to see that as an option for students and parents throughout the state of Florida. What they're doing here in with this Winthrop Academy, I think is really cutting edge. I think it's really innovative. You know, we were talking earlier about, you go back, like when I was in school, if you missed school because you're sick, you just missed. You know, now that they've kind of have all the technology and the distance component, even when you're in person, if someone is sick, you have the ability to probably just watch the classes. At least I know that's what they're going to do here. So it really helps students not falling behind, you know, when they do have to do it. But what Winthrop is doing is saying, okay, you know, we understand the situation we're in, but we're going to figure out a way to make it work. We're not just going to say we can't. We're not going to say no. We're going to do everything we can for these kids' future. And I think this is the first day, like some of the faculty are back, John, you were saying, and I feel the buzz. People are excited. They really want to be back. They understand while the distance learning, you know, may have been something that needed to be done at the time, there's no substitute for that in-person instruction. I know they're really chomping at the bit to get back, and so you feel that here. There's definitely a sense of excitement. I think part of the reason there's a sense of excitement is because you guys have done so much to make this a safe environment, whether it's the classroom configurations, whether it's, you know, allowing some students a flex schedule where they do some distance during the week, or split it between in-person. These are things that, you know, I think really show the creativity and just a can-do spirit about, you know, we're going to make this work, we're going to get it done. And I think the effects on students, it'd be interesting to hear from some of the panelists today about their experience. But, you know, I've spoken with teachers who, you know, are just concerned about the achievement gaps that'll likely continue to develop without having that in-person instruction. I've heard from a lot of parents about, yes, the academic component, which is very important, but also just the social and developmental aspects of being in school compared to having to always be at home. And I think that's especially true for a lot of our low-income families. I mean, you have families in Florida, you know, you may have one single mom that's got 3 kids in school, and she's got to work. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. And having an option like what they're doing here really can mean the world to a lot of parents like that. So we understand the importance that the school plays for so many folks throughout the state of Florida. And you know, just the tutelage, the mentorship that you see, you know, through a TV screen or a computer screen. There's only so much that you will be able to do without having that in-person instruction. So I'm very much supportive of parents having the option for distance learning. I think they got to make decisions that they think is best for themselves and for their families, and we want to continue to empower folks with that. But we also understand that there's a lot of parents who do believe that the in-person is essential, and we want to make sure that they have the ability to exercise a meaningful choice as well. So I think what Winthrop is doing really shows you know, a great path forward, and you know, I commend you for what you're doing. It's really exciting to be here. We'll turn it over. We'll let Richard, our commissioner, make a few comments, and why don't we just go around the horn and introduce everybody, and you all talk about what's on your mind.
Thank you, Governor. First, obviously, very impressed with the school and what you guys are doing. Very excited about how you've given that choice. The whole point, I think, that the governor laid down from the get-go was trying to give as much parental choice and as much flexibility to the districts to provide the needs for all students and in all forms and how they come. Recognizing not all parents are equal, not all children are equal. They all have different, come from different learning modules, abilities, and what have you, and so that the school system should be able to give that parental choice and have that flexibility to make sure they're meeting those children's needs and maintaining safety. I think it's also really impressive being here that you know, there's always silver linings in all these adversities that we have, and one of them is I think you're seeing for the first time where you could, in a regular day pre-COVID, if you were sick and you were home, you missed that day of school. And now with these innovative models, that child can be sick at home and still be participating with his classroom and not miss any days of learning. And so that's fantastic. And those are some of the things I think that will come when we come fully out of COVID. We'll have a lot of innovations that will continue to help our students grow emotionally and academically. I always say, and I know the governor says it, his children, God bless them, are all under the age of 3 under 5. I've been there. It's tough sledding. But I, too, have 6 children. All my children are in public schools. I have 2 in high school, 1 in middle school, 2 in elementary school, and 1 in university. All 6 of my children are going back to their campuses because we've made that decision that we think that's best for them. And so I think that's the important part about this experiment that you guys are doing is you've given just 3 great modules of learning for your students, and you're allowing them to interchange. If they want to start one way and come back in another way in the middle of the semester, then they're able to do that. And that's, you know, how we ensure safety and also how we ensure great learning. So I think it's fantastic what you guys are doing. Thank you.
You want to start? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Governor. Well, again, thank you for joining us. We're really thrilled to have you here and to be able to showcase what we're doing here at Winthrop College Prep Academy. You see some elements behind us of our mobile classroom. Not only have we leveraged the digital divide, we've leveraged the people. Our staff is on site today training for the first day, and their energy is just contagious. And that really speaks volumes to the industry being such a socially based industry. We love working with students, and to work with them physically in socially distanced classrooms or mobily through our digital devices is huge. One of the things that we have included this year at WCPA is in our success block, we're focusing in on our social emotional curriculum, attitude as altitude, to help our students tamp down some of the anxiety, some of the depression that has come out of the pandemic, and help them kind of, if you will, return to a more normal, traditional school environment. But the staff is excited. We have a building that allows us to socially distance. We're opening with 9th and 10th. We'll have about 50% capacity at the school. So we certainly have more than enough space to physically distance. And then you add in our digital component to it, and we are definitely ready to serve the students wherever they may be.
Great. Did you want to weigh in, or did you want to go to Nicole, or? Okay.
My name is Nicole Lohman. I'm a social studies teacher here at Winthrop. I'm super excited to begin this school year with the 3 different models, and especially going back into the classroom. One of the main things as a teacher, I definitely came in as a teacher to be impactful. A teacher has impacted my life and has completely really changed me and who I wanted to be. So I wanted to do the same exact thing. I saw through the virtual learning that we weren't actually able to really do that as much because a lot of my kids wouldn't come into any of the Zoom meetings, or they would just do everything at 8, 9 o'clock p.m. And yes, I was still available to talk to them, but to able to actually connect with that social learning and being able to do those 3 models here at Winthrop is just super exciting for me.
Great.
Hi, my name is Wiley. I am also very excited about what we're offering here. I'm also a parent of 2 young boys myself, and distance learning was very difficult. So I understand that for parents, you have to make a hard decision right now. I'm sending my kids back to school because I believe that they will be safe, and I will do everything I can to come to work and to be there for the kids that need me here with all of these social and emotional issues that we're seeing, the depression, the anxiety. But in order for me to do that, my own kids have to go to school. So the system needs to work together, but we're very excited to have our kids back here shortly.
My name is Erica User. I'm a parent. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be able to send my daughter back to school. My daughter is a highly academic teenager. She's in the Cambridge program. She has dreams of going to Yale University. And when this pandemic hit, she told me everything was over. She lost all hope. She was convinced that the world as she knew it was coming to an end. And I think for our teenagers, it's hard for them to understand this pandemic. It's really, really hard on them. And for her, she needs to be in a face-to-face environment. She needs to see that you can still go to school, you can still learn, you can still have hopes and dreams, you still have a future. Our nation will get past this pandemic. And she really needs that. And I'm just grateful, and I just want to say thank you for allowing her to be able to have that opportunity.
Is Jai Foreman. I am the college and career counselor, and so this is actually going to be my first year working in secondary education. I've worked on the higher education side, so really just excited to connect with these students. One thing that I've been really appreciative is we've been doing one-on-one student interviews with all of our students to build their schedules, and so being able to conduct that with Ms. Wiley and to kind of hear parent relief as they elect what choice they are interested in, but then letting them know that there is that flexibility. So if we have a student who elects to do the mobile learning, but then they're struggling, that's completely okay for them to come on to campus, or vice versa. If they feel like they've come in contact or had exposure to the virus, and then feeling like, okay, I can't do traditional right now, I'd like to do mobile learning for the moment, I think that that's equally as great. So just allowing our families to be autonomous in their decision making.
Governor, I just want to thank you as well. It was an honor to serve on the opening task force, the reopening task force. It's an honor to have this school and the leaders we have. Across the Charter School USA system in Florida, about 65 schools, about 60,000 students, and we are trying in every case to give choices. Where we can't do that, for example, in South Florida, we're going to try to move when the data starts to give us that opportunity to move into that full. But here in Hillsborough County, where the data has shown for weeks that we've been in a very good position and it's getting better each day, even though that we want to be prepared for all options. So we gave parents and teachers options. So in the parents' case, about 60% of our parents have chosen in this school to come back in some form of in-person learning, either in full time or in part-time. About 40% of those families have chosen to stay with a mobile learning environment, and we're excited that our teachers have chosen that they want to come back and teach. So we're really excited because we think we can do this, and we know we can do this safely. We're watching the international data. We're following the best trends. We already have schools in other parts of the country who've opened up in the last 2 weeks, and we've already watched that data. And we believe that we can be an example for doing this appropriately and putting kids first. My last point is that we talk about workers that are essential. Teachers are essential workers, but students are essential. And I don't think we've focused enough on how students have to become essential back into our everyday lives. And as a dad of 6, I can tell you as well that, our kids have to come first. And so we're making the same kind of choices to put our kids back in school. So we're excited that you're here today and for your leadership. And we all as a nation can do this carefully and constructively, and putting the parents and the students and our staff all in the same place of doing it safely.
Great. Well, no, I thank you. I just had a couple questions. So Nicole, your fellow teachers, are they excited like you are to get back, and do they feel the need to really have that in-person instruction again?
I think generally speaking, they are a little bit hesitant. However, most of my kids, my friend teachers, they are excited to get back to that, being able to connect, face-to-face teaching, being back in the classroom, and just excel in what we do as teachers, and being able to impact, connect, and essentially inspire.
So as a parent, how did the distance learning work for you guys?
It was very difficult. Our oldest was in 2nd grade last year, and my husband is a Green Beret, and we also own 2 small businesses, so he works a lot. So I was home trying to be a mobile guidance counselor with a rambunctious 3-year-old and a 7-year-old who didn't want to do anything but play on the Xbox. So to even find the time to sit down, and I felt like I couldn't do as good of a job as my son's teachers could have done in school. And even now, every day, I want to go back to school. I want to go back to school. So we are just hoping that he will have that opportunity to go back to school here in Hillsborough County. How is
your sense of kind of the administration and the faculty about it? Seems like people are excited to be back.
They are. And I think the other piece that really kind of supports that and tamping down the anxiety are the protocols we put in place to make sure our staff does arrive safely. We do temperature checks, we do that screening, and then for our students, we also temperature check every student upon arrival in the morning. We have an arrival process all set up. And then to foster that also is the deep cleaning procedures that we follow in the evening with our facilities team. They're really the unsung heroes of this whole thing. They're coming in, cleaning classrooms. We have the Clorox fogging systems that fog the entire rooms nightly. So they're really taking it and kicking it up a notch. It's an all hands on deck effort. And I'm just so proud of this team. We're a young staff. They've been together less than a week. We had an initial training, and now this is their first day on campus, and they're fired up and ready to go. I couldn't be more proud as a principal of this crew. They're awesome.
Great. Well, I thank you. I think you guys, what you're doing is really admirable. I know you guys care about the kids, and I know you want to see them succeed. And I know a lot of parents are happy that you have this opportunity. And I think that's our been my thing is we just need to empower parents, and there's some parents can see it differently, but the ones that want to have that instruction, we need to be there for them as best we can, and I think you guys are doing that. And I think also, look, if you look at the trends in the state of Florida right now in terms of coronavirus, and these are not just blips at this point. I mean, these are sustained movements where our emergency department visits for COVID-like illness are back down to where they were in the middle of June, right, as we started to see the increase. If you look at the percentage or the numbers of patients who are COVID positive who are in hospitals, you've seen a real significant decline, over the last 2 to 3 weeks, probably about 30%. You go to a county like Pinellas, it's close to 50% over the past 3 weeks. Hillsborough has seen declines in terms of the patients who are hospitalized. We're seeing increased
All right, guys, we do have a little bit of technical difficulties going on here. Just a heads up, we have an engineer here working with us on our set. We were listening into Governor DeSantis. He is down in Florida doing a roundtable on education. Obviously, that's a hot topic here in the United States, as many schools making new plans on what to do when they come back this fall. We're going to jump into it again right here on News Now.
They are. And I think the other piece that really kind of supports that and tamping down the anxiety are the protocols we put in place to make sure our staff does arrive safely. We do temperature checks, we do that screening, and then for our students, we also temperature check every student upon arrival in the morning. We have an arrival process all set up. And then to foster that also is the deep cleaning procedures that we follow in the evening with our facilities team. They're really the unsung heroes of this whole thing. They're coming in, cleaning classrooms. We have the Clorox fogging systems that fog the entire rooms nightly. So they're really taking it and kicking it up a notch. It's an all hands on deck effort, and I'm just so proud of this team. We're a young staff. They've been together less than a week. We had an initial training, and now this is their first day on campus, and they're fired up and ready to go. I couldn't be more proud as a principal of this crew. They're awesome.
Great. Well, I thank you. I think you guys, what you're doing is really admirable. I know you guys care about the kids, and I know you want to see them succeed. And I know a lot of parents are happy that you have this opportunity. And I think that's our been my thing is we just need to empower parents. And there's some parents can see it differently, but the ones that want to have that instruction, we need to be there for them as best we can. And I think you guys are doing that. And I think also, look, if you look at the trends in the state of Florida right now in terms of coronavirus, and these are not just blips at this point. I mean, these are sustained movements where our emergency department visits for COVID-like illness are back down to where they were in the middle of June, right, as we started to see the increase. If you look at the percentage or the numbers of patients who are COVID positive
who are in hospitals. You've seen a real significant decline, over the last 2 to 3 weeks, probably about 30%. You go to a county like Pinellas, it's close to 50% over the past 3 weeks. Hillsborough has seen declines in terms of the patients who are hospitalized. We're seeing increased discharges. The admissions are down from where they were a month ago. If you look at the percent positivity of tests, and I think that there's reason to not hang our hat on that just given the way this stuff's reported, but nevertheless, imperfect as it may be, we were at 15%, at the peak. We got down into the 11, 12, and now for new cases, we've been, we've even gotten down to in the 8% range. And you are seeing the same in South Florida. We have point-of-care testing at one of our main test sites in Miami-Dade, and that is showing 10, 11% positive for symptomatic test takers. I think Broward has been single-digit for the last 5 days. Palm Beach has been single-digit. So I think they're going to continue to move in that direction. And obviously, we want to continue to see that. We're also mindful that nothing is. It's an uncertain time, but I think when you see these things over more than just a few days, you can see that these trends, have been strong, and particularly people that show up to the ED. I mean, to me, it's like, I can double testing and I'll get more cases. I have less testing, you'll get less. So there's different things that are really have a lot of variables, but that's like kind of one. If there's a lot of prevalence in the community, as we saw at the end of June, beginning of July, you have more people that show up. When the prevalence goes down, you have fewer people that show up to the ED. That's just a kind of a fact. So that is an indicator that I think has been trending down really for a month straight now after peaking on July 7th. And so we really appreciate that as you have fewer people going to EDs, fewer people get admitted to the hospital, and obviously you'll have more positive effects in terms of morbidity and mortality, which is obviously extremely important. So I think that should give you guys comfort in what you're doing. Obviously, we still got ways to go. I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint, but I think figuring out a way, to be able to continue to, in this case, offer opportunities for students, is just you got to get to yes on it, and you guys are doing that. So I thank you very much. And I told Richard as we got through the last school year with distance learning, I said, well, look, obviously, we'll see where we're at in each district, because obviously we didn't know how it was going to play out, but I was like, we've got to give the private and the charter the ability to do it, and because I knew you guys would be able, to really think creatively about it, and I think that's what you're doing now, and we look forward to seeing how the school year goes. But thanks for all your hard work. We really appreciate it. Does anybody else have any parting shots? Final comments? Okay, well, great. Well, final thing I'll say before I take questions is there's a number of our student athletes are now speaking out about the need to have college athletics. They want to play, and I support their efforts to do so, and not just football, which is very important in the state of Florida, but all our men's and women's sports. These students work their whole lives to be able to get to this point, and they shouldn't have their season taken away from them. There's never anything you do in life that is entirely risk-free. I think the risks in this case to them are very low, but I think that they can make that assessment for themselves. And so, I look forward to seeing, all our student athletes be able to compete at the collegiate level this year. With that, we'll take some. Yes, ma'am.
Governor, shouldn't decisions about education be made at the local level? The Hillsborough County School Board, they talked with healthcare professionals, and they decided it was best to delay in-person learning. Why is your commissioner going against that?
Well, I'll let him weigh in. I think if you, I think we'll, I said from the very beginning of this, there is going to be flexibility. I told school districts, if you don't think you're ready on your normal date, you need to move it back, move it back. And I think that we should be flexible, and you should be attuned, to the circumstances on the ground. At the same time, some of this stuff's just not debatable anymore. I mean, the fact is, in terms of the risk to school kids, this is lower risk than seasonal influenza. In terms of their ability to spread it, they're less likely to spread it than they are for that. And so that's just kind of where we're at.
on that. And so then beyond that is really a policy decision about how important is it to get students back in the classroom, and how do you balance that against not zero risk, but I would say would be low risk. And so most, I think, of the school districts have said that we need to give parents the choices, and we need to do everything we can to do it. But I'll let Richard speak specifically about the 4 weeks.
Yeah, we agree. In fact, everything that we've put out has been very, very clear. Even in the emergency order, it's been very, very clear if you read it that we recognize that the local school districts are in charge, and what we did was work with them. We worked with the superintendents. We worked with their chief financial officers, and they came to us in the summer and said, we're in a real predicament. And so we came up with an emergency order in conjunction and collaboration with them that gave them complete flexibility so that they would have certainty on how the funding worked. They would have certainty on what options would be able to be given to children. They had flexibility for charters and private schools. And so we've given them that flexibility, and they can absolutely make whatever decision they want. They have that opportunity.
Let's not have another question, please. If they don't open the schools, Jack, go ahead. Thank you, Melissa. Go ahead. Okay.
I just want to know what happens if Hillsborough doesn't listen to what you said.
Yeah, what would happen if they don't open?
Well, they have that.
They're saying you're giving facility, but at the same time they're saying they need to open. So what would happen if they follow the school board and they don't open? And why the superintendent is not here?
The opportunity to open or close is 100%. We've given that flexibility to the locals. And that was what the emergency order did at their request. They're asking us to say, hey, what do we do if we need to come up with an innovative model? How does that funding work? And so we did an emergency order, gave them that complete flexibility.
So they cannot open. Then they
Absolutely.
to open for 4 weeks on your line.
It's at their discretion.
What are the possible repercussions here if they choose to keep going with this 4 weeks of online?
That's why we came up with the emergency order, is because if you go to a strictly a virtual model under the existing law without the emergency order, then the funding is less. And so we did the emergency order so that those locals would not have to worry about getting funded less. It was to give them the true flexibility to be able to serve every single person here in this room. Some want to go back to in-person school. Some teachers want to come. Most teachers want to come back. Most students want to come back. All of that flexibility, fine. Give them all that flexibility, and we will fully fund you. And we won't even count the October count to give you that much flexibility. It was 100% to give choice and flexibility to the districts. And that is why you have every single district up until this point last week with Hillsborough. Hillsborough themselves 2 weeks ago was in complete agreement. Now they're the only district out of 67, only district, except for those in phase 1 that the governor mentioned. Every other district is doing exactly what the emergency order gave them the flexibility to do, and they're doing it with great fanfare.
People in Hillsborough are saying that the numbers here are reflective of the ones in Broward and other places in South Florida, that it's just as bad here, and that they want to listen to their...
That's also not true. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, that's not true.
They're asking their health department director, and we've heard that health department directors have been silenced by your administration.
So let's just be clear. I mean, the facts are the facts. To say that Hillsborough is similar to Miami or Broward is just not factually true. I can show you the number of people in terms of the hospitalization right here. Miami-Dade, 1,700 COVID. Now, all of them are not being treated for COVID because they swab everyone that comes in, so the actual number of treated is less. So 1,700 in Miami-Dade. You know how many in Hillsborough right now? 384. Do not say that they're in the same boat as what's happening in South Florida. I mean, the facts do matter on this, and I understand different people can have different views, but let's just kind of get the facts on the table in terms of what we're dealing with here. And I can tell you, Miami-Dade, that superintendent, he wants to go. I mean, he wants to find a way. Now, he understands that there's limitations and understands that their community's in a different spot. You know, if as soon as there's a pathway, you know, they're going to move very quickly to be able to do it. So like I said, we're not at the end of the road here, but to say that there hasn't been good progress, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, that just wouldn't be looking at the trends that we're seeing. The fact is, whether it's CLI, whether it's admissions, whether it's a hospital census, we're in, we're going in a good direction in this area, and that's just the reality.
Yeah, and if you look at Miami-Dade, Jeff, they're opening up, even though they're in phase 1, even though they have those numbers, on day 1, they're opening up face-to-face for children with unique abilities, because they recognize there's no way you can provide those services any other way effectively. And the consequences of not being face-to-face, of not offering those therapies to those students, is so much more damaging than any minimal risk to COVID. And so that's what you have to look at. We live in 2 paradigms. There's the paradigm of risk of COVID, and there's the paradigm which you heard today. You heard from counselors, you've heard from career counselors, teachers, the paradigm of the risk of not getting these kids an education, a face-to-face education. And it doesn't matter whether it's the Secretary General, whether it's the CDC director, whether it's Bill Gates. Everyone is now seeing the consequences. The CDC director said there's more deaths by suicide, more deaths by drug overdose in this population than all of COVID combined. That's something that has to be taken into consideration. So what we did is we left it to parents. We left it to teachers and gave them that flexibility. And every district ought to take advantage of that flexibility so that they can provide full choice, full safety, and full education for all of their students and teachers.
Thank you. Flexibility. We're talking about flexibility for not school districts, but for people who use the schools.
No, and the districts. If we didn't give that flexibility to the districts, they'd all be in this virtual model and not be able to get fully funded. That's not acceptable. So we fixed that immediately. As soon as it was brought to our attention, we did an emergency order that said, you're right, we're going to stabilize it, fix it, had collaboration with them, and that collaboration included face-to-face, virtual, distance, hybrid, all of the above, and that's how we got to this point, in collaboration with our districts, which is why, Jeff, we have 66 districts all very content with their plans that they've submitted. We have one district who submitted a plan, liked their plan, and then suddenly went back. And they have that right. They have that right. Is it right by parents? Is it right by students? Is it right by teachers? No, it's not.
I was in a meeting, and the school board was not happy with the plan, but they approved the plan because it was a good plan and because they needed the plan. The question that I have is, there's a lot of people here, and they all agree with opening, which is great because it's choices, but I don't see anybody here that doesn't agree with opening, and there's a lot of teachers that have concerns, and there's a lot of parents. What happened? Their voice doesn't count. Why aren't they invited to this meeting?
I've been on.
Well, no, I mean, I think a couple things. One is, what we want to say is, yeah, there may be parents that aren't comfortable. You have every right to do virtual. Absolutely. And actually, we did have a parent in our pre-meeting who said, thank God you're offering this flexible model. I'm in a situation where I want to continue with virtual, and then as my situation with my son develops, maybe we will go into hybrid or full. So we actually did hear from some folks doing that, and we want to empower that parent just as much as we're empowering this parent to be able to have the in-person. I, as a parent, this personally would not be difficult for me because I've just looked at the data and I'm comfortable it's very low risk. If my kids were school age, I would send them. I've said that a bunch of times. But I also understand there's a lot of angst out there. There's a lot of fear. It does us no good to tell a parent, you go ahead and send your kid if you're not comfortable with it. And so I think that that's the right way to go, to recognize that there may be, people may have different levels of apprehension. I mean, you have parents out there in Florida that would beat down the schoolhouse door to get their kids in because they think they really need to be back in. And then you have some others who, maybe they just want to see how it develops. Maybe they think it'd probably be okay, but they want to see how the schools are handling and make sure they're doing the protocols that you guys are doing. And then maybe there's some parents that just say, you know what, I think we need to take some time, and that's fine. All of those views and all those parents have the ability to act on that accordingly. And I think that that's the best way to go about it. But when you don't offer any in-person, then you are denying those parents And I would be willing to bet, I mean, you probably have a lot of the parents that really want the in-person more than anything. I don't know what the survey of Pinellas or of Hillsborough was, but we were in Pinellas when we talked to the superintendent. You know, it was like 2 to 1 that wanted to be in person there. So that's really, that would be denying a huge swath of parents the ability to make a meaningful choice. Okay, we got one more. Yes, ma'am. So here's what I think I mentioned earlier. I don't think anyone would dispute at this point, as a medical matter, this is low risk for school-age children. It's less risk, the CDC has pointed out, much less risk than seasonal influenza. And I also think it's pretty clear that the school children are not the drivers of community spread, like we would fear with seasonal influenza. Actually, Britain just did a huge study on this. You've seen it now, going about talking about it. I mean, it is really, really extensive. And they basically have said, if you're worried about students' health, this is low risk. There's many other things that are much higher risk. But 2, the schools are not the driver of the epidemic. And I think that's pretty emphatic. And so, you know, at that point, unless you show me how that is not correct, it's really a policy decision at that point. It's like, okay, here are the risks. Nothing's risk-free in life. There's nothing we can do that's going to be zero. But the risks are, what I would say, low for the students. The risk of the schools being real drivers of the epidemic, certainly that's not been validated in the observed experience up to this point. So in that sense, you take that and then you have to look, what are the costs of not offering in person, and then make that judgment. But that is a judgment that you make more as a policy matter to say, okay, if they don't have access to in-person, then what are the risks there? And I think everyone from the CDC director to a lot of folks have looked at it, say those risks there are more substantial than the risks there, because it's already low risk for the school children, and then you do things to mitigate that even further by doing this innovative stuff. And so in my view, it's a matter of how do you balance that. It'd be one thing if we were still searching for the medical answers to try to figure out. You know, when we were in February, we weren't necessarily sure. Even in March, we kind of knew that the kids were lower risk, but we weren't sure about the transmission. I think we treated it like it was influenza, and that was with the information we have now. But I think we have the information as a medical matter, and then it's just a matter of balancing that about the harms. I mean, you know, Richard's talked about things like suicide, depression. I think we were talking with some of the parents and the teachers just about you know, the toll it takes on mental health for these kids to not be able to go in and socialize and be a part of something, and to be stuck you know, at home day after day. And on the flip side of that, I'm sure there's a lot of kids that really aren't at home and are actually going out and doing things anyways. So in that case, wouldn't you rather than be in a structured environment? To me, this is one of the safer places because you have people that care about them, looking out for them to do that. So I think it's just a matter of how do you view the risks of not giving the parents the options. And so I think what we've arrived at is the best possible situation given what we're dealing with. You know, the parent is empowered to make those decisions. Those parents who would view that balance differently. And there's some times where that balance, based on the student's circumstances, may be a little bit different. I mean, for example, if you have a child that's got real significant health problems, lung problems, some of those, you know, that may be something where being more isolated would make more sense, and it would outweigh the risks of not being able to go. Absolutely. And there may be some parents that just, you know, they're not comfortable because it's more novel and all that, and that's fine too. But that's really, I think, something to say that you're not going to offer at all, then you're basically ignoring all of the risks of not offering and not giving those parents the ability to do anything. You have something for Richard?
You talk about options. We're hearing from some charter schools, even charter schools, we're hearing some charter schools not offering any different options than the brick and mortar. They don't have a plan for kids to wear masks. They haven't submitted anything. Are you okay with that? We know we're hearing from actually local charter schools that are just offering just the brick and mortar and not having a virtual option for parents that want to do e-learning. They're being told to leave the school
our EO has encouraged everyone to give those options to parents. That's what we've said from day one, and so I think all schools should be considered to give those options. We've had districts, entire districts in the state of Florida, in the North Florida region, who, where the cases are so low and so insignificant that they literally talked to us about not submitting a plan under the executive order because they would just go full bricks and mortar. And we encourage them to, you never know, to the governor's point, you could have one child that has a lung issue or some sort of issue, that they ought to have that choice too. And so we worked with the state districts, and we've worked with all the charters and private schools and encouraged them to give students options. And I think that's an important thing. We would encourage them to do so.
So if they don't give an option, is there any penalty or anything? I mean, if they're giving no option, they're just doing traditional brick and mortar, no mask, no safety plan or anything, that's okay.
If you have specific examples and you want to send them to us, I'll look into them and see if there's a parent that's out there that feels like it's a difficult choice for them, then by all means, we're going to try to help them. I landed at an airport the other day, and there was a lady, and she got introduced to me, and she has, and you heard this, I think you said it, about the underreporting of abuse is down like 37-40%. Nobody believes that abuse went down 37-40%. These are the consequences, and so this mother, she and her husband had a child who was victimized at a young age, and she was literally just pleading to get the schools open in her county because her daughter suffers from great depression and great anxiety as a result of this assault. And where she functions best, where she flourishes best, is when she's around her peer group. Those are the cases. My wife went to a small business the other day, and it's a small business that a woman just started, single mom. She and her husband got divorced. She started a small business. She's invested her life savings in it, and she has school-age children. If she can't have that option, she's going to close down her dream. And what does that mean to her family in terms of consequences, health-wise and socially? I think what the governor has laid out is, and what we have done is to say maximum flexibility, maximum certainty on funding, and choice. And that is a great system. I think every district should embrace it. And I think you're seeing every district, for the most part, is embracing it because it's a great system.
Thanks, everybody. We really appreciate it.
And that was Florida Governor DeSantis with a COVID-19 update. In the meantime, let's check in with Fox 32 team, who has had a busy few days with the looting from this weekend, along with the severe weather that impacted the Midwest region that continues to rapidly move eastward. Let's get a listen in.
It's uncertain. Without a commitment from the city itself, our future's uncertain. The future of downtown retail is already in trouble. And, to be honest, we're a block away from the Daily Center, from City Hall. We wouldn't expect something like this to happen, but this is happening all too often. And we reach out to our leaders, we reach out to the police, and we know everybody is strapped and stressed and underfunded and understaffed, but they've got to make a concerted effort to support this community. Otherwise, it's going to be gone. And then where is all the sales tax revenue, the entertainment tax revenue, the hotel revenue going to come from? We're going to wind up in worse shape than we already are.
Scott, you mentioned this is the fourth time this has happened to your location in the last 7 months. Do you have any considerations or thoughts about relocating?
No, because, my customer's downtown and I basically serve at the pleasure of my customer. We're committed to the downtown business community and we want to do everything we can to stay here. But, like I said, our future is really uncertain unless we know we could operate safely and that the business community could operate safely. I'm expressing the sentiment of all the businesses in our area. I watch them go from business to business and just, break windows and loot, loot businesses. And we just can't have this if we're going to continue on. But, I would really like to stay.
So what do you want the city leaders to do now? After you saw what happened last night, you probably heard the mayor speak, the chief of police. What did you think about when they were talking, and what would you like to see?
Well, I'd like to see, the mayor to get a little more serious on, fighting this epidemic. We definitely want the state's attorney to start taking crime seriously. She has basically allowed criminals to have free reign in the city without fear of repercussions. And we'd like to see our police force get the resources they need to combat this crime. They've been depleted. They've already been defunded. And, from the police officers that I've talked to, they're at wit's end because they're not getting the support that they need. So I think if our leaders could get together and really come together and make a plan and stop being at odds with one another, we could solve this problem and get back to a city that we really are proud of.
We all want to get back there. Scott Shapiro, owner of Sid Jerome. We appreciate your time and good luck getting back on your feet there.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. Sorry I'm outside, but our power's out in our house.
Oh, that's okay.
We appreciate you.
It's a busy news day. Yeah, the weather, definitely other big story. And on that note, let's talk about those severe storms. Joining us now with another look at this damage we're seeing up on the north side. Let's head out to Dane Placco. Dane, you had some crazy pictures during your last live shot. What are you seeing now?
Well, wait till you see this, Anthony. We're at the corner of Wayne and Byron, and we're seeing, I guess you might call it a storm disaster doubleheader, which is appropriate since we're just blocks from Wrigley Field. One tree down here, you see, got pulled right out of the ground. That tree coming down, hitting a light pole as it went down. You see the hood for that light down on the curb down there. That little boy running right past it. No down power lines here. That's the good news. Yeah, he's pointing at it for us. Thank you very much. That one is down, and it hit a couple cars across the street. Now, that was actually the minor damage on the street. The greater damage is over here. Let's take a look. This larger tree came down, presumably at the same time, and crushed this Toyota right here. You can see the glass has popped out the back. The back of the car is smashed against the ground, and it got crushed pretty good. Another car across the street. You can see the root system. This was actually a fairly healthy tree, it looks like. It just hits, these winds were described as screaming through here at anywhere from 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, and it just pulled these large trees down, especially where the ground was a little bit moist. It also cracked the sidewalk right here. You can take a look at that, the big concrete panels as it came up. Broke one of the panels as it raised out of the ground. And there's another tree that is also, I don't want to say dangling quite, but it's a little scary when you take a look at it. We're going to go across the street for that. You see that tree right over there? It started pushing to the east, so much so that, look at that, you can see where the ground and the root system exposed right here pulled up a good foot or so up out of the ground. But the tree is still standing. It's still holding. However, it's tilting a little bit to the east right now. And guess what? There's a big, nice house right on the corner where I'm guessing the homeowners probably are calling their insurance company right now to try to get this thing down as quickly as possible, because another good wind could blow it down right into that house. The good news, nobody hurt on this block. 1, 2, 3 cars damaged, one pretty badly damaged, but no houses been hit. You can probably hear the whir of the saw blades back there, the power saw. They're starting to cut the tree down on their own. We're not seeing any city crews around here right now. We're not seeing Streets and Sand or the Bureau of Forestry. But again, there are a lot of downed tree branches in this area. This is particularly a big tree to come down. We're seeing much more on the scale of smaller branches or even large branches, but nothing quite as dramatic as this. We'll throw it back to you guys.
All right, Dane, thank you. And we return now to last night's looting and unrest in the city.
Our guest now, Alderman Ray Lopez of the 15th Ward. Alderman Lopez, thank you for joining us tonight. And you have been extremely critical of the mayor's response. Last time we saw this kind of looting and crime and unrest in our city. What are your thoughts today, sir?
You know, my concern is that we haven't really learned from the lessons of 2 months ago. We saw the devastation last night again downtown, and we did all of the same things that the city did last time, and we're making a lot of the same mistakes that we made then as well. You know, we are not protecting the neighborhoods. As I drove to my office for this call, I must have passed at least a half dozen businesses that had already closed, had parked, barricaded their shops and stores because they feel that something is about to happen, and we are not protecting them the way that we should and the way that we should have known how to protect them following what happened in May and June.
So what do you think should have happened last night? We are hearing reports that some of this was talked about on social media. What do you think should have been done differently?
Well, I know that I saw the posts on social media talking about the impending looting of the Gold Coast downtown area around 9:30. I've heard our public safety chairman, Chris Taliaferro, said that CPD was aware at about 6 o'clock, which means depending on who you listen to, we had at least 3 to 6 hours of lead time before any of this devastation took place. And yet we were only able to muster barely enough officers to the impacted areas to make 100 requests. We were not able to keep up with this organized effort to once again destroy several of the neighborhoods of the city of Chicago. We failed to act on the information adequately, and we're still playing catch up to those individuals that are out there. And if this continues in our neighborhoods, we're going to see the same kind of devastation that we saw beginning of June, where we were just chasing them site to site, hoping to eventually catch them. We need to make the arrest stick. I think the mayor is right to call out Kim Foxx, but I think her words ring hollow because we did not have that same kind of pressure. We did not have that same kind of passion 2 months ago to send the message that you cannot do these acts on our citizens, on our city, without any kind of recourse or repercussions.
Alderman Lopez, with regard to that lag time that you just pointed out between the time that all these rumors started swirling on social media and the time that CPD actually reacted along the Magma Island downtown. We just had a guest joining us, the editor of Indigo magazine, saying that she thinks the National Guard could help on those kinds of fronts in terms of manpower and in terms of just overall force. What are your thoughts on that?
I have two thoughts on that. First off, I think it was incredibly wrong for the mayor to let her ego get in the way of accepting federal help, whether it's from the FBI or others, to tamper down the violence and this organized madness that we see enveloping our city. We need to use every resource, particularly if there are outside individuals who may be instigating and trying to take advantage of situations in our neighborhoods to fuel this kind of destruction that we're seeing. I do believe that presence matters, and if we need to use the National Guard, you know, Alderman Beal, Alderman Hopkins, whose ward was absolutely impacted last night, all of us have called for the National Guard's presence to be in our city to allow the police to do their work, but to also dissuade any individuals from thinking that they can take advantage of the situation. So I would completely agree with the editor from Indigo on that matter.
All right, so what are you telling your constituents who may come up to you and say that they are fearful or they wonder what's going to happen next? How do you provide hope, or what is the message that you tell them?
Earlier tonight, I sent a message to my business leaders and to all of my social media platforms that we are basically in this on our own. You know, the mayor through her policies, and the police superintendent, through his inaction, have basically told the city of Chicago's neighborhoods that you need to handle this yourself. We have no plan in terms of what the city's response is going to be. I've asked my residents to be vigilant. I've asked my residents to be aware of what's going on. Don't take anything for granted. But more importantly than that, not to just simply believe the hype that they're reading on social media. Trust with what your eyes tell you. And if you think that we have to take action, if you think that there's a situation that is dangerous, report it immediately. Let 911 know. Let me know so that we can act upon it and share the information so we are all aware. If no one else is going to help us, if the cavalry is never coming in, it's upon every neighborhood of Chicago to step up and defend this city, because this is the city that we love, and we have to make sure that it is still the city, the most American of American cities tomorrow.
Alderman Lopez, a moment ago, you said that it was right that the mayor pointed a finger, proverbially, at the state's attorney, Kim Foxx. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, earlier today, she said that she and the superintendent both stated that, you know, we need charges to stick, that we need the courts to do their job. We need charges and the best teams, I think is what the mayor said. But yet when all of the individuals were arrested during the past rioting and looting in the end of May, beginning of June, and even up to the most recent events where, with the Columbus statue and other events that we've seen throughout the city, the mayor's been giving very mixed messages to the people of Chicago. On one hand, she wants law and order, but on the other, she's still defending these individuals, acting as though peaceful protest and these organized looters are one and the same. And we cannot have a conflicted law enforcement strategy when it comes to restoring order to the city of Chicago. The police, the mayor, the state's attorney, and our judicial system must be on the same accord, must be on one page when it comes to addressing these issues. And we can't argue semantics on whether or not it's loitering or curfew, if it's shoplifting or looting. We know what people are doing. We know why they're doing it, and we can't argue the semantics just so that we're not arresting and holding people accountable for what they've done to our city.
All right, Alderman Lopez, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we are hearing there will be protests tonight following this day of unrest. So let's send it out to Tia Ewing, who has details. What's going on there, Tia?
Well, Anthony and Dawn, let me step out of the way because I think that really tells you the story. You guys saw when we first got out here, about 3 protesters were out here at that time, and we've watched as this crowd has continued to grow here on 18th and State. What I want to tell people, too, that are watching, if you need to travel through this area, starting at around 15th Street through 18th Street is shut down right now, at least heading southbound out of the downtown area. Now, in terms of the protesters out here, we did get a chance to hear, at least from the leader of this protest. Her name is Ariel Atkins, and she did describe, why they are here. Keep in mind, part of this is because of those that were looting last night. This is where they were brought after they were arrested. More than 100 looters have been arrested here in the city of Chicago. Now, the sign that you can't see because you're looking at the back of the people that are holding that sign up, you will see it coming up a little later in our newscast, but they are encouraging looting. And in fact, the person that was a spokesperson for all of this stated that they are encouraging looting, saying that that is part of reparations. Also encouraging journalists out here to do their jobs, talking about don't take COPA's rendition of what happened on 57th and Aberdeen as Bible, to do a little bit more homework because of the things that have happened in the city, like the Laquan McDonald situation that unfolded here in the city of Chicago, saying that oftentimes as journalists, we just take that information, we digest it, we report it, and that's it. No other work has been done. Part of what her speech included was saying that we should go beyond that we should make sure that we go into that community, talk to the people, see what they saw, see if there was any video. Also talking about the fact if body cameras were rolling as well. Of course, we will have that interview coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But in terms of this protest, you can see the crowd has grown, a mix of a lot of young people out here right now. And what I can tell you, it has remained overall peaceful. Initially, a little, a few back and forth words with Chicago police, but overall a peaceful atmosphere. As you can hear, that music is going right now. Of course, we'll be out here throughout the night, and we will bring you more as it develops out here in downtown Chicago. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Tia, keep us posted. Thank you. Well, store owners across downtown are wondering what to do next. And our Brittany Garzello talked to one owner on Jewelers Row. Let's listen in.
Not like for you to know that you're watching as these people are going in and looting your store and you couldn't do anything?
Well, it's hard to describe. It's very hard to see. You can't do anything about it. And police was here. They couldn't do because there were so many people. But obviously, my wish is this piece is going to come back and everything going to go back to normal.
And you guys were looted earlier this year, right?
Yeah, this is the second time. Obviously, for us, it was very hard after COVID-19, 3 months closing, come back to the store and we got looted. And last time damage was way more, and they break all this Wabash side. So we just put the new glasses, we took out the board up, and we were hoping everything is going back and there's a solution for this madness. And then this happened last night, so I am going back again to this.
Any idea on the extent of the damage here?
Well, it's hard to guess right now, but one of the things I'll always give this it is kind of you're walking and you fell in the floor when right at the moment you feel you can do it and you just clean up and you're going, but after a couple hours you feel the pain. So that's happened last time. We still waiting for insurance company to fix our equipment or pay us so we can buy a new equipment, and they are delaying because it was so many claims. And we still working with that claim. Right now we have another claim. So last night they took not a couple computer. I had design and I had information. Actually, one of them, I had like 1,000 of my design, and they're gone. So how can I price this?
Where do you go from here? Will you reopen again? That's a question I'm asking a lot of business owners today. This is a second heartbreak for many of you.
That's a very good question, because today when I report my insurance company, I said I don't feel safe to stay here, and I want to move my business, maybe going to high rises. And for me, I'm a designer. People find me online because do custom work. So they make appointment, then they come in. So I don't need to even be in that corner. There is no, and I am thinking about it to probably move.
Did you do anything different the first time after the looting happened? Did you move the merchandise, your jewelry, to a different area to try to prevent, in case this happened again?
So all the jewelry store, if they have fine jewelry store, they require to keep their jewelry inside the safe. But always there are pieces. Sometimes I have a manufacturer in the back, so sometimes they forget something outside, and because the value is high, even one particular repair or job could be 30, 40, 50,000. But everything was in the safe, and always is going to be in the safe. They never can get to the safes. What was different for me was to right away react and clean up and put the board up. It was like I had a practice. But obviously my wish is we became united and we get together to get past through this COVID-19 and find out a solution for all of us to be together in this beautiful city, which it was, and we have to bring it back.
Message of unity and hope. Thanks so much, Karush. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Brittany. And in just a few minutes from right now, city restrictions are about to go into effect. We'll be right back.
And that was Fox 32 team that was discussing the looting this weekend that led to 100 arrests and 13 officers hurt. So I want to show you a press conference in Chicago from earlier today discussing the events that unfolded this past weekend. Don't forget, you can watch News Now from Fox in any of the major markets on your local Fox website and apps.
To interview the individual who quickly fled. As this person was running away, a gun held by this person was pointed at our police officers who gave chase, and this person fired shots at our officers. Officers returned fire and struck the individual, who was taken to the University of Chicago Hospital and is expected to survive. The shooter is a 20-year-old man with 4 previous arrests for charges including burglary, child endangerment, and domestic battery. I am relieved to say that none of our officers were hurt in this shooting. A gun was recovered from the scene. After this shooting, a crowd gathered on the south side following the police action. Tempers flared, fueled by misinformation as the afternoon turned into evening. CPD became aware of several social media posts encouraging looting downtown. Officers were dispatched to our downtown area once we got word of the social media post. 400 officers were dispatched to our downtown. As the officers arrived to our downtown, the first incident happened at a store near the 87th and the Dan Ryan Expressway. Soon, car caravans were headed into the loop. This was not an organized protest. Rather, this was an incident of pure criminality. This was an act of violence against our police officers and against our city. As of now, Chicago police have made more than 100 arrests for looting, disorderly conduct, battery against police, among other charges. A total of 13 officers have been injured throughout the night, including a sergeant who was struck with a bottle. Another officer had his nose broken as he fought with a group of looters. In the last 7 days, a total of 9 officers have been shot at in Chicago. What we are seeing is violence against police. A security guard and a civilian were struck by gunfire during the melee last night in our downtown. They were both taken to Northwestern Hospital in critical condition. 5 guns were recovered during these incidents. In fact, CPD has recovered a total of 149 guns this weekend. Another 164 guns were handed in as part of a gun turn-in event on the west side. Gun arrests in this city are up 15% this year compared to 2019. In one incident last night, officers were arresting a looting suspect at Michigan Avenue and Lake Street. This person was carrying a cash register he had looted out of a store. As officers were making the arrest, another vehicle passed by the officers and fired shots at the officers as their vehicle turned the corner, resulting in an exchange of gunfire between our officers and these suspects. A bullet was found lodged in the cage of the police vehicle. So far this year, Chicago police have recovered 6,189 guns. Each of these guns recoveries, as you can imagine, has the potential to turn into a deadly force encounter with police. As for the weekend figures, officers made an outstanding arrest for murder, 8 outstanding arrests for criminal sexual assault, and 2 outstanding warrant arrests for robbery, and 5 arrests for aggravated battery. Friday through Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11:59, there were 31 shootings throughout the city, 3 of which were murders. These shooting incidents and the looting we saw overnight are completely unacceptable. Criminals took to the streets with confidence that there would be no consequences for their actions. Let me say that again. Criminals took to the street with the confidence that there would be no consequences for their actions. And I, for one, refuse to allow these cowardly acts to hold our city hostage. CPD will not stand by as our beautiful downtown becomes someplace that people fear. I have instructed our detective units to create a special team of investigators to look at the hours of pod camera footage from last night. We have high-definition video of suspects and vehicles. If others have security video, would you please forward them to cpdtip.com. I pledge to pursue these offenders to the fullest extent of the law. A heavy police presence will continue throughout the downtown area today and until further notice. Officers will return to working 12-hour shifts, and all days off have been canceled until further notice. We are also working with other city agencies, including Streets and Sanitations, the CTA, the Department of Transportation, and the State Police, and other agencies, in a multi-layered plan which will be based on lessons we've learned from earlier this summer. Downtown access will be restricted from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. The department also has its eyes in the neighborhoods to ensure that looting does not spread based on our lessons learned. Officers will be deployed in a large measure to our neighborhoods to protect the neighborhoods. This is a beautiful city, and Chicago police officers will not allow this selfish criminal act to destroy what generations of hard work have built. I would now like to call the mayor, Mayor Lightfoot, to the podium. Mayor.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Superintendent. I want to acknowledge Alderman Chris Taliaferro, our chairman of the Public Safety Committee and City Council, as well as Rich Gaitis, and members of the command staff, including First Deputy Eric Carter. We are waking up in shock this morning. In the early morning hours of today, dozens of individuals came to our Loop, Mag Mile, River North, and Gold Coast neighborhoods, as well as our commercial district around North and Clybourne. These individuals engaged in what can only be described as brazen and extensive criminal looting and destruction. And to be clear, this had nothing to do with legitimate, protected First Amendment expression. As the superintendent said, we are currently investigating reports that this activity was connected to a shooting and resulting activity that took place in Inglewood yesterday. But regardless, First Amendment protected speech. These were not poor people engaged in petty theft to feed themselves and their families. This was straight up felony criminal conduct. We have activated a neighborhood protection plan, as the superintendent alluded to, which involves city agencies like Streets and Sand, CDOT, Aviation, working coordination with the Chicago Police Department. These resources are being deployed throughout our city to protect our neighborhoods. And likewise, these measures will be in place for the foreseeing days until we know that our neighborhoods are safe. What happened in our city last night and this morning, of course, is deeply painful for every Chicagoan. As the superintendent said, this was an assault on our city. It undermines public safety and breeds a sense of insecurity among our residents. It also undermines our recovery efforts. These same stores that were hit last night were hit previously, not just by the looting, but by closures related to COVID-19. Stores that were targeted were more than just large chain stores. They were all small businesses and restaurants, representing our city's jobs and livelihoods, all of which were in the process of recovering or on the verge of recovering and getting back to work. And now this. I want to give my sincere thanks to the men and women of our police department for their professionalism throughout these very difficult times, not just last night. To our residents, I want you to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to secure your homes and stores and to allow you to return to your daily activities safely and securely. And to our businesses, we will continue our efforts working with you and redoubling our efforts to support you in your efforts to reopen and recover. And to those who engage in this criminal behavior, let's be clear. We are coming for you. We are already at work in finding you, and we intend to hold you accountable for your actions. I don't care. I do not care whatever justification was given for this. There is no justification for criminal behavior ever. You have no right to take and destroy the property of others. Our residents deserve to be safe. Our businesses deserve to understand and enjoy safety and security of their property and in their employees. And our police officers deserve to be able to do their job without having to worry about shots being fired, projectiles being thrown, and being maced. This is not anywhere near acceptable. And I call upon our state's attorney and our courts to make sure that these individuals who are arrested and those to come are held accountable. Put your best people on this. We have made the case. We have the video. We have the officer testimony. These people need to be held accountable and not cycled through the system. And judges that are holding these cases, you need to step up and be responsible. We can't continue to allow this to happen. And as the superintendent said, for people to believe that there is no accountability through our criminal justice system. No one wants to hold people in jail because they are poor. But people who engage in this kind of criminal activity, they need to be held accountable. And we can't do it alone. We need the prosecution and we need the courts to step up and do their part as well. And that is certainly my hope and my expectation. The gains that we have been able to make as a city through all these challenges, the pandemic, the righteous uprising in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, the other things that we have done to demonstrate that Chicago is back and resilient. We've been able to do this because we stood together, shoulder to shoulder, neighborhood to neighborhood, neighbor to neighbor. And we can't abandon that which has served us well over this most difficult time. But part of that means that we have to also step up in a time of challenge like this one and give no shelter to the criminals. You've heard me say this before. The people who are the shooters, as well as the people who are the looters. People in neighborhoods know who these folks are. This is your time to step up and demonstrate your allegiance and your loyalty to this city and report these people who are engaged in criminal activity. We cannot do this without you, and we need every single person with knowledge or information to step up. You can do that anonymously by calling the tip line. But we need people to step up. We are not going to let our city be taken over by criminals and vigilantes, no matter who they are, what they're doing. This is a time for us all to step up, and we will do just that. At this time, I'd invite Alderman Taliaferro to say a few words, and then we'll be joined by Director Gaidas from OEMC. Alderman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Superintendent. But also let me thank the men and women of the Chicago Police Department for doing such a great job last night. As the Mayor mentioned, a lot of our looters were very violent. There's reports of those being shot and those being injured as a result of the lawless actions last night. But Chicago still is a world-class city. We stand on a foundation of great builders, and we will continue to build this city. Chicago is and will always be a world-class city. We are still faced with social and racial injustices and inequalities in this city. But we are facing those head on. We will continue to build on this city, but let me be very clear. Those that acted last night and in the early mornings were not acting on a basis of social or racial inequalities or injustices that we face not only in this city but throughout this country. They were acting on mere opportunity, and that's opportunity of gain. But despite that, we're still going to bring you a city that we could all be very proud of. I echo everything that our mayor and our superintendent have said. Those that are responsible need to be held accountable for their actions, and there will be accountability. We saw you, and we will come after you, because we cannot tolerate lawlessness in the city of Chicago as we continue to build. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alderman. Chicago is a world-class city, and we're going to make sure that it stays that way. Yesterday, we had a significant amount of resources that were already deployed throughout the city. Overnight, we brought in many more departments to OEMC. That's going to take place today. We're going to be coordinating for the rest of the day today, mobilizing infrastructure equipment throughout the city and wherever it's needed. I was also out there last night, good part of the early morning till later in the morning, and witnessed a lot of hardworking Chicago policemen working hard, doing the best they can to defend against what happened last night. So, Mayor, hand it back over to you.
Greg, we can, we'll take some on-topic questions. I think you know that we're doing a stand-up here shortly, so we'll have opportunity for additional questions at that point. Go ahead.
So one of the things that I emphasize in my comments is where we start this with the shooting in the 7th District in Inglewood, the Inglewood neighborhood. From that police-involved shooting of the 20-year-old who shot at the officers first, a crowd began to grow and become very intense interaction between the police on the scene as we processed the crime scene and the officers there to make sure the crowd stayed out of the crime scene. So that grew and grew into the late night hours on yesterday. And then almost immediately as that crowd dissipates and wanes in its size, we are monitoring social media in our CPIC division, and we come across a post on social media that a caravan of cars being prompted to go to our downtown to loot. Within 15 minutes, we respond, and almost immediately the caravan is in our downtown area. So this is a 15, 30-minute window of intelligence information about potential looting with caravans of cars going downtown, and our response to sending 400-plus officers. And I just want to emphasize, we made 100 arrests of looters for disorderly conduct, battery to officers, and theft, along with several officers being injured, several officers being shot at. So when you talk about being overwhelmed, I'm not sure I can digest when officers are doing their job, making an arrest and being under the threat of being shot at. I would do nothing but applaud the efforts of the Chicago police officers in response to a social media post and almost immediately caravans of cars going to our downtown area.
Your reporting and editorials this week.
Well, one of the things that I really want to point out is that we have Lori Lightfoot as a mayor who came in on a platform that said she's going to do what she can to bring equity and fairness to Chicago. We have a black police superintendent who is determined to cut down on that, reduce the gun violence and the guns on the street in Chicago. And all this does, when these young people act out in this way, all it does is drain resources from the very communities that need it. And that's the problem I'm having. Right now, we got to figure out a way to stop them from diverting resources to things like protecting downtown.
You were just watching a press conference in Chicago from earlier today where Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot discussed the looting that happened this past weekend. I want to take you back out to our live coverage from Fox 32 Chicago, who has the latest. You're watching News Now from Fox.
Wondering, where do you even begin when you don't know who to talk to?
Okay, well, I think the one place to start, and I think the faith community has a big role to play on this, is that young people listen to young people. Mm-hmm. So the young people who are leading the BLM organization and the anti-violence organizations, young people need to stand up and speak to other young people and get them on board, because that's the problem here. They're not going to listen to me. They don't read my column. I've been writing for 30 years, so they're not reading that. Right. They don't listen to, if they're not going to church, they're not listening to anybody's pastor, but they will listen to each other. So the people who are in leadership positions now, they need to step up and let the city know and let the business district know that they are on their side and they're not part of that spread of looting and violence.
You have a historical perspective here, Mary. How amplified are today's voices of young people here in the city of Chicago in 2020 versus years past? I mean, this has been a very turbulent year, and for example, the protest that Tia is at right now, it appears, at least by our video, to be championed by young people.
Right. Well, I think young people today, I'm very proud of the stance that they have taken. They have protested. They have done it in a very peaceful and nonviolent way, most of them. Of course, you did have some people who did act out, that did loot and did destroy property. And that's why you got to be clear here that you can't let the people who are doing these bad things, making bad trouble and not good trouble, as the late John Lewis would say, that those people are not undermined by, and we don't let them overshadow the real good work that other young people are doing.
All right, Mary, well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mary.
We enjoy your perspective always. All right, the overnight chaos is creating a political firestorm.
Indeed. Our political editor, Mike Flannery, is here to break some of this down for us. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Anthony and Dawn, how are you guys doing? You know, I worked at the Sun-Times myself for 7 years, and I've listened intently to every word that Mary Mitchell said. Can I simply say, well said, and everything that you said, I'd like to attach my thoughts to as well. Now, I'm going to be talking about State's Attorney Kim Foxx. She called herself a, quote, last responder at a news conference earlier today. And she says it's a police department problem that a relatively small number of defendants are facing serious charges for the destruction that was wrought here in Chicago in late May and early June. Police Superintendent Brown, though, disagrees, and he links the fact that there are relatively few facing charges to this latest round of looting.
These looters, these thieves, these criminals are emboldened by no consequences in the criminal system. They get released. Many charges get dropped.
The state's attorney, for her part, points to about 300 defendants facing felony charges from early June. Kim Foxx said none have yet come to trial. Many, if not most, were quickly granted pretrial release and are back on the street. In June, Fox 32 News recorded looting continuing for days after the initial outburst of violence, something we haven't seen now. Police and security personnel generally did little to stop it back then. A Walmart on 87th Street that I visited was among those repeatedly ransacked. The state's attorney says not her job.
We have said to CPD and our other partners is bring us cases where people are committing those acts and we will pursue them.
How surprising is it that when you encourage crime and don't have any consequences for it, that it continues to happen?
Patrick O'Brien there, the final speaker. He is, of course, the Republican nominee running on November 3rd against Kim Foxx for Cook County State's attorney. Now, a spokeswoman spokeswoman for Fox said that assistant state's attorneys are now working with the Chicago Police Department to identify and file charges against some of those involved in last night's destruction and looting downtown. Also, we probably can give you a little bit of news you could use if you're going to be coming to downtown during these hours where the downtown is essentially closed off. A lot of the ramps, a lot of the L service, not going north of 47th Street, not coming east of Halsted Street, not coming south of Fullerton. The mayor put out a tweet tweeting that the access points for residents and employees of area businesses downtown will be via Harrison Street, Chicago Avenue and Halsted, Roosevelt Road and Canal Street, Kinsey Street and Halsted Street, and LaSalle Street. Those are places you're going to need to go if you are seeking to get to downtown during these hours between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And they're not putting a time limit on that. They are not calling what's happening downtown a curfew either. I did speak to the spokesman, Ed Yonka, for the American Civil Liberties Union earlier today. You may recall they were prepared to go to court when the mayor back in June imposed a curfew. What is being done here currently is not being called a curfew, although there are hours and restrictions. They're not calling it a curfew. The ACLU says they're looking very closely at what's going to happen tonight, and that will guide them as to whether they threaten to go back to court to block the city is tonight from continuing. I'm political editor Mike Flannery. Guys, back to you.
Well, Mike, that does beg the question, what happens to the businesses that are open tonight that want to still be open past 8 o'clock?
Well, that's a great question, Dawn. I've got to say, I took a stroll. I took about a 10, 12-block stroll. I went down Michigan, went over to State Street, came back on Lake, stopped at Wabash, a couple others. I could not find a place to get a cup of iced tea. So I don't think that it's going to be an issue tonight. Once again, though, all of these merchants and all of these small business people who would normally be open at this hour are not. It is worth noting, a statistic I quoted earlier, I'm told that the sales tax revenue for the first 7 months of 2020 compared to the first 7 months last year. The sales tax revenue here behind me, this is Michigan Avenue, this greater North Michigan Avenue area downtown. That sales tax revenue is down 80%. What happens in and around downtown Chicago represents about 70% of the city's economic activity.
Wow.
It's not just, of course, this unrest, it's the COVID, it's everything that's been going on. This certainly makes things much worse, but there's no doubt, Anthony loved the phrase when I used it a little while ago, this freight train of calamity that's about to crash into Chicago City Hall. We don't, we're still waiting to hear from the mayor what she's going to do about these huge decreases in tax collections and the upsurge in police overtime. The entire police overtime budget for the year has been blown reportedly. And at least right now, Congress and the president have not yet agreed on assistance for state and local governments. Clearly, the mayor had been counting on that. Those handful of times when we've been able to ask her about it, where she's made any response at all about what she's going to do about the budget, she references the fact that they are counting on a lot of help from the federal government. So far, here's what they're getting.
Yeah.
A big goose egg.
You know, Mike, I also heard about businesses like deciding not to pay their lease or not pay their rent because they just can't afford having these huge spaces for all these employees that are not coming in. Have you heard about that and businesses downsizing?
Yeah, I have, and we talked about it earlier. You know, I mean, you've been working from home on occasion. I've been working from home for many months. I'm downtown now because of what's going on, but we're not alone, Dawn. There are hundreds of thousands of people who normally work downtown who are, in fact, at home, or they're even out of state, some of them. You know, my wife works in a building a few blocks from here that has 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 people in that building. For the last few weeks, since they've reopened, there's only a few hundred there. You know, and there are several giant corporations in there. I know that there are big corporations and small corporations taking a hard look. I've told you the story about a friend of mine whose law firm has given his lease is up next year. He's given notice to the landlord, next year we're out.
Yeah.
And if they do rent new space downtown, it's going to be a lot smaller than what they have now.
So many factors at play, and I want to focus on tonight.
And this isn't just Chicago. It isn't just Chicago.
No,
I mean, this is happening all over it's happening in New York, in San Francisco, in L.A. And it's happening in Paris and London and Berlin. COVID has taught people that you can do a lot of things via the internet.
Right. And at the beginning, a lot of people, I think, were wondering, could you be productive at home? And now that they see that that is possible, a lot of companies are rethinking their business plan and just how they operate.
Yeah, and it's time that it's time that the governor and the mayor and leaders here started talking about this and started confronting this, because, you know, here's what's going to happen. It's going to be unveiled at some point. They're going to lay the cards on the table and say, oh, woe is me. It all took us by surprise. Well, they know full well what's going on. They just haven't leveled with us.
And how detrimental will the events of the last 15 hours or so be in terms of these local leaders, city leaders, the mayor, the superintendent, the state's attorney being able to play nice with one another, because there has been a lot of finger pointing going on over the last few hours.
There's a lot of finger pointing. We're coming up on an election. Certainly Kim Foxx, you know, faces a Republican challenger, but it's an overwhelmingly Democratic county, and she's perhaps feeling some heat. But perhaps not really. I think that what's happened in the last 15, 24 hours doesn't help, but it's only one small piece of what's going on. There are other long-term trends that we need to start talking about, and the city needs to start dealing with.
All right, Mike. Thanks for the perspective.
You bet.
We appreciate it. And our other big story today, obviously that wild weather that moved through late afternoon, early this evening. This was the storm as it blew through quickly through the Wheaton area. And you can see those dark clouds and winds just come storming through.
ComEd is reporting 780,000 customers without power. They have been working all day to restore it during the sticky heat. Dane Placco is live on the north side. We heard about trees coming down on people's property. Dane, what are you seeing where you are?
Well, as you know, all evening long, we've been kind of walking around the Wrigleyville neighborhood here in Lakeview and looking at some of the storm damage. Another tree down here, this one not quite as big as some of the others we've seen tonight. Take a look. It snapped in half about 8-9 feet above the base, literally broke off, and you can see the reason why. Unlike some of the other trees which came out by the roots, looked like they were healthy trees, this one was clearly rotted out and diseased on the inside. And it would fool you too, because if you look back there, there's a big strong leaf canopy above it. Looked like it was a healthy tree from the outside, but it was actually hollowed out on the inside here and up here as well, and it snapped right in half and fell partially onto the parkway, partially onto the street. The good news is, unlike some of the other scenes we've seen here in Wrigleyville earlier tonight, there were no cars parked right there that got smashed. We've been looking at some. Earlier we saw just south of Addison, we saw a garage that was popped out of the ground when the tree came over. The roots kicked it up, and then that tree smashed a brick garage, burying 2 cars in bricks. We've seen 2 massive trees just a couple blocks from here knocked over as well. Significant amount of damage here. We're hearing there's also a lot of tree damage in Portage Park, in Old Irving Park, in the Independence Park neighborhood, which are all just kind of straight west of here. So it makes you think that maybe this storm came through, the particularly strong winds came through straight west and came straight through this area and out over the lake. So we're continuing to survey the damage. We'll be back at 9 o'clock with kind of a synopsis of what we found on the north side of Chicago. Live on the north side, Dane Placco, Fox 32 News. Back to you.
Obviously, there were some powerful winds involved. Thank you, Dane. Let's get a check on that forecast. Chief Meteorologist Bill Bella. So what happened? How strong were those winds, obviously?
Anywhere from 60 to almost 80 miles an hour. Remember, our neighbors in Iowa had a couple of wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. So somewhat of a weakening trend with this nasty line of storms that when it rolled on through, it traveled through here, basically highway speed at 70 miles an hour. A good rule of thumb, if storms can move at 70 miles an hour, they could easily produce winds up to that magnitude, if not greater, as they plowed on through. Right now, most of the severe weather stretching from downstate Illinois and Indiana back up into Ohio. We've got nothing really to worry about here for the next couple of days. Some quiet conditions. Fantastic, unfortunately, some damaged pictures here, but definitely some amazing shots there. Look at the base of that tree snapped here. Anna Gonzalez sent that in, courtesy of the Fox 32 weather app. It hit the right side of that home and then slid off to the right. And then another big tree down across the road down in Forest Park. Victor Gore sent that one in. How about temperatures out there? It's still mild and muggy. The cooler, drier air won't get in here until after midnight. Delightful start tomorrow. We begin in the mid-60s. Definitely a big difference in the humidity. You'll definitely notice that by the afternoon. And with winds out of the north and northeast, 70s along the lakefront, low to mid-80s inland. Now, 3-day forecast, we're going to keep it basically seasonal here. 83, 84, 85, and that trend should continue into the upcoming weekend. And guys, that's our next best chance of rain, Saturday, Sunday.
All right, Bill, thank you for that update. All right, back to the looting that happened last night. Store owners across downtown wondering what to do next. Our Brittany Garzillo talked to one owner of a jewelry company.
What's that like for you to know that you're watching as these people are going in and looting your store and you couldn't do anything?
Well, it's hard to describe. It's very hard to see. You can't do anything about it. And police was here. They couldn't do because there were so many people. But obviously, my wish is this piece is going to come back and everything going to go back to normal.
And you guys were looted earlier this year, right?
Yeah, this is the second time. Obviously, for us, it was very hard after COVID-19, 3 months closing, come back to the store and we got looted. And last time damage was way more, and they break all this Wabash side. So we just put the new glasses, we took out the board up, and we were hoping everything is going back and there is a solution for this madness. And then this happened last night, so I am going back again to this.
Any idea on the extent of the damage here?
Well, it's hard to guess right now, but one of the things I'll always give this it is kind of you're walking and you fell in the floor when right at the moment you feel you can do it and you just clean up and you're going, but after a couple hours you feel the pain. So that's happened last time. We still waiting for insurance company to fix our equipment or pay us so we can buy a new equipment, and they are delaying because it was so many claims. And we still working with that claim. Right now we have another claim. So last night they took a couple computer. I had design and I had information. Actually, one of them, I had like 1,000 of my design, and they're gone. So how can I price this?
Where do you go from here? Will you reopen again? That's a question I'm asking a lot of business owners today. This is a second heartbreak for many of you.
That's a very good question, because today when I reported my insurance company, I said I don't feel safe to stay here. And
all right, we want to check in now with Tia Ewing, who is at 18th and State. Tia, what is the latest on the protests happening there?
There is a lot of police, I would say, activity around us, definitely south of where we are located right now, which there is no protest in that direction. So not really sure what's going on. But in terms of this protest, the crowd has continued to grow. It has remained peaceful. But not too long ago, we captured some video of Chicago police officers showing up here in riot gear. I was told that they came from 51st and Whitworth. And as of right now, they are waiting by. In terms of this protest, it has remained overall peaceful. But as you can see, the crowd has continued to grow from 15th to 18th and State. It is completely shut down as of right now. Many of these people are here because they are protesting the fact that more than 100 looters were arrested by Chicago police last night. Now, one of the leaders out here, her name is Ariel Atkins. We asked her about Jesse Jackson's Twitter comment in terms of saying that this looting should not be connected to the Black Lives Matter movement. We also spoke to her about Mayor Lori Lightfoot wanting looters to be charged, and this is what Ariel had to say. Take a listen.
Jesse Jackson has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Jesse Jackson was not there for the creation of Black Lives Matter. Jesse Jackson can keep his opinions to himself. If he is not willing to grow with the movement, if he is not willing to recognize what happened in his day, when his day in the civil rights movement when people were being beaten, he wasn't going out denying looters then. He wasn't going out calling them morally wrong then. He was justifying the fact that people had the right to protest and protest in any way that they saw. He can keep his opinions to himself.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot feels like anybody looting should be charged. What's your response to that?
Mayor Lori Lightfoot told Trump that it was okay to go ahead and send the feds here so that they could help out with the crime in Chicago. So Lori Lightfoot can keep that to herself too. Lori Lightfoot literally doesn't do anything for the people of Chicago. Lori Lightfoot, back in the day, further down, when at a police board meeting, when she was president of the police board, laughed in the faces of Rekia Boyd's families when they were demanding justice for Rekia Boyd's murder. Laughed in their faces. I don't really care what anything about Lori Lightfoot says, because all she has done is lie to us. She ran on a progressive campaign and then took all of it back. She has kept not one promise.
And speaking of Lori Lightfoot, obviously, many of us all know that there is a curfew in place here in the city of Chicago. It went in at 8 o'clock. It's 8:35 right now. It goes until 6 o'clock in the morning. And as you can see, this protest is continuing. Now, you remember that I just told you about how those Chicago police officers showed up here in riot gear. They have left this location. We've also watched as several people that were arrested and taken into custody here at this police station for looting have been let out. So that is the situation here. But overall still remains peaceful, even though the crowd here continues to grow. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Tia Ewing, for the latest update there. We want to bring in Dwayne Bryan. He's a close family friend of the late Trayvon Martin, is a community advisor for Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability. And Dwayne, I remember sitting down for a lunch with you years ago. You had just written this book. And I remember you telling me that you were in schools teaching young people about what they should be doing, the right thing to do. What do you think has happened over time with your programs, and how does that relate to what happened last night?
Sure, that is a brilliant question, Dawn. I'll tell you exactly what has happened. From 1999, when we started our first program at Corliss High School, when we saw a 10-year high graduation rate, a 10-year low dropout rate, reading scores, math scores were the highest they have been in the previous 8 years. Exactly what has happened, our programs were defunded. So when you have programs that are making a difference in the lives of these young people, that are listening to the young people, that are exposing them to field trips, bringing in business professionals, really helping them connect their present to their future and letting them know the power that they have, those programs were systematically ended and defunded and told that it's no longer necessary. So I am not surprised at all that you find the looting that you find in the city, because it is clear what I realize that Chicago lacks leadership. It lacks it in the church community. It lacks it in the business community. It lacks it in the political community. It lacks it in the homes. It lacks it with the parents. It lacks it with the teachers and the schools. So what you see right now is simply a pure exposure to what has happened in Chicago for the last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And it will not change unless the leadership decides to do something different. And I heard someone say the students or the people who were arrested, those 100. I think what we need to do is start understanding language. We need to not look at them as people who've been arrested. We need to look at them as consultants, meaning they're the people who have the solution to the key to what's going on in Chicago. So if we criminalize them and we do what we've always been doing to them, then they're going to continue. So you got that 100, but they can bring another 200. They can bring another 500. And it's not just local people from Chicago, but these are people who are coming from all over to see Chicago's demise. So this is time now for Chicago's leadership to stand up and to be accountable and stop pretending, because our young people are showing Chicago exactly what Chicago is.
Dwayne, let's get some clarification, though. If you rented a U-Haul last night or overnight and showed up in front of the Gucci store and started loading stuff up, and our viewers are listening to you right now saying, let's look at those people as consultants, clarify that remark. What do you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you for asking for the clarification. Let me say this. For the people who are renting U-Hauls, and what I understand is a lot of these people are coming from out of state, which means that they had planned to target Chicago a long time ago and just waiting for the right opportunity. So those people are criminals. They are not consultants at all. However, you do have a number of young people who are easily misguided. Someone is sending me a thing, hey, let's meet downtown at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to do whatever we're going to do. Those are potential consultants, what I mean. And I'm not talking about consultants in the point of they're just, they can help the city. They can help the city, but we need to listen to these young people. Why are they downtown? See, as long as they're in Inglewood and as long as they're on the west side, nobody really cared. Now they're downtown looting. Now they're on North Avenue looting. All of a sudden, it's a major problem. It's no different than the problems that has happened for the past few years and decades that have happened in South Side and West Side communities. So is lawlessness, should that be tolerated? Absolutely not. But you cannot police this problem. Clearly, our law enforcement has shown you cannot police this problem.
So, Dwayne, let's talk about your book, The Stop, Improving Police and Community Relations. So you serve as an advisor for the Chicago Civilian Office of Police Accountability. So what are you telling them? How do you improve relations after everything that's happened?
Sure. So I'm one of several members of the Community Advisory Board, and there's a few things that we talk about. One is you have to build trust. You have to build accountability. You have to have authenticity within the ranks. So for instance, in 2015, 2016, the Department of Justice, this is not Dwayne Bryant, this is not community activists saying it, this is the Department of Justice, came to Chicago and issued a scathing report. Some of those reports said Chicago Police Department, many members are not well trained. They discharge their firearms when there's no need to. They shoot at moving vehicles when it's against company policy. They have very little accountability. Those are problems that Chicago Police Department must solve those problems. Now, on the flip side of that, we also have problems in the community with young people not following rules and regulations, with young people joining gangs, street organizations, or whatever you may want to call those things. So we have two entities, right? So we have the police on this side, we have the community on this side. And the more problems we have, they're not listening to each other. There's no sense of cooperation. There's no sense of peace. So what we have is constant chaos. That's where your problem is. So that's exactly where your solution is. Both sides need to come to the table, have intelligent conversations, and really work on tangible solutions, because both sides, according to the DOJ and according to what we're finding in the community, both sides have criminal elements that needs to be addressed, that needs to be reconciled, and that needs to be locked up.
Makes sense. Dwayne, if Mayor Lightfoot or any other city leaders happen to be watching tonight, what would your message be to them? You spoke of a lack of leadership at the beginning of this interview.
Sure. My message would be this. First thing you want to do is listen to the people that you just locked up. Why are they downtown? Why are they motivated at 2 o'clock in the morning instead of being sleeping in their home? Why are they downtown looting? Are these people from Chicago, or are these people from other places? So I think what we need to do is, just like if this was a business problem, what you do is you have intelligent people to say, let's analyze this from every aspect of the problem. What happened over the week or last night is not a police problem. This is lawlessness problem. These are looters. These are people who are taking advantage of a situation. Why are we doing that? And we don't know by simply locking them up. You just heard the lady say she can care less about Jesse Jackson. She can care less about Lori Lightfoot. What the young people are saying is they can care less about adult leadership. So we need to figure out, how do we reconnect with our young people? Because if we don't, we're going to continue to see these problems happen over and over again, and it's going to cost the city a whole lot more money, because when businesses start pulling out of Chicago, Chicago's really going to be hurting.
That's what Sun-Times columnist Mary Mitchell was saying. She was saying that young people listen to other young people. So you've been in schools before. Now, many of the kids will not be in the actual building. So I know you've had to change the way that you operate. So how would you reach young people again? How would you get into their heads and talk to them now?
Well, that's funny you say that, because right now we actually had to pivot our entire business model to an online model, and we literally just piloted in 21 schools in Florida, Broward County Public Schools this summer. So what we're doing is we started with the socio-emotional learning curriculum, talking about goal setting, time management, conflict resolution, and bullying. The reality is these kids don't care much about that right now because they're not in school. Conflict is at an all-time high. Domestic violence is at an all-time high. So we switched over to the Black series. And I want everybody to understand the reason why our young people act the way they do is because they do not know who they are. They have no understanding of their cultural significance. They have no connection to their culture, their values, their morals that date back hundreds of thousands of years. So with the Black series, what we're doing is we're exposing truth. We're starting with the Black Panther movie because everyone loved the Black Panther movie, and we're showing them how that movie relates to them. The second series is The White Lie, which that has happened throughout millennia as well. Then we have The Power of Truthful History, and then we have a 17-part series on the conversation about police and community and how the community as well as law enforcement could begin to get along together. That series, we began releasing it about 2 or 3 weeks ago on YouTube, Dwayne Bryant YouTube channel. Make sure you get the right one because there's 2 different ones out there. So part of the young people will go on, because a lot of young people are on social media. So we have to go where they are, but that's not going to attract 100% of them. But if we can create a critical mass where students are listening, they're vibing, they're understanding the content, then they'll start respecting themselves. They'll start respecting their culture and their heritage. Because when I hear young people say, I don't care about what these old people are saying, that tells me clearly that there's a major disconnect between the young people and the level of respect for the next generation. And that is going to be a very dangerous scenario.
All right. Dwayne Bryant, thank you so much for your message and your perspective tonight.
We appreciate it. Have a good night. Thank you. Business owners in Chicago did spend much of today cleaning up after last night's looting.
This morning, we sent Jake Hamilton out to look at the damage.
That's about Grand and Wabash right now, standing in front of the Nordstroms. Right now, as the sun's coming up downtown, it's a lot of assessment. It's a lot of coming out, and the cleanup process begins. As you can see, the windows here bursted out. Looks like a lot of rioting and looting took place inside the Nordstrom here. But, you know, you see all the glass on the ground. A lot of people coming by, and as they're waking up and seeing the news, like many people here in Chicago this morning, really just trying to get a grasp and an assessment of everything that has happened. You look over, you got a lot of businesses that are boarded up, but really what's crazy is you look at a lot of these boarded up businesses and you don't really know, or is this boarded up from the events that took place last night, or are they boarded up because of the things that happened weeks ago with the previous riots and protests that took place. But you're looking down, right now we're walking down Grand Avenue. You're seeing a lot of the businesses beginning their cleanup process as they come in and start assessing the damage. You see you got so the door, the window of the door broken out. We got the people here in the business. They're trying to really kind of take a step back and begin what is probably going to be a fairly lengthy cleanup process. This is the Pistachios Art and Jewelry. Here we've got to the Sugar Factory, a very popular restaurant here in downtown Chicago, and you're seeing a lot of the windows that are broken out, glass really all over the sidewalks here downtown. Earlier this morning around the corner, whenever we go in there, we're going to be able to see really the people were able to break open the windows to the doors and go in and create obviously a lot of havoc, a lot of destruction. So a lot of these people here, and still in the early hours, as a lot of the business owners and residents here in downtown Chicago are getting up, they're coming out. You're seeing a lot of people taking pictures on their phones as they come to terms with with everything that took place overnight. You can sort of see briefly through this broken out window here, the door, you can see this is a whole window has been broken out. You can see a lot of the sort of destruction and everything that's been taking place, but obviously a lot of people, you can already tell that the cleanup has already begun here in this store and obviously around downtown Chicago. You see a lot of people walking around just looking and trying to understand everything that took place overnight here in Chicago. We're going to be live. We're going to sort of pop around in different areas of the city to kind of give you a feel for what the morning is looking like as the sun is here as rising in downtown Chicago. But here for now, we're live at Grandin Rush as we toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jake, wild day weather-wise out there. Fortunately, these storms were in and out in about an hour and a half, but not before they cranked in here at 70 miles an hour, had a severe thunderstorm watch, and brought widespread wind damage. Right now, we're in the clear. We're in good shape out there, but still some severe thunderstorm watches for parts of Ohio, downstate Indiana, Illinois, and northern portions of Kentucky. Highest wind gusts today, wow. Look at Kentland, which is down in Newton County, northwest Indiana. They led the way there at 73 miles an hour. Out in Navy Pier, Midway had a peak wind gust right around 4 o'clock at 72 miles an hour. Gary, 65, DuPage and O'Hare at 62 miles an hour, and that's why we had a lot of this going around. Let me step out of the way. Kevin McCubbin, I hope I pronounced that right. That picture sent in. Big old tree down in his backyard in Addison. And Lisa Rich, this is when that tornado warning was issued for parts of DuPage and Will County down in Plainfield. On the right, obviously that lightning strike, and on the left, a rotating wall cloud. So nothing confirmed out there of a tornado touching down, but certainly we had the widespread wind damage, and that's why our severe threat was upgraded. This time last night was marginal, went all the way up to a moderate. That's a level 4. So incredible 180 from Mother Nature. Now it's going to cool down tonight. We'll get up to 83 tomorrow, 84 on Wednesday, 85 on Thursday, and much, much drier air. We'll heat back up late this week, Anthony and Dawn, and again in time for the weekend.
Bill, it was a wild ride this afternoon as you and Caitlin were watching this storm blow in from Iowa, where there were wind gusts of up to 100 miles an hour. Yeah. How did that play out? Was it worse, better, or about what you expected when it finally did get here?
You know, it actually kind of weakened Anthony a little bit, but, you know, once you get over 75-mile-an-hour winds, I mean, it's just incredible what it can do. We did not have any reports here of 18-wheelers or tractor-trailers here being blown over. You know, thankfully, again, the timing here, everything kind of came in right about the time people were making their commute home. Did pick up about a ½ inch to an inch of rain, and this time last night, you know, we were under a marginal or a low threat for just an isolated storm. Then the models and then the Storm Prediction Center really came on board, and I tell you, the Storm Prediction Center nailed it today, upgrading our severe weather threat from a marginal to enhanced. Then it went up to a moderate threat, which is a level 4 out of 5, 5 being the highest. So kind of an unusual day, and that is why we had some of these wind gusts here. Kentland, which is down in Newton County at 73 miles an hour, but check out Navy Pier and Midway, 72 miles an hour. Gary at 65, DuPage and O'Hare at 62. So we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. I'm sure the Weather Service will go out and survey some areas that maybe a tornado briefly touched down. Anthony?
All right.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Wild ride this afternoon weather-wise. Okay.
All right. Oh, let's bring in Domete Pongo, the host of MTV's True Life Crime and MTV News' Need to Know. All right, we don't have him right now. Okay. All right.
Oh, yes. Okay. So we also caught up with a shop owner that was experiencing some damage as a result of last night's looting. Let's take a look at this interview.
Right at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it was still happening. So we got a busy day, got a lot more to do, but...
So where are you headed next? You obviously own a glass company, been in business for 2 years. What has this been like for you guys as, you know, this is the second time now that many businesses have been hit with looting this year?
Yeah, it's been real crazy with business. I don't like what's behind it, you know, like why I'm getting the business for the reason, but yeah, it's just been, I got a crew of 5. We're trying to do our best, and we're trying to hang in there. But
where else have you been today, and where are you headed next? Because you said it's going to be a long day for you guys.
Yeah, so we're headed down, keep going down Michigan Avenue, I think of Burberry, Uniqlo, maybe Sephora. Yeah.
How long do you expect to be out?
till at least 10 o'clock tonight, at least.
How long have you lived in this area?
So I live in Elgin, South Elgin, so I just come in here and work down here, but I've been in this area for my whole life, like Streamwood, Elgin area.
How do you feel? When you woke up this morning, whatever time that was, for you guys to start coming out here, what's your reaction to all of this?
Yeah, so when I got the call at 5 o'clock, I didn't even know what was going on. I'm like, why do you need a storefront boarded up? We just went through this. And then when you start getting down, you listen to the radio, you start hearing what's happening. And it's terrible because stores are closing down. And these little mom and pop shops are closing down for good. And certain locations, I've been closing them down, since the first one hit in May. So it's a terrible thing that's going on.
Bill, thank you so much for your time and for all that you're doing. We appreciate it. Certainly a lot of perspectives. We've been talking to many different people this morning. We just heard Bill, who owns, Ferguson Glass, and then plenty of business owners. We just talked to one who owns a wedding band company, and he was talking about his plans for the future, where he goes next. We talked to another business owner who, says that she's tenacious and she's, worked hard to keep her business open, and she continues to do that. So a lot of people, with different messages today. Hope, some just hoping for unity. That's a big one.
All right, let's bring in Domiti Pongo, the host of MTV's True Life Crime and MTV News' Need to Know. Domiti, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Well, most importantly, you are a Chicago native. You started your journalism career here. I know for years you covered what's happening. So tell us what your perspective is now. You talk about this all the time. What do you think is happening now with our young people?
Well, first of all, it's painful. It's painful to be in this position to see everything that's happening right now in the city. But I think it points to something that we see, that we've heard a lot of folks talk about time and time again: underinvestments in our community, right? And, one thing that we talked about in our piece today for MTV News Need to Know covering this was the idea that, your last reporter talked about unity, that perhaps it's time for Chicago's business community to join activists in talking about how the police should reform our city. The business community is a strong lobbying bloc in the city of Chicago. And if they get hit every time there's unrest, they have a vested stake in this too. And perhaps if they compel the Chicago Police Department and the mayor to do something to address this unrest, to address the police practices and pattern and practice of excessive force that we saw in the Justice Department report from 2017, then maybe we'll see some things begin to change.
Certainly a big disconnect between the two groups that you just mentioned, Domiti. Can you talk about how Chicago is being talked about nationally? How has the city, especially of late this summer, become a part of a larger national conversation from your perspective?
What's been so interesting about being from Chicago and seeing Chicago in these national conversations is that the conversations have started to become larger than just police brutality, as you guys have seen as well. We're talking about inequities in our workplaces. We're talking about capitalizing the being Black and what does that actually mean as it communicates what it means to be a part of this African diaspora. So these disparate conversations are beginning to happen, and Chicago, being one of those linchpin cities where we're seeing all of this unrest, begins to highlight, Rahm used to call Chicago the most American of American cities. And Chicago's segregation points to the larger issue of segregation we see in the country. This disconnect between the South and West sides of Chicago points to classism that goes on in all aspects of our country, where people live in two different Americas. So, I think Rahm meant it one way back when he used to say it, but it's kind of manifesting itself differently. And each city is having its own version of the Chicago conversation right now.
Well, we had a couple of guests on. I wanted to ask you about this, especially because you're on MTV, which does target young people. One of our guests, the Sun-Times columnist Mary Mitchell, was saying how young people need to listen to young people and that we have to find those leaders and have them talk to these groups. How are you trying to reach young people in the work that you do? And are you able to talk to those groups specifically because of your job?
That is a fantastic question. Yeah, we do have an opportunity to talk with a lot of youth organizations with whom we brought on the show, from the March for Our Lives movement, talking to individuals with the March for Our Lives, to talking to local activists there in Chicago, like Jamal Cole of My Block, My Hood, My City, or an activist within Good Kids, Mad City, which of course, has been part of the national conversation as well after one of its members was assaulted allegedly by a Chicago police officer. So it does, I think the key to talking to young people is talking in their language and make sure we're not talking above them or past them. You know, I make a point in my stories to, you know, I have the liberty being at an MTV News outlet in this climate where we're at home, where I wear my hoodie. I speak as candidly and honestly as I'm talking to you guys now, and I think that that's the way to get to them. You know, I think a lot of times our content in these journalistic spaces, as you all know, can talk above and beyond some of the people that we so desperately need to reach. And so I talk to them directly, as openly and as honestly as I'm speaking with you guys right now, you know, also leveraging the voices of rappers like Lil Herb, who have been talking about, or G Herbo, who have been talking about mental health awareness and PTSD that he has suffered as someone who's experienced violence, you know, using conversations about Juice WRLD to talk about what does drug addiction and drug use look like in today's climate, using artists like Lil Baby's song, The Bigger Picture, and pulling quotes out to talk about how someone from his community views this current moment of unrest and using his lyrics to kind of point to that. So, you know, those are some of the things that we're trying to do, but, you know, we can always do more, you know.
Yeah.
But,
what's your approach in terms of social media as a way to, you know, not talk above or around young people? Social media played a really big role in what unfolded here in Chicago over the last day or so, where some misinformation got out online, kind of had a viral aspect to it, turned out to kind of not be true. But at that point, it was almost too late, and we saw just hundreds and hundreds of young people kind of swarm downtown. What do you think social media's role could be, ideally, in a situation like this to avoid or minimize the chance of something like this happening again?
Yeah, well, social media is a tool, and like any tool, it can be used to fix something or to break something. And what I found that social media can be most effective at is closing the information gap. The problem is, there was a gap in information today because police didn't release much information to the public. So what happens in the hood? People just begin filling in those facts with what they know on their own information. You know, you've got witnesses out there who may have saw what happened, and maybe this guy who was shot by police looks like a 15-year-old, and we just don't know where that rumor came from and what its impetus was. But I think the key here is that, you know, I know it's touchy, and that perhaps in an investigation, Chicago police makes a judgment call on whether or not to release certain information. But I do know if the identity of the person who was shot was revealed early, still to this point, I haven't seen it yet. If it had, by the time, you know, I finished my reporting, still don't know who this person is, it wouldn't have given way for that misinformation. And that's where that mistrust comes from, the lack of information from Chicago police. How in this climate do police officers not have their badges on to protect themselves? You know, I say in the piece today, it's very possible that this could have been a justified shooting. Maybe it's the truth that the guy turned around and shot at the police officers. We'll never know because they didn't have their badges on.
I hate to cut you off. I'm getting the hard rap from our producer, but we really, really appreciate your perspective and look forward to your reporting going forward, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys are good.
Thank you so much. Now at 9, Chicago is under its overnight restrictions right now. The bridges are up and entrance ramps are closed.
Now the hard part, store owners throughout Chicago assessing the damage and trying to pick up the pieces.
Thank you for joining us tonight at 9. I'm Dawn Hasbrough.
And I'm Anthony Ponce in for Corey.
New developments in the Inglewood police shooting that police say incited the chaos overnight. The man shot has been identified as 20-year-old Latrell Allen. Investigators say he fired multiple rounds at uniformed police officers who were responding to a call in the 5600 block of South Aberdeen. Allen has been charged with 2 felony counts of attempted murder. Police say his weapon was recovered on the scene.
And that officer-involved shooting is believed to have been what sparked this night of looting. Chicago is under lockdown tonight after hundreds ransacked businesses along the Mag Mile and also throughout other parts of downtown. During the chaos, 2 people were shot, more than a dozen officers were injured, and more than 100 people were arrested.
I've been in contact with the governor. He and I spoke early this morning so that I could brief him on what happened. Both of us believe this is not an incident that requires the National Guard.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot rejecting calls that the National Guard needs to be called in to help protect Chicago. The mayor has enacted some restrictions, though, tonight to limit access to the downtown area, and we'll have more on that in just a minute. But first, a crowd has gathered outside District 1 police station tonight. They are protesting the arrests of some of the looters.
Tia Ewing kicks off our team coverage tonight. Tia, what is the latest there?
Dawn and Anthony, we moved away from our original location because this protest, the tone out here definitely has changed. It started with some of the protesters chanting things that were definitely derogatory, aimed at Chicago police. So now you see police lined up in riot gear, many of them walking away now from some of those protesters. But you can see protesters are armed with umbrellas. And what do we know about that? That oftentimes means that they are going to start throwing projectiles aimed at Chicago police. So some of them came prepared to obviously do a little bit more than chanting and using their rights. What I can tell you right now is that this crowd has grown. It has turned a little bit different. Some of the conversation that we've heard out here definitely is different from the peaceful protests that we initially heard. Again, we are at the 1st District here off of 18th and State Street, and we want to swing this way so you can see that this area is shut down to southbound traffic, and it's shut down for about 3 blocks from about 15th down to 18th Street right now. But in terms of seeing anything that has gotten completely out of hand, we have not seen that just yet. We saw the police in riot gear show up out here. They went back inside of the police district. Just a few linger on the front right now. Now, all of this is in response to those protesters that were arrested. I just got off the phone with Chicago police. They tell me the number has not changed. More than 100 protesters were, I'm sorry, not protesters, looters. Let's be very clear. Looters were arrested as a result of the unrest in downtown Chicago. So again, more than 100 looters arrested, and many of them brought here to the 1st District to be processed. We've actually seen some of them starting to be let out of this police district tonight. But the tone changed, so we changed. We moved our location as a result of hearing some of what was being said. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Tia, thank you. Well, on the north side, looters and rioters targeted stores around North and Clybourne, smashing windows, primarily at stores that sell jewelry, cell phones, and other electronics. Some owners tell us the looters use specialized equipment to target large ticket items. A group even targeted an eyeglass store, stealing more than $40,000 of items.
That's what they took?
Well, as you can see over here, Prada.
They went for the high-end stuff.
Yeah, they did, and the case is very, very expensive too. So it has a whole glass front.
How many pairs of eyeglasses were in there?
Oh my gosh, I don't know, maybe 40 in there. So I'll know when it's all said and done what we're missing.
One Chicago alderman says the crowds began small but quickly grew into the hundreds within hours.
Earlier today, Alderman Brian Hopkins, who represents the downtown 2nd Ward, described to us the chaotic night, which he witnessed some of. Take a listen.
They tried to close Michigan Avenue on numerous occasions. I watched the looters drive right around them like they weren't even there. I watched people walk out of stores with armfuls of merchandise and walk right past police officers because they were running. The police were almost helpless and seemed powerless in many cases to respond.
Despite that, there were a few dozen arrests. Elizabeth Matthews picking up our team coverage now. Hi, Elizabeth.
Anthony, and like Tia said, there were actually more than 100 people arrested downtown for things like disorderly conduct. Chicago police also telling us that there were 13 Chicago police officers injured last night. We're downtown right now, right along the river. We don't see a lot of activity, a few pedestrians lingering around, but we have seen a larger than normal police presence. Earlier today, Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown and Mayor Lori Lightfoot warning that there would be restrictions in downtown tonight starting at 8, and here is the proof. Several of those bridges in downtown are up, restricting access unless you're an employee, essential worker, or resident. This is all an effort to crack down on the potential for more unrest tonight. Police believe that this all happened after that police-involved shooting yesterday. Police say that there was some misinformation that was being spread on social media regarding that Inglewood shooting. Some believed it was an unarmed 15-year-old that Chicago police shot, but police say it was 20-year-old Latrell Allen, and they recovered a gun on scene. Police say they shot at him, they fired back, and they struck him. He is expected to be okay. Hours later, CPD then found another social media post encouraging looting in downtown, and police say a car caravan hit the road. 400 officers were dispatched to the Loop last night, but they couldn't stop those breaking and entering. The mayor has a message for those looting.
We are coming for you. We are already at work on finding you, and we intend to hold you accountable for your actions. I don't care. I do not care whatever justification was given for this. There is no justification for criminal behavior ever. You have no right to take and destroy the property of others. Our residents deserve to be safe. Our businesses deserve to understand and enjoy safety and security of their property and in their employees. And our police officers deserve to be able to do their job without having to worry about shots being fired, projectiles being thrown, and being maced. This is not anywhere near acceptable.
So these downtown restrictions, they began again at 8 tonight, expected to last through the morning until 6 a.m. Not sure for how many days this might go or if this was just for a one-night thing. These downtown restrictions don't just include these bridges that you see behind me that are currently in the up position. Also, CTA trains not running downtown from 6 to 8. And also, we're told that Lakeshore Drive expected to be closed from Fullerton all the way to I-55. Anthony and Don, back to you.
Elizabeth, thank you very much. The FBI has launched a new digital media tip line to help identify local looters and violent crime suspects. That digital tip line allows members of the public to upload any of your photographs or videos of those violent crimes for investigators to go on and review. A similar online tool was launched back in May, seeking photos and videos in support of the FBI's George Floyd civil rights investigation.
We want to turn now to another developing story, the weather. People in Chicago and the suburbs picking up from nasty storms today. This video is of a hurricane. It looks like it, at least, but this was actually shot today in Morris. Someone said it looked like a hurricane.
Wow, certainly does. And the storm also blew a roof clear off when that storm came through the city. Of this video right here showing what happened just north of Addison at Lakeshore Drive. Look at that debris just sent flying right onto the traffic below.
We do have team coverage of the storms, beginning with Dane Placco and the line of damage left behind. Dane.
Yeah, we're at Byron and Wayne, not far from Wrigley Field. We've been driving around seeing a lot of damage, probably some of the most stupendous damage right here. Let me back up a little bit and show you not one but two trees pulled right out of the ground. That big one you see right there, and then a second tree, both laying across the pavement and damaging several cars. In the case of that bigger one you saw moments ago, let's go back to that real quickly and we'll show you. Take a look at that Toyota. It is it's trashed. The back window broke out. The car pushing down against the ground, glass all over the street. It has been a wild night here on the city's north side. Lots of downed trees and lots of property damage caused by those trees. Let's show you some of the pictures. From Portage Park to Irving Park to Wrigleyville and along the lakefront, the storm blew through around 4 o'clock this afternoon, clocking winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. Now, we've been driving around the Lakeview neighborhood for most of the evening. We've seen scores of downed tree limbs and in some cases entire trees pulled right out of the ground, like right here. And probably the worst property damage we've seen so far is in the 1200 block of Eddy, where a huge tree blew over in someone's backyard. That tilted root ball then popped a garage several feet out of the ground. Then the trunk of the tree destroyed a brick garage that contained 2 new cars.
And the tree kept bending and further over it went, and then it just popped. And when it popped, the roots under that garage over there caused that garage probably to bounce up 5 or 6 feet, just bounce up into the air, and then it landed where you see it. But the tree popped that garage way up, and then it just squashed this thing like it didn't even know this was here.
I'll show you some of the other damage here at Byron and Wayne. Here's that big rip ball. You see it broke the concrete, the sidewalk right here, leaving a big hole. And probably the most potentially damaging situation still exists if we walk across the street here a little bit. You can see this large tree in the parkway here at the corner. It was starting to blow over, and then it stopped. But take a look right here. Like a giant piece of shag rug, it actually pulled the ground up and above and over the curb. This tree is now tilting this way, east, towards that house right there. The people that live in that house, understandably worried, have left for the night. They have kids and pets. They're staying at a nearby hotel, we're told, because if a strong wind comes again out of the west and towards the east, I hate to think what would happen if this tree came crashing over onto that house. There wouldn't be much left of the house. So that's the situation here on the north side. Oh, we just ran into 44th Ward Alderman Tom Tunney, who tells us that in his ward about 15 blocks are blocked by downed trees, but that they haven't had too much significant damage other than what we've shown you already. We do know there is significant damage in other neighborhoods as well. We'll tell you about that a little bit later. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll see you later in the newscast. Dane, we appreciate it.
All right, let's get an update on our forecast. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys, I'll tell you what, definitely the most significant widespread severe weather event of the season. And I'll tell you, this time last night, remember, we were under a marginal or a low risk for severe storms. It just kept getting ramped up here by the Storm Prediction Center. Ground speed with these storms at 70 miles an hour. That is highway speed. So that's why we had the widespread damage, as you saw there from Dane's live shot. Again, big picture right now. Most of the activity is downstate, southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, and Ohio. So we're in the clear, but not before near hurricane force wind gusts. Check out Kentland down in Newton County, 73 miles an hour. Navy Pier and Midway at 72. DuPage had a wind gust of 62, along with O'Hare. And that's why we had so many pictures like this coming in. These are all courtesy of the Fox 32 weather app. Look at the size of this tree here, split right down at the base. It fell and hit this large home and then kind of slid off to the right. So fortunately, just minor damage to that home. Kevin McCubbin in Addison sent that photo in, some damage in his backyard. And this is a great shot here. Lisa Rich in Plainfield. You have the lightning strike on the right, and you have that rotating wall cloud. Several tornado warnings here, Anthony and Dawn, issued today. At least for now, nothing confirmed, but it was a wild one. And fortunately, we're in the clear for the next several days. We'll have the complete forecast coming up in just a bit.
All right, Bill, thank you. Still ahead, a White House briefing abruptly stopped, and the president is escorted out.
President Trump says there was a shooting. What we know tonight about the incident.
It does not serve us to have dishonest blame games when all of our hearts are breaking by what we are seeing.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us. You can see we've been watching in with our Fox 32 Chicago team. Here's a live look, though, at a shot that I've been keeping my eye on for you, because this is supposed to be an update from the U.S. Secret Service on that incident that happened just outside the White House premises earlier this afternoon. So if you were with us while we were here live, you saw it all happen. If you weren't, you can always go on youtube.com/newsnow, head to that video tab and go and watch it. But once again, President Donald Trump's White House press briefing got interrupted. He was taken away by Secret Service as they had a shooter outside, an armed man outside. So right now at this time, News Now does know that President Trump, who was abruptly escorted away during a briefing, had came back saying there was a shooting outside of the White House, describing what he knew at that time. He said it seems like an armed person was shot by Secret Service, had been taken to the hospital. Since then, the U.S. Secret Service has tweeted out an update. This happened about 2 hours ago. They did say that the investigation into an officer-involved shooting, Secret Service officer-involved shooting, is still ongoing. It was a male subject and a U.S. Secret Service officer who were both transported to a local hospital.
And unfortunately, there's no more updates at this time. The incident, though, was outside of the White House complex, and they did also say that the White House complex was not breached or any of the protectees were in danger. Now, instead of taking him down to the bunker, they had taken him to the Oval Office, and if you had watched with us live here, it unfolded very quickly. Then just within a span of minutes later, President Trump came back out. One of the reporters did ask President Trump, were you rattled by this, Mr. President? And his reply, do I seem rattled? Then went on to finish his press conference here this afternoon. So just once again, want to let you know, you can always head on over to youtube.com/newsnow, and we'll have those videos up there for you under the video tab of how you can see, again, that situation that unfolded this afternoon. As soon as we do get that Secret Service shot of them giving an update, we'll bring it to you here on News Now. Fox 32 back into coverage on this situation. Going to listen in here on News Now.
It happened while President Trump was giving a coronavirus briefing. Secret Service was seen interrupting the press conference and escorting Trump out for a brief moment. Authorities say the man was considered an active shooter and is now in police custody.
Widespread looting has sparked a political blame game today. Local leaders are being bashed for not doing enough after the looting in late May.
Our team covered it.
So it does seem like they're done with that coverage there. Again, just reiterating what we just told you here, that we do have one known suspect who was shot, taken to the hospital. Sounds like he is in custody. And so we're going to switch things up here in just a minute. As I mentioned, still waiting for this press conference with the U.S. Secret Service about exactly what did unfold here earlier this evening in Washington, D.C. So once again, I just want to say thanks so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. I'm one of your hosts, Christy Larson, and we've been giving you updates that have been happening all across the country. But what I really love is we also have special interviews that our Fox stations around the country bring right here to us, and we play for you on News Now. Don't forget, you can always join us on News Now with Fox on YouTube, so you can go to youtube.com/newsnow. You can also go to your Samsung TV Plus and go to channel 1006 to find us. So earlier here today, one of our special interviews got sent to us by our sister station, Fox 11, that's KTTV, and they have a brand new segment called Your Take. Today's focus is on the vice presidential pick. Now, we all are expecting Joe Biden to make his announcement hopefully this week on who's going to be on that November 2020 presidential ballot. And so he talked with many people about what the importance of picking this VP really means to them. And here it is, Your Take with Fox 11.
I'm Alex Michelson, and this is Your Take. Right now, we want your take on the most important decision a presidential candidate can make, their choice for vice president. Joe Biden's decision for VP expected any day. A few leading contenders from right here in California. So who do you want to see him pick, and why? How important is the VP selection?
And pardon me, I did see we had a spelling error there. Just going to be fixing this for you guys. Also, just want to remind you, we are going to be keeping an eye on this. So if they do come out with this press conference during that interview, of course, we're going to be taking it live. Going to reintroduce this story once more here for everyone who's joining us on News Now from Fox. All right, guys, thanks so much again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. I'm one of your hosts, Christy Larson. And one of the great things that we have is a lot of content coming from all of our Fox stations across the country right here to our News Now desk that we bring specifically here to you. Fox 11, KTTV, they're with Los Angeles. They sent us a special interview that I'm going to be playing here for you. They're doing a new segment called Your Take, and this time it's focused on the importance of that vice presidential candidacy. And so we all know we're all keeping our eye on Joe Biden at this time as we look forward to who he's going to pick to run with him for that 2020 November election. Here is Alex Michelson with Fox 11 Los Angeles with Your Take.
I'm Alex Michelson, and this is Your Take. Right now, we want your take on the most important decision a presidential candidate can make, their choice for vice president. Joe Biden's decision for VP expected any day. A few leading contenders from right here in California. So who do you want to see him pick and why? How important is the VP selection? We've assembled a focus group from across our area, across the ideological spectrum as well. So let's get your take. Let's start with Miriam Gorbatov. Miriam, you're a student at UCLA, undecided. What are you looking for in a VP pick?
I think it's great that Biden has vowed to pick a woman, but ultimately at the end of the day, it is most important that he chooses someone who's strong and competent. And if it's a woman, that would be amazing. I would want someone who has a plan to turn our economy around and get America back on track to success should something happen to the president.
Jeannie Harrison, real estate management, Westlake Village. You're a Democrat. I mean, is this going to sway your decision one way or another?
Absolutely not. Biden is it all the way. No question about it. At the same time, I think every single one of the candidates are strong. They're all experienced, and I would be comfortable with any one of them. I think they're excellent choices.
Dean Chermet, in the real estate or hospitality industry, I should say, from Hollywood. Dean, does this matter? Is this going to be a game changer for you?
It's going to be Susan Rice, baby, all day. We got the resume. She was a national security advisor. She's a smart businesswoman. She's going to help reestablish our stable footing in the world stage. And, she's got the familiarity with working 8 years with him in the Obama White House. So, and she's a smart businesswoman to kind of build up the economy where it needs to be.
All right, we'll talk more about her in a moment. Let me just get real quickly. Kenneth Husar, Peter Van Voorhees, both of you on the conservative side. Is there anybody that Joe Biden could pick that could convince you not to vote for Donald Trump? Peter.
No, I mean, Joe Biden, unless he picks some great Republican, no, there's absolutely no chance that I could vote for Joe Biden. And the reason being is Joe Biden is a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Look, I think he means well. I think Joe Biden is someone who, he did well in his career, but his time is past. He should have run in 2016. Whoever runs in 2020 as the VP, they might as well be the shadow president. So if you're voting for VP, you're voting for the president. Joe Biden's not going to be running anything in that White House. That I'll tell you.
Kenneth, anybody for you?
I think if Joe Biden was to surprise us as a president, he should pick a candidate to be his vice president that's an opposite ideology from him. From conception, the vice president was supposed to be a position of bringing the other side, so it's not just one side of the country running the rest of the country. It should be both sides of the country running together. If he wants to be a powerful pick, it should be a pick that it will cover his weak spots and have him see in areas that he would not normally see. I think a Republican candidate would be very powerful and historical.
We haven't seen that happen since the 1800s when you're talking about that. All right, so let's go through some of the picks because a lot of them are from right here in California. Tyree, let's begin with you. Your take on Kamala Harris.
Actually, Kamala Harris is one of my picks along with Karen Bass. I think this presidency and vice presidency are going to be like no other and getting the country back to on track to being and continuing to be one of the greatest nations in the world. You're going to need someone who knows the ins and outs of the political climate, as well as the legalities that are going to come along with making the changes needed to push this country forward and kind of erase the last 4 years of the abyss we've been in.
Other thoughts? Miriam, your thoughts on Kamala Harris?
I don't have a strong opinion just yet on any of the VP picks. I think once Biden chooses someone, there will be opportunities to see them on the campaign trail and see how they are able to conduct themselves with potential voters, such as me. And it will give us an opportunity to see their views on important national issues.
Jeannie, your take, Kamala Harris.
She is smart as a whip. I think she'd be excellent, and I would be thrilled if she was part of the ticket.
Dean, your take, Kamala Harris.
She lost me at the second debate. She's a very polarizing pick. I'm not feeling her.
Kenneth, your take on Kamala Harris.
I echo Miriam. I believe that they should bring the Democratic Party should bring these candidates to me and market them to me. I find the problem with politics is that it becomes a gigantic homework game, and a lot of people don't have the time and energy to do such things when they have to pay bills and stuff of that nature. So it's up to the Democratic Party to sell them on me when they're ready to present them to me, and not within the process at this point.
Peter, your take on Kamala Harris.
Look, I think she's a fake progressive. I mean, she talks about her progressive bona fides, but when she was the attorney general here in California, she did a lot of things that by today's current standards are not very progressive. I think Joe Biden will probably end up picking her. I would advise her to go with Val Demings instead, because she was the chief of Orlando Police, and I think she does bring a lot of good experience in that end that could unite the country. But again, I think he will end up going with Kamala. Maybe a better move than Susan Rice. We'll see.
All right, let's talk about the Southern Californian in this race, Karen Bass, the Congresswoman. Your take on Karen Bass, Jeannie.
I love her. I think she has the ability to bring people in because she's easy to listen to. She's very straightforward. And man, she knows what she's talking about. She's got a lot of experience, and I like her a lot.
Tyree, your take on Karen Bass. Tyree looks frozen. He's frozen in time with his appreciation of Karen Bass. Dean, your take on Karen Bass.
You know, I didn't know a lot about Karen Bass until you kind of took me down that road, and I have to say I'm a fan. She's obviously incredibly electable. She's super steady, and I think that she would make a really great choice. I just don't in recognition that a Kamala Harris would bring to it, even though I'm not a fan, but I think that that's where she will fall short.
Kenneth, your take on Karen Bass.
I need to see more of her. I'm very undecisive with her, and some of her rhetoric that I have heard has left me in somewhat of a medium position where I do agree with some of it and disagree with others.
Peter, your thoughts on Karen Bass.
Look, Karen Bass seems like a nice lady. She was really talked about a couple weeks ago as being a real potential VP pick for Biden. When you're looking at the predicting betting markets right now, she's only at about 3%. So I don't even think she's in the running anymore, but, you know, best of luck to her.
Miriam, your take on Karen Bass.
Once again, I really want to see more from her on the campaign trail if she is chosen. That's all I really have to say on Karen Bass.
Okay, let's talk about another person high up on the list, Susan Rice, the National Security Advisor. Dean, your take on Susan Rice.
I mean, I kind of opened, the gate, opened out of the gate with her. I think that she makes sense. I like the fact that she is an actual businesswoman. I think a lot of politicians don't have any experience in the private sector. So you want to talk about building the economy, building up business. She would be a smart choice. She was a national security advisor. She's got experience. She's got the resume. She looks presidential. She's poised. She's ready. I think she's ready for all the attacks. They're going to come for her on Benghazi, which is a BS attack anyways. And I think that she did the best with the information that she had at the time. And she's a good choice.
Tyree, your take on Susan Rice.
I actually agree with Dean totally on this one. She's a strong pick. She's been in the political climate. She knows her way around the politics and the government, and she'll be a strong, I wouldn't say counter, but she'll be a strong balance to President Biden, Vice President Joe Biden, going forward throughout their presidency.
Other takes? Anybody else especially excited about Susan Rice?
One of the reasons I really like her is that she and Joe already have such a strong relationship. I think he's really going to want somebody next to him in the same way that he was with Barack Obama. And so naturally, to me, Susan Rice may be that person.
Okay, so let's see. Who do you think he's going to pick? Raise your hand if you think that Joe Biden is going to pick Kamala Harris. Raise your hand if you think that he's going to pick Karen Bass. Nobody. Nope. Raise your hand if you think he's going to pick Susan Rice. Raise your hand if you think he's going to pick Tammy Duckworth. Raise your hand if you think he's going to pick anybody else. We didn't say. No, okay. So we think it's probably either going to be Kamala Harris or Susan Rice. That's who it's coming down to. Any strong takes on either one that they should go for?
I think that looking at the situation and saying, I think it's going to be this or I think it's going to be that is ultimately going to be detrimental to the person. I think you should look at the situation and see what it brings. You shouldn't have any hopes and you shouldn't have any doubts. Be open-minded.
So on Susan Rice, very quickly here, people are bringing up Benghazi and they're saying that that's just a deflection and that, that is going to be something that she might be able to surmount. There's a lot of things that people don't know about Susan Rice. They don't know that she ignored the genocide of almost 1 million Rwandans in the 1990s. They don't know a lot of the other stuff that she did in the Obama White House, too. Benghazi is just the tip of the iceberg, and I can tell you, when she goes on those national talk shows again and tries to explain it, last time it didn't go well. I don't know if it's smart for Biden to have her go do that again on his behalf. It might lose him the election.
All right, let's just, beyond the VP pick, let's go around the horn real quick. What's the most important issue for you to hear about from the president and the VP? Let's go around the horn. Dean, starting with you.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to have to say the economy. Considering what's going on with the pandemic and everything, that's going to be the #1 priority to get everybody back to work, lower the hysteria, and get America back on track again.
Miriam.
I have to agree with Dean. We are in a health crisis right now with COVID that is affecting every segment of our lives, including education, healthcare, poverty, and we need someone with a plan to get us on track economically.
Jeannie.
Boy, they said it. Both of them did. And healthcare and the economy, that's top of the list.
Kenneth.
I think the riots were speaking on a much deeper and philosophical conversation with our history as Americans and what we have to do with that history and how we're going to react with that history. So I need that to be brought up because once that situation is finished, it will bring a solution to other problems such as the economy.
Peter.
I think people want certainty, and I think they want hope, and I think they want stability, and I think they want to know that hopefully this coronavirus crisis and all the horrible economic effects of it will be over soon. The big problem is Republicans and Democrats in Congress, they ran up the bills and have barely done anything to help the American people while they're basically just enriching a bunch of corporations. Both parties are guilty of it. I think they both got to get to the table and say, what can we do for the American people? Because they're the ones that put us in this position, not us.
Tyree.
I agree with Dean and Miriam. It's going to be the economy and the healthcare crisis. I mean, at this point, our country's in a virtual free fall, and the commander-in-chief is seemingly asleep at the wheel with no plan and no idea of where and how to get inside of it. And I think the most important thing to hear from our president, our current or next president, is a solid plan as to how we're going to stop the spread of COVID, how we're going to repair the economy in every shape, fashion, and form, and how we protect people's health going forward while we prepare the economy.
All right, well, thank you all for sharing your takes. We appreciate you for watching this edition of Your Take. We're going to be checking back in with this group and with others throughout this extraordinary election season. I'm Alex Michelson. We'll see you next time.
And thank you, Alex, for that special interview. Thank you to our Fox LA team over there at Fox 11. We do appreciate you guys sending us that special Your Take. Just a reminder for all of our viewers, we do also want to remind you we're going to be closely following Joe Biden's campaign, and we'll stream his announcement right here on News Now from Fox. Of course, we're all expecting it to come this week. We don't know when, so you can tune in and watch anytime, not only with us on youtube.com/newsnow, you can also find us on your Samsung TV Plus. Just look for channel 1006. And as we take this live look at the White House, I want to go on the ground to show you that we are still waiting anxiously for this update from U.S. Secret Service as they give us more details on that incident that happened outside of the White House. Now, once again, we do know at this time that because of the Secret Service did send out a tweet that their investigation is still ongoing. There was a male suspect and a U.S. Secret Service officer who were both transported to a local hospital. At this time, though, they say that the incident was just outside of the White House complex. It was not breached, and everyone inside, all the protectees, were not in danger. So, again, that incident, the shooting incident, happened off 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. As soon as we see this press conference take place, of course, we'll be bringing it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Until then, I want to go to another special interview, this one coming to us from our KTVU Fox 2 San Francisco team. We do about a weekly interview where they get a financial expert to talk about your money. So answering all those financial facts and questions, especially during the pandemic.
Hey there, everyone. Mike Meeback with KTVU Fox 2 in the San Francisco Bay Area, talking about money, talking about COVID-19 in this month of August. Winnie Sun, Managing Director of Sun Group Wealth Partners, joins us once again. And over the weekend, Winnie, we saw President Trump sign these executive orders. Now, some would argue that it was just a photo op. Others think that indeed these executive orders will help get more cash in the pockets of struggling Americans out there. Will this indeed bring more financial relief for people?
I think so. I think, Mike, you made a really good point. You know, I think the main thing that Americans were looking for was some sort of direction as we went through the weekend of whether or not they could expect to have some funding sooner rather than later, and whether it be a PR stunt or not. The good news is I think Americans are bringing a little bit sigh of relief because there's things that we're really concerned about, such as that stimulus unemployment benefit, right? That enhanced benefit of $600 a week. Trump has signed an executive order saying that it'll be now $400 a week. Whether that will change or not, because we do know that both parties are back in Congress now trying to discuss and flush this out. In addition, the big thing that we've heard is Trump signed an executive order saying that there will be a payroll tax holiday for employees that earn less than $100,000. So again, there's this on top of eviction protection, on top of student loan protection. There's a lot of things right now that are on the table that Trump has signed. Whether or not that will stick or whether it'll be permanent is yet to see. But so far, that's looking like some relief for some people, a lot of Americans actually right now.
And when it comes to this, I mean, you mentioned the debate in Congress on Capitol Hill. You know, I think some people are wondering, well, will I get more money through Congress or through the executive orders that President Trump signed over the weekend? And no matter which one it is, or maybe it's both, when am I actually going to see the checks?
Right, Mike. That's a big question. Is first off, as you remember, Trump basically signed off on 4 items. It didn't include that stimulus check yet, that $1,200 that we're hoping to see, and another $500 per dependent. So that's still a big sticking point. In addition, the $400 per week of enhanced benefit that's there for unemployment. Trump is also saying that he wants the state to cover 25% of that. So whether that's actually going to come into fruition is still a wait to see situation. Plus, if all this happens and everything gets tied up into a bow this week, we still won't see money for most Americans for at least 4 weeks, perhaps even longer. So unfortunately, they're going to have to make plans and figure things out in the short term.
Yeah, 4 weeks. I mean, I was thinking maybe 2, but 4, possibly even longer. That is a long time, as you're talking mid-September. The pandemic unemployment assistance, part of the CARES Act. This is interesting to me. I want to talk about it because why is this so important when it comes specifically, Winnie, to college students?
Well, Mike, this is a big thing. Many college students, in fact, over 11 million of college students we know were previously working. And with the other CARES Act, with the unemployment benefit, they were pretty much disregarded. They didn't actually get an additional benefit. But thanks to this provision, not only college students, but as well as gig workers and a lot of people that were sort of left out in that unemployment benefit actually have an ability to apply for unemployment coverage. So if you were a student, let's say you were working in the dorms or a part-time job, at least 20 hours or more, you probably qualify for some level of unemployment assistance thanks to that new provision. So if you're in that situation, you should definitely seek out your state and unemployment benefits to see if you qualify, because that can amount to almost $600 a week.
Yeah, big money there. How do you apply? Do you just go to the state's website?
You do. You go to your state's. Actually, I'll give you the exact name. You go to the state's pandemic assistance program within the state, and then that will give you. That's sort of like the unemployment benefit provision. So you want to go in the same area as you would file for unemployment, but for your state.
Okay. Hey, since we're talking about college, let's say there's people like me. I don't have children in college just yet, but I'm still thinking about college savings and if you're able to do it, you can do it. That's great. But, we know the more traditional saving plan, but are there other avenues out there, Winnie, that you could recommend to people who are thinking about trying to tuck money away if they can, again, for their children as they get closer and closer to those college years?
Yes, so definitely. There's been a lot of talk about that on social media, about the discussions of, I know my kids are younger, and most importantly, at some point, I want to give them the option of attending college. And obviously, given all the stress you're seeing with students now, with student aid and financial aid and everything else, what can we do? So parents are debating, like, what is the best avenue to save for college? I've been hearing a lot of people say, well, why don't I just put it into a Roth IRA, right? If I put in a Roth IRA, then there's definitely benefits there. And then if I need it, I can take the money out. I can take my principal out. However, what you really should do if it's really for college savings is to utilize a college savings plan, or a 529 college savings plan, which is a tax code, really helpful. And most importantly, you're putting monies in that are after tax, which we know historically we're in really attractive tax levels now. And then when your child gets to college age, like your children and my children have plenty of years before college, all that money will grow 100% tax-free if used for college. In addition, in many ways, it's nicely diversified. You can pick a multitude of different ways of investing, very similar to how you invest your 401k at work. But there's a lot of tax benefits. In addition, there's a lot of estate planning benefits too. So you want to look at that. So if you're thinking about saving now for your children, that's a really great way to look at it. Plus, don't forget, I think we would agree with how much pandemic spending is occurring right now on the government level. Taxes are definitely going higher. So this is a great way for parents to get ahead of that. So this is the thing. A lot of people say, well, I'll worry about that later. Later, taxes could be a lot higher.
There was a lot of debate just before the pandemic about college tuition and its skyrocketing prices. And, and there are some students now who are saying, well, I might as well just go to the junior college for a couple of years and save money. And then, so that's a whole nother debate, but I wonder what the state of college tuition will look like in, say, 5 or 10 years, if it's going to be lower, if it's going to be higher. We'll have to wait and see. We're talking about planning for your child's education. What about just for adults? I mean, trying to plan for your own future here as we live through this pandemic. Tell me what I need to do, Winnie. Tell me what I need to do to make sure that I'm okay 15, 20 years down the road when it comes to retirement time.
Okay, this is a big one, Mike, and I am working so hard to get this message out. We just talked about the importance of planning ahead, right? So we do know that the pandemic is going to cost the government at least $3, perhaps even up to $5 trillion. That's going to equate somewhere. At some point, we're going to have to make that up. And it's probably going to come in the form of more taxes in the future. So if you agree, as we already talked about here in the state of California, they're even talking about increasing the highest tax bracket to 54%. That's probably going to trickle down across the country, and you're probably going to see increase in taxes as well. So if you agree that in most cases, what we pay in taxes is lower now than in the future, then the best strategy right now is, number one, see if you can continue to contribute to a Roth 401k or a Roth IRA. If you can't do a Roth IRA, look at a traditional IRA converting and doing a Roth IRA conversion. So what you're trying to do is pay your taxes up front now, and not having to pay your taxes in the future. Because don't forget, back when Roosevelt was president, and back then, we actually saw levels of taxes reaching up in a very, very much higher than 70% tax bracket level. So good to plan early.
Is there such a thing as planning to be laid off? I mean, I hear stories more and more, every day of people being affected in all different sectors. It's the smart thing to do, I would assume, to plan, even though you think you're safe. We don't know, come fall and come winter, more and more people could be laid off. So let's say, what do I need to do to plan when it comes to preparing for the possibility of being laid off?
Well, planning early, Mike, is always a good thing. Even this week, I just got an emergency call this morning from a big client group and that I speak with, and they're laying off, goodness, about 10% of their employee base. They're like, Winnie, can you hurry up and do a meeting for us, emergency meeting this week for all employees? And these are the things you want to plan for ahead of time, ideally. So if you're considering just getting ahead, I always think getting ahead is a great idea. The number one thing to do is to make sure that you know where you're spending and know where your income is going to come from in case that happens if you get laid off. The second thing you want to do is make sure you have access and you have clarity of everything that you own at your employer. So it could be your 401k, your benefits, your stock plan, your pension, and find out how much of that would be accessible to you in case of an emergency. The other thing is you want to do is try and establish a financial advisor relationship, someone like myself who's really, really experienced in working with clients who have transitioned from one job to another. That's called rollover planning. There's so many different layers to that. You just want to make sure you get really good advice from the beginning so that you don't make costly mistakes when you then start to take and use your money.
Yeah. Winnie's son, always giving great advice for us every week as we make our way through this pandemic. Thanks again, Winnie, and have a great week.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for everything.
Hello, everyone. Heather Holmes here with KTV Fox 2 News in the San Francisco Bay Area. And joining me once again is Dr. Rashid Chitani. He is a COVID-19 researcher and infectious disease specialist. Thank you so much, Doctor, for once again joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Heather. It's always a pleasure to be with you on this call every Friday and talk about something that we both are and the entire nation is extremely concerned about.
Yeah, and I want to talk with you today about your recent travels to Texas and what you experienced there. I know that you went to the small town of Laredo.
Yes, it was quite amazing to travel during this particular period, and the observations that one takes in as they move from point A to point B. First of all, it took I had to wear the mask for about exactly almost 10 hours from the time that I left my home to the time that I got to the hotel room where I could then take off that N95. So it was pretty difficult to do that. And I can appreciate how people get so irritated to wear a mask, but I did wear a mask the whole time. What I observed was that everybody at the airport, whether it was I flew out of Washington, D.C., Reagan Airport. From there, all the way to the hotel that I was in Laredo, everybody was wearing a mask. It was mandatory, which was really absolutely amazing for me to see. The airports had clear areas where people could actually sit and eat, but at distance. So every precaution was being taken at the hotel. All the markings were there. Even with security, going through security, it was not TSA has managed things really well. Of course, there's there are less number of people that are flying out or in, but the work that was being done was amazing, and I was really pleased with what I saw. The other observation was that, yes, most of the restaurants and the stores at the airports are closed. So obviously they're getting affected by that. When I was looking out of when I was, going to Houston, and I looked out and saw the highways, they were literally empty. And when I got to Laredo, the highways and the big avenues were empty. So yes, there is very little traffic out there, which is very good for the environment, but obviously it's not very good for the economy. So yes, you can see the effects of it in a major way as you travel from point A to point B.
Yeah, that's obviously the economic effects. Talk a little bit about what took you to Laredo and what you experienced there when it comes to the coronavirus.
So as you see, as you know, that California, Florida, Arizona, these are the hotbeds of COVID-19 right now. And in Texas, specifically, Laredo is a border town between Mexico and U.S. There are a lot of very few hospitals over there. Not too many beds. It's a small town. But in this small town, they're seeing positive. I mean, they're seeing 300 patients every single day that are positive. Now, if there are 300 individuals who are positive for COVID-19, X number of them are going to go to the hospital. And right now, they're almost filled to capacity in the hospitals in terms of hospital beds. There are some hospital beds that are still available, but the ICU beds are filled almost. And in many cases, they have to drive patients not only from Laredo, but from the neighboring county, which is a small county, all the way to San Antonio, which is a 3.5 hour to 4 hour drive. So, you have to have a medical intensive care unit fitted ambulance where you have intubated an individual. That individual who is intubated is being transferred from point A to point B, and that time period is about 3.5 hours. Which is a very, very long time. So I was asked by the Texas Emergency Management Department through the governor's office, and it's they're trying to do their best, and all the physicians and all the.
All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt this because it does look like we do have our press conference starting here with the White House incident earlier here today.
I'm the chief of the Uniform Division Secret Service. I'm going to read a prepared statement. At approximately 5:53 p.m. today, a 51-year-old male approached a Secret Service Uniform Division officer who was standing his post at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, near the White House complex. The suspect approached the officer and told the officer he had a weapon. The suspect then turned around, ran aggressively towards the officer, and in a drawing motion withdrew an object from his clothing. He then crouched into a shooter's stance as if he was about to fire a weapon. The Secret Service officer discharged his weapon, striking the individual in the torso. Officers immediately rendered first aid to the suspect, and DC Fire and EMS were called to the scene. Both the suspect and the officer were transported to a local hospital. The White House complex was never breached during the incident, nor was the Secret Service protectee ever in danger. The Secret Service Office of Professional Responsibility will be conducting an internal review of the officer's actions. The Metropolitan Police Department was contacted to conduct an investigation. This concludes my statement. I will not take any questions at this time since the investigation is still ongoing. Queries can be directed to Secret Service Office of Communication and Media Relations.
Was the suspect armed?
Thank you very much.
Was the suspect armed? You had mentioned that there was an object. I'm trying to figure out, was that object a gun? What was the object that you described and what you just read, sir? Mr. Sullivan?
Sure.
Mr. Sullivan, can you come to the mic, please?
Good evening. I'm Assistant Chief Jeff Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. As Chief Sullivan indicated, members of the Metropolitan Police Department were alerted to the incident that occurred here at the White House this evening. Members from our 2nd District and our Special Operations Division responded to provide assistance to the Uniform Division Secret Service, as well as members from our Internal Affairs Division and our Criminal Investigations Division. At this time, members of the MPD Criminal Investigations Division are assisting with the ongoing investigation of the incident that occurred here at the White House. Additionally, members of the Internal Affairs Division are assisting the Office of Professional Responsibility of the Uniform Division Secret Service with their investigation as well. At this point, the Metropolitan Police Department is in a supporting role of the United States Secret Service, and any of the questions we can refer back to Chief Sullivan and the Secret Service.
Mr. Sullivan, can you ask you about this object, please?
How was the Secret Service officer injured?
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now. That little update coming from the U.S. Secret Service, again, on the situation that happened a little bit earlier here today. Going to be fixing a few things here on our News Now set, so in the meantime, just going to head out here real quick to Times Square, and then I'll be bringing you more content right here on News Now from Fox. All right, guys, just want to say thank you again for being here with us on News Now. As I mentioned, we have a few issues going on our other set, so we are coming to you from the old News Now set. What we're going to do is be bringing you more content that has happened here throughout the day. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us. What we're going to be playing for you next happened earlier here this morning. We did have officials and parents and many people with Santa Clara County discussing the digital divide that can happen when students go back to school virtually. They talked about these issues a little bit earlier here today, and we're playing for them to you right here on News Now from Fox.
But many in our underserved, underconnected communities like this one, there are thousands of students who will languish if we don't act now. The pandemic has revealed and compounded what we already knew was a problem, and that is really demonstrating that the digital divide pulls families from opportunity every day across this community and across the nation. Thousands of students don't have access to the internet because they don't have Wi-Fi, they don't have computers or tablets, and even a cell phone to learn from home. We know in our community that has to end now. And today, Santa Clara County and San Jose leaders stand united to provide funding for these devices and these services. Santa Clara County, under the leadership of Supervisor Cortese, who I get to introduce next, is providing $7.1 million to begin bridging the digital divide, and the money will be used to buy laptops and provide Wi-Fi and hotspots and support to teachers, we hope, to make it easier for them to provide services to their students. The county's Office of Education, under the leadership of Dr. Dewan, who you'll hear from shortly, has identified 15,000 students. I want to say this again, 15,000 students who will benefit from this program. And this is all tandem to the city of San Jose. Council members Sylvia Arenas, Maya Esparza, and Magdalena Carrasco, who are here to speak to you, worked hard to contribute over $8.2 million for digital infrastructure and devices, outfitting an additional 11,000 students. I just want to emphasize how important leadership is here, and the leadership of these women moving that agenda at the San Jose City Council creates opportunities all across the country for others to do the same. Most importantly, we're getting a reality check from those distant learning trenches, a teacher and a parent, and I'm very excited that they're going to be here to talk about their opportunity and their experiences. I also just want to say one quick thing. You know, a lot of people have been working on this issue for years, and any number of people who are standing behind me have been on committee after committee to get this moving. But I really want to thank the Digital Equity Coalition under the leadership of young members of school boards across the county who were concerned about equity. And Maimona Asfal is here as a representative of that group. They really rang everybody's bell and reminded us that even during a pandemic, we needed to move swiftly and we needed to move deliberately. With that, it's really my honor to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Dave Cortese, who led this effort at the County Board of Supervisors.
I want to thank Supervisor Chavez, the president of our board, very much for all of her leadership in this regard. In fact, I'm going to spend about 90 seconds talking about some history, and there's going to be a little bit of a women's theme to it because the two women on our board have been working on this particular initiative even before I generated the paperwork to get the appropriation, to get the vote for the $7.1 million. So thank you, Cindy, very much. And if you look behind me, to the right of me, to the left of me, whatever direction that is, I think we're the only two men up here, Mr. Superintendent. And you know, for whatever reason, this issue has been around for 20 years. It's been invested in for 20 years. In the late 90s, when I was on the school board, it was then Mayor Susan Hammer, one of the strongest women mayors in the history of the city, and at that time, I think the second woman mayor in the history of the city, who said, we're going to work with the county and our school districts to wire the schools, because that was a technology at the time, fiber optic cable. And in case there was some temptation to say, hey, everyone's been working at this for 20 years and failed, there wasn't failure. There was a change in technology along the way. You know, many of these schools are wired with fiber optic cable, or have been over the years, because of that early initiative. But then women came along later on our Board of Supervisors, on the City Council. Obviously, they're here, and said the technology has changed, and while it has changed, it has now left gaps once again at a time when we can't afford those and we don't have the luxury of waiting. And one of those women, of course, is Dr. Marianne Dewan, the superintendent, another very strong woman, responsible for our children. And so I'm not going to get into why it's women who seem to be most acutely aware that we're leaving children behind. I'll let you all think about that. But I want to thank them for the support, because when you bring an appropriation request forward before our Board of Supervisors, it's going nowhere unless you have women leaders supporting it. And that was the point of that little history lesson I tried to give. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being supportive of what we're doing and getting the word out.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Cortese, for your leadership in this area and for your support and partnership. And also to the Board of Supervisors, President Chavez, and to the City Council members who have joined in this really important partnership to address digital equity. Students without access to the internet are forced to roam for open Wi-Fi networks to participate in schooling and receive other services, or they just simply can't participate. Our office conducted an assessment on internet and device need in collaboration with our schools in Santa Clara County and found that at least 15,000 children were in need of a computing device in the spring, and over 9,000 lacked access to the internet and therefore could not benefit from hotspots to facilitate engagement in society as we transition during the COVID-19 crisis. This $7.1 million landmark investment from the County of Santa Clara will be targeted towards meeting the urgency of need of low-income families, and especially families that live in communities with higher risk of exposure to COVID-19 as identified by our partners in the schools. Addressing the need for devices and connectivity right away is imperative to ensure access to accurate information, health guidance and resources, and to ensure our children have access to internships, schooling, their education, and virtual enrichment opportunities.
The County Office of Education will use these funds to purchase devices and hotspots that will be distributed through the schools and address various connectivity needs, and they are varied throughout this diverse county. These gap-filling funds, when combined with investments of school districts and resources provided by private funders and our critical partners within the City of San Jose, recognize that it is only through partnership, collaboration, and coordination that we can meet the challenge and ensure connectivity for our youth as the new school year begins. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maya Esparza. I'm a former school board member here at Franklin McKinley and represent District 7 on the San Jose City Council. So first, I'd like to thank all the school board members at the Eastside Union High School District, at Franklin McKinley, Oak Grove, and other school districts who brought this issue to our attention because they knew that to prepare for the school year, they already knew early on, way before everybody else did, that this school year was going to be different. And so as school starts this week in the Eastside Union High School District, and then starts next week at Franklin McKinley, we know that this digital inclusion is more important than ever. We here in San Jose pride ourselves on being the capital of Silicon Valley, and yet we know that 18% of our families lack reliable internet access. What was an obstacle before COVID has now become a crisis. In a time where access to reliable internet is just crucial for learning, for health, and searching for jobs, and many other things that most of us take for granted. As with many aspects of this pandemic, the worst effects of this digital divide affect our low-income communities of color, which often sit in digital deserts, including in District 7. So the City of San Jose decided to step in on some infrastructure. So council members Arenas, Carrasco, and myself highlighted this urgent need to the City Council back in April. And I'm proud of the partnership that we have created with the City of San Jose, the Eastside Union High School District, and the County Office of Education, so that the City of San Jose has been able to contribute over $8.2 million to these digital inclusion efforts. This includes about $3.45 million for AT&T hotspots, which Franklin McKinley is actually handing out to prepare for back to school. And so I think we understand that this is just the beginning of this effort. We look forward to working together to continue to close the digital divide and ensure that all of our students have the basic tools and connectivity they need for academic success. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sylvia Arenas. I'm a council member for District 8. I represent a portion of the East Side and Evergreen. And this morning, my children are with me, although they shouldn't really be socially distant from me. Come closer. And I'm glad they're here with me this morning because actually they represent who we're talking about. We're talking about the kids who are going to school, who will not be seeing their friends, they will not be seeing their teachers, and we will need to shift all modalities to make sure that they continue to learn this year. And so, first of all, I want to just thank everybody behind me. I don't have enough time to thank everybody, but certainly our school board members, Memona Asfal, as well as Lorena Chavez, Jose Magaña. There was a number of folks who sent us a letter and really put this on our, really on our dashboard. Don't forget that our children will continue to need to learn, and some of our children don't have access. I represent those families that don't have access, or a portion of those families that don't have access, and when they don't have access to learn, and their parents don't have access to jobs, and their family doesn't have access to see the doctor and maybe feel better. And so this is why it was very important for all of us to coordinate. And I'm really proud of the partnership that my colleague just finished talking about. And it's a partnership that was very unique with the county office of education and the city. And we coordinated so well that one side, the county, has the devices. About 11,000 was what Dr. Dewan had identified that was a need. And the city has the hotspots, 11,000 of them. And so because of that, we are really complementing each other's efforts. This 15.1 million in total is really the dedication, and it's complementary for our community. I'm really proud to share that our library will also have access to hotspots, so if families don't get identified through the school district, they can also get identified through the library system, and they can check those out. And I'm just going to quickly talk a little bit in Spanish. A la medida que las familias se refugian en sus casas por causa de la... Yo sé que él...
del mundo, sino que también más que como cualquier... But our...
So I thank our superintendent for the work and effort that was put in at the district level. However, I'm going to provide some perspectives that offer also some critique and possibly some new ways to start thinking about solving this problem in the digital divide, not just the educational gap that Magdalena was talking about. I began teaching in Franklin McKinley in 2008, so I've been here a long time and I've seen a lot of things, for lack of better words. I've been at Windmill Springs Elementary School, and now I'm at Sylvandale Middle School. So I've been not only a self-contained middle school teacher without proper technology, without having science labs, but I teach probably our most students of needs. I teach ESL, some may call, for older generations. We now refer to that as ELD classes, English Language Development. I teach English as well, and a number of my students in my English class have not been in the United States very long, and yet they are asked to perform with students who have been in the United States for the same amount of time without technology. Now, I've been at Sylvandale for 6 years, and this is my last year, 2019-20 school year, was the first year in 12 years, and I'm emphasizing that, where I had computers in my classroom for all students. Prior to that, I either had none, was sharing a computer lab, or was sharing a Chrome cart. That makes educating in our current times very challenging when you are asking students to do research projects, when I need students to be able to translate information, and perhaps they don't have a smartphone. It makes educating very, very challenging, yet it has caused me and allowed me to be a very resourceful and powerful teacher because of what I lack in the classroom. I will say it shouldn't have taken 12 years for my classroom to get a class set of computers. I suppose the silver lining, and this is an optimistic way of viewing it, of this pandemic, is that people who have not even considered for a moment the lack of technological resources that teachers, students, and families have been and are still working against are now starting to wake up and pay attention. So I hope that's the silver lining, that the greater Santa Clara County is starting to realize we all need to do something about this. The next step, I would say, is that we need to apply care with action when it comes to helping these students in the east side of San Jose. Many teachers like myself have funded their own classroom with materials because either parents can't afford to provide them for themselves or the school budget had run out. I don't blame our district for our budget. I blame what's happening with political voting, that we don't have enough money for all of our students to have the basic tools needed to learn in the 21st century. Many teachers have brought in old computers or have gone to the dumpster section of their campus and have pulled computers out and have made them work to where at least a student can print an essay if they're fortunate enough to have a printer in the classroom or fortunate enough to have ink. Now, did you know that the majority of the students in the East Side, whether in upper elementary, middle school, high school, or attending community college, do their schoolwork on a smartphone? Now, I own a smartphone. I find texting to be tedious. Doing anything research-based on a smartphone is tedious. Imagine doing all of your classwork for multiple subjects on a smartphone. And then people wonder, why is this not in on time? Or why did you not do this? Because they don't have adequate access. So, I really want you to think about what that means. And we're here in Silicon Valley. Now, schools such as mine and others have provided Chromebooks, but these are computers which we have finally been able to purchase. How are we going to know if they're going to come back to us in good condition when we can finally open the schools? And trust me, teachers want to open their classrooms, but we also want to be safe and protect lives. The other issue that's coming up is just thinking about, well, what if a family doesn't even know when they could have come to pick up the computers? You know, that's a big issue. We had days where students could come and pick up computers, but if a parent doesn't have a way to receive communication, how are they going to know to come and get that computer? Often, through this pandemic, I have tried to connect with families, but it was hard to connect with many of them because phone numbers that they have were no longer working because they could no longer afford to keep that phone number live. Okay. So here we are in Silicon Valley with all of these tech industries. My one sort of idea is, why are these industries, why are these private companies not trying to support our schools? The city is trying. You've heard from other speakers today that the city is giving money to help bring technology into schools. Well, we have lots of other resources in Silicon Valley to provide for us. So the digital divide is a very real thing, and I've seen it grow since the pandemic. I've seen it grow because my students who I serve, which are 99% second language learners, have been lost. My immigrant students and second language students who were struggling to navigate the educational world when schools were open suddenly fell off the map. Imagine being a parent who so desperately wants to communicate with their child's teacher, but the only way to do that is through a Remind app, and all you have is a flip phone. You also don't speak much English, and you don't have access to a car, and you just don't know how to help your child. Imagine being one of those parents during this time. Your heart should feel hopeless. Imagine being a teacher like me who has continued to worry about all of their students and all of their parents. I have lost communication. During the time, I had lost communication with nearly 80% of my students from the pandemic simply because they don't have access to technology and they don't know who to turn to for help. Many of us in this greater Silicon Valley perhaps take for granted our ability to navigate ourselves in the educational system because it's our language. And we take for granted the ability to use technology because we have it. So I've seen both sides of the paradigm. I had an opportunity to be in Santa Cruz. That's where I did my research as a graduate student, and working in the schools within Santa Cruz County. I've seen the difference of students. Maybe there weren't many computers in the classroom, but those students knew how to be on those computers because they had the access at home. I have had to, since having computers in my classroom, spend a large portion of my day just presenting to them the language of how to operate with technology because it is its own language. And taking time out to even show them how to save something, how to have multiple windows open, how to record something, how to convert something from a document to a PDF. This is a whole other world of language that some of us take for granted because we have it. Now, the other thing, and I don't want to keep rambling on, but not only do I teach within this district, but my family is also very different. You know, I've heard that it's one valley, two different worlds, and it's very true. I have a stepdaughter who attends school in Sunnyvale, and then I have nieces and nephews who attend school in the east side part of San Jose. And what they have access to is drastically different. And it shouldn't be that way. My stepdaughter is just as important, and her education is just as worthy and valid as my nieces and nephews in the east side. Likewise, my students in the east side are just as worthy as students in Los Gatos, Campbell, Cupertino. It should be equal. It is public education. There are major inequalities that are coming to light. Those of us who have been in the public school system know of it firsthand. But the social injustice, it's time for us to start taking a stand and doing something about it. And it can't be the full responsibility of the schools and school districts alone. It has to be private sectors in the city, the government, and I brought with me today my sister-in-law, Alicia, because she could speak more than me of what it is like to have multiple children in elementary and now middle school being affected by this pandemic and the digital and educational divide for students of this area. I thank you for your time, and again, this is my sister-in-law.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alicia, and I'm a parent of 4 children who I have a starting kindergarten this year, a 3rd grader and a 5th grader and a 7th grader. Since the COVID started in March, I'm an essential worker. I had to be working. My husband has to be working too, just to pay our bills. My children didn't have any device. So they could finish their homework or even be in contact with the teacher. Out of the 4 children, I only had 1 iPad they could borrow. The school was able to give a computer to my 6th grade student, and the other 2 weren't able to do online distance learning. So it was very hard. It was a challenge for me, for them as well too, and it saddened me because I wasn't there to help them, or on my days off I would go and they would use my device so they could finish their learning. Now starting this year, that was my main concern. How are they going to finish their education? How am I going to help them? So definitely, as a parent, I do want everyone to have the same, have a device, so everyone could have the same opportunity to get their education. My education from my children is very important for me. Definitely, I was able to get 2 computers. But my younger one, who's going to start kindergarten, we don't have a device for her yet. Or even how to manage, see if I could have a device be shared among 2 of my kids. But it's very, very hard as a mom, because definitely I want her to get the best education. But now she's going to start school, but she's going to start with packages. Instead of her being engaged with the teacher, she can't do that yet because I can't afford a computer. and all she could do right now is through packages. I feel that education is very important. Everyone should have that opportunity, like any other student, to have a device. As a parent, like I said, I am very, it's a challenge because I can't even be there, or I could have her use my phone because I'm going to be at work.
All right, guys, I do want to say thank you for being here with us on News Now. Just a heads up for you on the YouTube side of things. We are going to be getting things shut down just a little bit earlier here tonight, as we do have a couple of things that we do need to get fixed on our sets here. So thank you for being with us. We do appreciate all of those of you who've already subscribed to our page. If you haven't yet, please do so. That way you stay up to date on all the latest breaking news and events that happen all across our country. Just a reminder, too, you can watch us anytime on your local Fox stations on their website, otherwise on your Samsung TV Plus on channel 1006.